Chapter 830. Beginning of Fame. So, you're the rumored Yi Feng. Hidden Cloud, with his tan skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Feng. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena, not to mention. Matches were held in the Dark Arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team to a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud. However, there was no need to pay attention to the Dark Arena's ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression, someone like Feng, in particular, who had defeated a famous old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Feng's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. They read just rumors. Feng shrugged. Chuckling. Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already, he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's fifth-floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players in the past. Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's Domain had even pushed him to his peak. After spending 5 years in God's Domain, he had gained the position of second-floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been the most likely candidate to become the next first-floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's Domain. No one throughout God's Domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's Domain. Feng had been no exception. I had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers-in-arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the Dark Arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros's guild leader during the previous mutiny. So much so that, if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Chunghua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet, in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing auction house had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, it was most likely be impossible for Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the Dark Arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros's liquid assets because of it. Although Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Feng. "Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first, so it is best if I don't disturb you." Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. "How much time do you need?" Gentle Snow prodded. "Roughly half an hour, Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, The registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. I can wait here for you in the meantime, Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. All right, I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Sure, Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. Sure is difficult to invite this man, Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Shi Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Shi Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Yi Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him." "Boss, rest assured. I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Shi Feng. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter. After waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Shi Feng's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" The NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Shi Feng said as he revealed a strengthening device. "All right, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put it up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Shi Feng after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Shi Feng did not mind it. Yes. Shi Feng took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Shi Feng ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831. Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Shi Feng commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. "High-ranking NPCs?" At Shi Feng's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow more or less understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system at such a large auction. It was natural that more NPCs would join. However, when players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value, these NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding in response. Shi Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised." "TCH, what about these NPCs is surprising?" Blaster commented disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Shi Feng. Initially, they had thought that Shi Feng was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standards. Shi Feng simply smiled at the group's reaction, not bothering to explain. However, Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Shi Feng's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Shi Feng would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked previously. She had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding. When she examined the handsome youth, she could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Feng was surprised. Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Feng a private message. Wearing a nervous expression, events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the events area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky with so many Tier 5 NPCs here. She could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about, so, that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish. However, Feng had hidden one truth from the Snow Goddess: more high-ranking NPCs joined an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended. God's domain was not a game that let players have their way easily during the game's initial stages. Conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict. The conflict between players and NPCs. In the past, a powerful NPC had even robbed Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, Tier 4 Great Wizard. In any city, she would be an Overlord-level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence while the various players struggled with their days. The first auction item appeared before them. After examining the item's information, these players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple-gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary, a secret technique. Damn! This can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning. Our guild must have that. We had been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster. Notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832. Crazy Auction. Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window. A secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing grasp a powerful combat technique. While Feng recovered from his shock, the bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it like madmen. 110 gold. 120 gold. 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet's starting bid had already been beyond many players. Yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody. What's the point of fighting it? Do you really think the sacred temple can compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying, 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, the sacred temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temples should be running low. It could not compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now. Of course, he had two goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment now. However, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds searched for these tablets frantically. Yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There were no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's Domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. Hahaha. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even to super guilds, this was a large sum of money, yet someone was willing to spend it on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it. While bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction, the item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, If one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%, no, 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. This gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. All right, I have 1,700 gold with me, Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted, 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the sacred temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the golden tablet. 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster demanding, Blaster, is the money not here yet? Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it. Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer time. 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done, and yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Feng motioned towards the hostess and said, 4,000 gold. Chapter 833. Stone Tablet Obtain. Yi Feng? Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Feng suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm Feng. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Feng had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Feng had begun to shine during the game's early stages. He had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros' top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Feng was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels. A minor character like Feng had bid 4,000 gold. Feng was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Feng could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Feng. If not for Feng raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction, damn it. The sacred temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the golden tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion give him the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the golden tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion now. However, not only did he have to hand the golden tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a long-time rival. This was far more vexing than losing the golden tablet to Phoenix Rain. Feng. Lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest, Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Feng shook his head, saying, No, I want 50% interest. That's going too far. Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the Snow Goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far? Feng grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, The Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. You! Furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Feng's conditions, he changed his view of Feng from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Feng to despair. Meanwhile, Feng had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved a contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Feng 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Feng deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree, yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pocket. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted as these words echoed throughout the auction venue. Even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud. Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Feng. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Feng. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Feng had sent her. The message was very simple: the golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Feng would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Feng to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough to split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let us give him a round of applause. The beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands, I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Feng, ridicule flashing in his eyes. Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon. Feng paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor the moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet. The mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin when Feng had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet. He, too, had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor indeed, just as Feng had guessed. This golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Feng had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Feng as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Feng had dropped out of the foolish competition for it after the first auction item sold. The venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterwards sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Feng's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834. Tool of Astronomical Value. There's actually such a thing in God's domain? The strengthening device was even enough to tempt Gentle Snow. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely on outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds. To make matters worse, as players faced higher-leveled monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem. Although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive, compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player, the strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale. Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet sale. The tablet's price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Feng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the sacred temple in the least. When the bid reached 10 gold, everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, Joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. You want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation. 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price once more, even to a super guild. 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent. However, nobody could have expected that, after this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn. Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices as one strengthening device after another sold. Feng's elation grew in the end. All 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased, with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Feng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master. Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master. Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Feng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, but that Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured. My men are already following him. He won't escape, Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsmen throughout God's domain. There were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move. Not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active as the space had frozen. Fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by the surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835. Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital. As yet, despite at the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. What are you trying to do? Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver before this man. His power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished, hahaha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time? I advise you to give up. Although you are still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 Divine Mage, adept in space magic, won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. All right, will you hand over the golden tablet on your own, or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate lost golden tablet? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Feng glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome. As he had not been strong enough, the NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received. When that NPC killed them, Feng had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. You're not gonna hand it over? The youth sighed. It seems that I have to do it myself then. As soon as the NPC finished his statement, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Pung. Ah! Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing. This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Feng was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind at this moment. Even Feng had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Feng had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but it could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Feng absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain for a short time. Soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul completely. Experiencing one's soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Feng would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. "It's over." Phoenix Rain frowned, her previous hint of joy vanishing. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Feng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Feng had sent. Feng had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets, and not even the heavens could save her. Damn it. This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Feng's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836, Tablet Secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Feng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a tier 5 Curse Dark Paradise. Even tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than hidden clouds at all disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it. Feng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression, as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression, was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Feng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Feng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as Lido. There's still someone who can move? The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Feng. You are the first tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Feng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized. Unfortunately, under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears. Shatter. As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Feng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise, Charlene! Feng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a tier 5 red official. Now, she was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain. While Feng was still in shock, a red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff and boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive. Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Feng a glance, she too vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant. However, their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious, let alone that mysterious youth. Even a level 100 Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her in reality. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears in the future. When they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money's finally gone. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career. However, as soon as Feng relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. Come to the library. I have some things to say to you. System. You have triggered the epic quest, Tablet Secret. Quest content. Head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene. What? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Feng's first time to encounter such a situation. Generally, if one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Feng had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it! Damn it! That damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face now that he had lost the golden tablet. The upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Feng had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to Gentle Snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment. Rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once, he split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight Trading Firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items. When Feng's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house, it immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. I sent this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction? Chapter 837. Lakeheart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction held just before had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's Domain's official forums. Currently, the monsters in God's Domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer. However, the current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time, so much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters. To the elite members and upper echelons of guilds, time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts to develop their guilds. Not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, They had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects previously. They could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device would be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment. Neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. If allocated to ordinary or elite players, the 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit. Instead, unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration. Now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item, how could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Feng had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Feng was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Feng but Black Flame Guild leader Black Flame. Have you heard? There is a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now, Phoenix Rain said through the video chat, smiling. Yes, I've also just heard about it. Feng nodded, having already changed to his Black Flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course, I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, or you can buy a high-potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities from me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition. Originally, she had not wished to borrow money from Feng. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, she had a great opportunity. For the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion level 40 was an important turning point in God's domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds. However, she had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Feng such a lucrative offer. Of course, the reason why she had looked for Feng to borrow money from and not someone else was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high, either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Star Moon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Due to these reasons, the wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Feng had placed earlier on the golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. Alright, but I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Feng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire and subsequently established the Candlelight Trading Firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds currently. Large guilds within the empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item, and that item was the Ice Jade on its own. The Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reached level 50, however, the value of ice jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly previously. There had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land Lake Heart City. Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high-potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Feng would actually be interested in such a location. All right. I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Feng immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city-building funds. Chapter 838. Raging Market. Lake Heart City was currently a prime tourist spot for players, as the city itself was like heaven on earth. Many casual players or players who wished to get away from the front lines would often visit this city. However, those who preferred adventuring and battling rarely visited the city. Most of the leveling maps around Lake Heart City were either located underwater or shrouded in mist. Both environments affected a player's combat power considerably. Hence, very few players wishing to level up and go on adventures would reside in Lake Heart City due to players reaching higher levels and the increasing number of maps and dungeon bosses requiring high ice resistance. The presence of the ice jades eventually attracted a lot of attention to Lake Heart City. In the past, the city had very quickly gained popularity, becoming the 6th most populous city in the Black Dragon Empire. The prices of land there had skyrocketed overnight. Feng never imagined that he would receive such a fortunate offer as a result from selling the strengthening devices after agreeing on the trade conditions. Feng and Phoenix Rain decided to meet up in White River City. If one wanted to trade lands, they needed to do it through a city hall through either of 2 methods. The first method was a relatively fast but troublesome process, while the second method was simple but time-consuming. Feng usually left the responsibility of purchasing lands to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. They would then transfer the ownership of these lands to him through a random city hall. This way, he didn't need to make a trip to the city hall. However, this method of transferring ownership had a verification period of 1 day. The other method was for him to go to the relevant city hall in person. By doing so, he could complete the transfer procedures immediately. Currently, Feng was in no hurry to obtain the land in Lake Heart City. Hence, there was no need for him to travel there personally to complete the transfer of ownership. During the time Feng and Phoenix Rain were chatting with each other, one notification after another popped up in Feng's system notification window system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 164 gold 85 silver has been added to your bag space system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 165 gold 64 silver has been added to your bag space. During the short time since Feng left the auction house, the amount of money in his bag had increased by over 1,000 gold. The rate at which he was earning money was just staggering. This handling fee is simply usurious. Feng felt a pang in his heart when he looked at the actual amount of money he had obtained from the sales. Although the current handling fee was not as high as that of the monthly auction, it was still 20%. He could have purchased many good plots of land with all the handling fees he had paid. Feng could not help but admit that the auction house was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, current players were still incapable of establishing their own auction houses. The precondition for doing so was having a city of their own, following which, Feng teleported back to White River City and prepared to head to the library. The golden tablet held a great temptation for Feng. Secret technique was a treasure that could allow players to learn advanced combat techniques directly. To guilds, not to mention several epic weapons, Even the value of a fragmented legendary weapon was incomparable to that of a secret technique. If he could obtain the golden tablet, it would definitely improve the overall strength of Zero Wings core members by a large margin. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Feng took out the dark gold whistle from his bag and blew it gently. As the sound of the whistle rang out, a magic array appeared on the street. The demonic flame tiger then emerged from the magic array. The body of the demonic tiger was roughly the size of a small house. The black flames that surrounded its sharp claws sent the ambient temperature rising by several degrees the instant the demonic flame tiger appeared. The players on the street were immediately stupefied. Why did a monster suddenly appear here? Could monsters be attacking the city? That's not right. Why aren't any of the guards on patrol reacting? The onlookers grew flustered as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. Not only did it possess an intimidating appearance, but the aura leaking out of its body also made their hearts shiver in fear. Even the elite players sensed a massive threat from the demonic flame tiger. Feng could not help but smirk as he swept a glance at the immobilized players. He then walked up to the demonic flame tiger. This was a dark gold mount. Its strength was equivalent to a level 40 chieftain. Naturally, it is not something ordinary players could handle. Has that person lost his mind? He's actually going up to it. Is he not afraid of getting killed? Everyone thought that Feng had lost himself to fear as they watched him approach the demonic flame tiger. However, when they saw the demonic flame tiger obediently lie down before Feng and enjoy Feng's caress agreeably, their mouths fell wide open. However, an even more shocking scene occurred in the next moment as Feng mounted the demonic flame tiger. Let's go. Feng shouted lowly. Suddenly, the demonic tiger let out a loud roar and took a step forward. It then transformed into an afterimage that disappeared before everyone. What? That's a mount. I'm not seeing things right. Who is that person? That giant tiger mount looks so cool. No one dared believe what they just saw. Riding a mount was still a faraway dream for them. Even if they managed to reach level 40 eventually, amassing a fortune of 40 gold was not that easy. It would be even more impossible for them to ride a bronze or mysterious iron mount. While Feng was rapidly making his way towards the library, the players present on the street outside the teleportation hall went into a frenzy. Every one of them was madly posting on the official forums, "A hero riding a giant tiger has appeared in White River City." Many people initially did not believe the words written in this post. After all, the number 1 players on the various empire ranking lists were only at level 39. These players were still a long way off from reaching level 40. How could there possibly be someone capable of riding a high-ranking mount right now? After watching the recorded video, everyone was shocked. There were some who felt admiration, some who felt jealousy, and some who felt pride. There were also many people trying to guess at Feng's identity. Just who was actually capable of riding such a mount? Unfortunately, as Feng had hidden his face using the black cloak, nobody could discern his identity. A dark gold mount sure is fast. Even an advanced horse carriage is far inferior to it. This was also Feng's first time riding a dark gold mount. The speed of the mount was simply incomparable to fine gold mounts. The demonic flame tiger's speed was at least 20% or 30% faster than an advanced horse carriage. Just as Feng was quickly approaching the library, he suddenly received a call from Autumn Goose. When Feng accepted the call, the image of an anxious Autumn Goose appeared before him. What happened? Feng could not help but ask after seeing her apprehensive expression. "Yi Feng, Gunfire contacted me just now, saying that a group of players that had suddenly appeared is hunting Rain and Blue. These players are very powerful and are capable of doubling the death penalty of the players they killed. Moreover, they also have a means of jamming a player's communications. However, I'm currently not in Star Moon Kingdom. Can you please go save them?" Autumn Goose asked worriedly. After reaching their level, even a single death was a painful loss. If their death penalties were doubled, the cost of dying once would be devastating. However, she could not come up with a good method to save thoughtful Rain and the others at the moment. The only person she could think of right now who might be of help in this situation was Yi Feng. Where are they now? Feng was initially stunned, but he immediately said in a hurried tone, "I'll head over there right away." Feng had never imagined that there would actually be people who would still dare to take action against Zero Wings members within the boundaries of Star Moon Kingdom at this point. Chapter 839. Crystal Maze. Hearing Feng answer without hesitation, Autumn Goose was touched. She also felt slightly envious. The reason why she had joined an independent organization like the Wind God's Spear was precisely how the people within the organization treated each other like family. If one of them got bullied, they would fearlessly help out their companions regardless of the cost. They did not behave like guild members, who had to worry about various aspects even when helping out a companion. Generally, Players in the upper echelons of guilds, like Feng, were even less likely to make a move casually. People in his position would usually ascertain what kind of enemy they were going up against first and make a decision only after determining the potential profits and losses. However, Feng had not done any of this. Instead of asking who their enemy was, the first thing Feng wanted to know was the whereabouts of Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Such a situation generally would never happen in a guild. Some experts ambushed Rain and the others at the Crystal Forest. The enemies were wearing black cloaks, so they did not find out anything about those experts. Moreover, their ambushers operated silently. Fortunately, Rain and Blue managed to use the instantaneous movement scrolls you gave them before to escape. However, based on what Gunfire told me, those people were there specifically to kill Rain and Blue. They definitely will not let them get away. Here are the coordinates of where the ambush took place. You have to be careful, Autumn Goose said as she sent the map coordinates to Feng. I understand. I'll hurry there immediately. After seeing the coordinates of the Crystal Forest, Feng silently committed it to memory. He quickly turned the demonic flame tiger around and headed straight for the teleportation hall despite the low odds for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's rescue. When Autumn Goose heard Feng's calm and steady tone, for some reason, she felt relieved. The travel time from White River City to the Crystal Forest aside, just getting from the nearest transfer point to where Thoughtful Rain's group got ambushed would require at least 2 hours. Although Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had escaped using the instantaneous movement scrolls, current players had many more skills than before, which made tracking other players much easier. Moreover, the enemies chasing after Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had somehow managed to keep them in a combat state, preventing them from using return scrolls. Even logging out of the game normally was not possible, as the system would directly mete out the death penalty if they went offline while in a combat state. Please let Rain and the others make it. At this moment, the only other thing Autumn Goose could do was pray. She was currently in the faraway Dark Knight Empire. She would need even more time than Feng to reach the Crystal Forest. The core area of the Crystal Forest was rife with trees made out of crystals. Currently, over a dozen players covered in black cloaks were searching there. Damn it. Quirrell, have you not found their tracks yet? Boss Fiend has already given the word that we must kill those core members of Zero Wing, Ordinary Stranger asked in a low tone as he looked at a distant assassin. They had already gathered information regarding the whereabouts of many of Zero Wing's core members. However, the majority of those members were currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It would take Ordinary Stranger's team over a dozen hours of travel just to get there. As for the remaining core members, they were raiding team dungeons. They were unlikely to leave the dungeons anytime soon. The only ones nearby were Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had been seen grinding with Zero Wing's upper echelon before. However, he had never imagined that even those two women would succeed in escaping his ambush. In the end, his team had only managed to kill 2 unrelated independent players. If this matter were to reach the adjudicator's ears, his team's days in King's Return would no doubt be numbered. Do you think it is that easy to track players here? The assassin named Quirrell rolled his eyes at Ordinary Stranger. He then swept a glance at the surrounding crystal shrubbery, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Those 2 beauties sure know how to run. They actually reached this crystal maze. If not for this natural maze, I would have long since found them by now. However, rest assured, although the terrain here is complex, this place has only one exit. The 2 of them cannot use return scrolls right now. They also cannot log off normally. It is only a matter of time before we find them." "Good then. Thunder and I will guard the exit. You guys head inside and search for those 2. We need to kill them as quickly as possible. Don't forget, we don't have much time left. We still need to deal with the other members of Zero Wing," Ordinary Stranger instructed. "I understand." Quirrell also began hastening his search. Aside from Quirrell, the other members of the team paired off and began searching the crystal maze. "Rain, what are we going to do? Those people are still chasing after us. If we head in any further, we will arrive at the lair of the crystal wolves." Blue Bamboo's heart began palpitating as she looked at the patrolling pack of crystal wolves some distance away. These crystal wolves were incomparably powerful. In order to complete a crystal collection quest, they had also personally experienced the strength of these monsters previously. When Feng had led them to kill the crystal wolf packs, they had not felt these monsters to be much of a threat. However, after returning to this place again by themselves, they found out just how difficult and exhausting dealing with these monsters was. Alone, a single wolf pack was not particularly scary. However, if they did not kill these crystal wolves quickly enough, these monsters would summon more companions in the vicinity, instantly bolstering their numbers by several times. Sometimes, the Crystal Wolves would also draw special elites, or even chieftain-ranked monsters. Fortunately, when the chieftain appeared, they had Deathwind to tank it. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt, only, they had never imagined that, rather than dying to the level 45 chieftain, Deathwind would die at the hands of cloaked players that had suddenly appeared. Instead, if not for Deathwind and gunfire delaying those people, they would not have had a chance to use the instantaneous movement scrolls that Feng had given to them for emergencies. Currently, there were Crystal Wolves all around them. If they moved deeper into the maze, the possibility of discovery by a wolf pack would increase as well. In which case, by the time those cloaked players caught up to them, these Crystal Wolves would have long since killed them already. We can only give it a shot. We'll use an invisibility potion and continue forward. Hopefully, these wolf packs can buy us enough time. Thoughtful Rain gritted her teeth as she looked at her own status window. She then took out 2 invisibility potions and gave one of the bottles to Blue Bamboo. Both of them were currently afflicted with the Soul Lock debuff. As long as they were out in the fields, they would not be able to contact anybody for 5 hours. Their attackers had also forced them into a constant combat state, which prevented them from using their return scrolls. Arbitrarily logging out of the game would result in them suffering the death penalty immediately. While Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo snuck deeper into the crystal maze, Feng had already arrived at the crystal forest. I finally caught up. Feng tapped on the demonic flame tiger, storing it away as he looked at the crystal forest before him. He then opened the map for the crystal forest. Even now, Autumn Goose had yet to contact him again. This silence meant that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were still alive. The enemy is extraordinary. The fact that Rain and Blue have remained at large suggests that they entered the crystal forest's core area, the crystal maze. Hopefully, I can make it in time. After taking a glance at the map, Feng used space movement. The activatable skill of the aura of space movement allowed him to cross up to 600,000 yards instantly. He could easily traverse the entire crystal forest or move to any location within the map. If not for this skill, he would not have made it to the crystal forest so quickly, either. Now that the skill's cooldown was over, he could use it once again. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared at a location close to the crystal maze's entrance. Guarding the entrance as well? It seems you guys really are targeting Zero Wing. The instant Feng appeared in the area, he immediately noticed the cloaked Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger keeping watch at the entrance of the crystal maze, their eyes radiating cold killing intent. Chapter 840, Magic Staff. Just when Feng noticed Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, the two of them caught sight of Feng. Brat, I don't know how you suddenly appeared here, but since you've come to this place, you can only consider yourself unlucky, Thunder Tiger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, said when he suddenly saw the similarly anonymous Feng. Taking the initiative, he walked towards Feng. All this waiting around has made me annoyed. Old stranger, you better not make a move. I'm gonna use this brat here to relieve some of my stress. Sure, but the equipment he drops will belong to me, Ordinary Stranger laughed. Ordinary Stranger had discovered Feng's presence the instant Feng had appeared. Initially, he had thought that a powerful enemy had shown up. However, after some close observation, he did not sense any threat coming from beneath the black cloak. On the contrary, he had noticed many holes in Feng's defense. If not for Thunder Tiger declaring his claim, Ordinary Stranger would have long since taken action to remove this ant. However, even if the opponent were an expert, it would not matter. Thunder Tiger was a top-tier expert of King's Return. Currently, he was already level 38. Placed in Star Moon Kingdom, his level would rank within the top 10. Not to mention, he was fully geared in level 35 Dark Gold equipment. His maximum HP was as high as 14,600. His combat standard was also at the refinement realm already. Dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary experts simultaneously would be child's play for him, even if the opponent were an expert of the same combat standards. Thunder Tiger was a refinement realm expert of King's Return. The guild had long since presented the Berserker with a Berserk skill. As long as Thunder Tiger activated this Berserk skill, he could kill a refinement realm expert easily. He could even defeat a flowing water realm expert in the off chance that Thunder Tiger was no match for this new arrival. Ordinary Stranger himself could still back up the Berserker. If he and Thunder Tiger worked together, they would be practically invincible in Star Moon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing's Black Flame and Feng could cause them to feel fear. No one else was worth mentioning. As soon as Ordinary Stranger finished speaking, Thunder Tiger retrieved a two-handed saber from his back and used charge at Feng. When using charge, controlling the sudden increase in speed was extremely difficult for ordinary players. As a result, they would usually reveal flaws in their attack. However, Thunder Tiger was different. He had long since mastered this skill. By adjusting his center of gravity, he had managed to apply his increased speed to his attack. Creating his own charging slash, he had transformed a system-generated skill into a personal skill. Not only did his saber speed up, but the power contained within it also increased. Even a shield warrior of the same level would have to retreat several steps, breaking their stance. Boom. As the two-handed saber landed, sparks scattered into the surroundings. Silver one-handed sword actually stopped Thunder Tiger's lightning-fast saber. Thunder Tiger was shocked as he stared at Feng standing steadily in his original position. The charging slash getting blocked did not come as a surprise to Thunder Tiger. However, this was his first time to encounter an enemy who could remain standing steadily after receiving his charging slash. Even Broken City, an elder of King's Return, had to retreat half a step after receiving this attack of his. This situation was simply inconceivable. Tiger, be careful. We've got a tough one. Ordinary Stranger warned hurriedly after realizing that their enemy this time was no common player. As he began casting a spell, he added, "We'll deal with him together." "I understand." Thunder Tiger's expression had turned serious as well, the contempt he felt before disappearing completely. He promptly used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to drive Feng away. However, as soon as he started swinging his gray saber, a streak of blue light struck his weapon. A crack in space also appeared along the path the blue light had taken. Peng. Thunder Tiger felt his hands going numb as his saber came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if he had just struck an iron wall. Immediately after, however, a powerful impact shook him, forcing him to retreat 4 steps before he could stabilize. His body damage of -1,338 points appeared above the berserker's head. He had instantly lost close to 10% of his HP. Who are you? At this moment, even if Thunder Tiger were a fool, he would understand that the man before him was definitely stronger than himself. In just a single exchange of skills, he had lost over 1,000 HP. Feng's strength could practically rival a chieftain of the same level. Before Thunder Tiger could react, a streak of blue light instantly slashed his body. Although the berserker had tried to defend himself with his saber, he was simply no match for the speed of the sword light. 151. The lightning effect having triggered, Feng's attack instantly took away half of Thunder Tiger's HP. The berserker himself also went flying over 10 yards away. Who am I? At this time, Feng laughed. You dared to come and find trouble with Zero Wing, yet you still ask who I am? Hearing Feng saying so, whether it was Thunder Tiger or Ordinary Stranger, both of them immediately shuddered as a name appeared in their minds: Sword King Black Flame. Why is he here? Ordinary Stranger's expression darkened, his heart roiling with confusion. Their operation this time was top secret. They had even placed a soul lock on the targets of their ambush. The two women should have no way of contacting anyone from Zero Wing. Hence, the possibility of them encountering Black Flame here was practically non-existent. Yet, now, Black Flame had appeared before them. However, Ordinary Stranger gave no further thought to this matter. Since Black Flame was here, there was only one thing they could do right now: escape. They had next to no chance of winning against Black Flame in a direct confrontation. Their only hope for resisting Black Flame was to meet up with the Falcon Legion in the next moment. Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and cast the Tier 1 spell Summon Flame Spirit. A level 38 special elite flame lizard appeared immediately following which, he used one of the activatable skills of his magic staff, Undead Sacrifice. Suddenly, the flame lizard let out an agonized wail as the red flames covering its body turned into an emerald green, its body doubling in size. Its rank had increased from Special Elite to Lord as well. Undead Lizard, Undead, Lord. Level 38. HP 3, 600, 000/3, 600, 000. Such a powerful monster was more than enough to deal with a top-tier expert. Moreover, as a summoner, he could form a soul link with his summoned creature, which allowed him to transfer 50% of the damage he received to it. However, Ordinary Stranger knew quite well that even with the Undead Lizard, Thunder Tiger and he were still no match for Feng. They had a very clear understanding of just how powerful experts of Feng's standard were. He had summoned the Undead Lizard only to delay Feng. The Undead Lizard was a speed-type monster. At the same time, it possessed multiple control skills. It could surely pin down Feng and give them an opportunity to escape retreat. Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and shot elemental bullets at Feng. Simultaneously, he willed the Undead Lizard forward to attack Feng. Thunder Tiger no longer held back, either, as he activated his Berserk skill, Heart of Fury. The skill instantly increased his strength by 80%. his endurance by 50%, and his movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 2 minutes. After activating his Berserk skill, Thunder Tiger turned around and fled without hesitation, looking at the oncoming elemental bullets and undead lizard. Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's a little too late to be escaping now?" Saying so, he abruptly stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Chapter 841. Taboo Skills Might. "You're not getting away." Feng deflected the elemental bullets using Killing Ray while activating one of the abyssal blade's skills, Abyssal Curse. Immediately, a black magic array appeared on the ground. With Feng as the center, it covered a radius of 30 yards, instantly enveloping the undead lizard, which was the size of a small house, as well as Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Endless streams of black mist flowed into their bodies. Not good. It's an AoE control skill. Ordinary Stranger frowned. Right now, it felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He could not move at all. He had never imagined that Feng would have such a trump card as well at this moment. Not to mention him, even the Lord-ranked undead lizard was immobilized. As a result, Feng had readily broken through the Lord's defensive line and was currently charging rapidly at them. "Tiger, delay him. Buy me some time." Ordinary Stranger no longer tried to hold back as he activated his Berserk skill, Mana Detonation, his attributes increasing by a large margin. At the same time, he used Mental Exemption, becoming immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. He then began chanting an incantation, causing the surrounding mana to churn violently. Thunder Tiger nodded in response to Ordinary Stranger's instructions. Activating Brilliant Will, he removed the control effect of Abyssal Curse, then shifted in front of his summoner companion. "Come. Let me have a look at the abilities of the Sword King." Thunder Tiger bellowed as he stomped down, shattering the ground underfoot. He then swung his two-handed saber abruptly at the swordsman rushing straight at him. Tier 1 skill, Storm Slash. Over a dozen wind blades flew at Feng, every one of them targeting his blind spots. Unlike the normal attacks of players, the wind blades of Storm Slash appeared simultaneously. There was no time lag between each attack, preventing Feng from evading them entirely. Moreover, Storm Slash was a skill that could not be blocked, only dodged. It was an extremely rare skill of the Berserker class. This skill was also the trump card Thunder Tiger usually used to kill experts of equal standards. For players who did not know the intricacies of this skill, they would generally defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome of doing so would be these players receiving the strikes of the dozen or so wind blades. Currently, Thunder Tiger had his Berserk skill activated. The destructive power of his Storm Slash could easily instant kill Feng. "Try to block it if you can." Thunder Tiger could not help but sneer as he saw Feng remaining steadfast in his charge forward. Unfortunately for Thunder Tiger, he had grossly underestimated Feng's understanding of God's domain. When the wind blades arrived before Feng, he was already within 20 yards of Thunder Tiger. He promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Suddenly, Feng vanished before the wind blades of Storm Slash and reappeared in front of Thunder Tiger, faint arcs of electricity circling Feng's body. Thunder Tiger panicked. He instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash. However, before the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash could complete even half a rotation, numerous blue arcs of lightning devoured him whole. In the next moment, Thunder Tiger's HP dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye until it finally hit 0. How is he so fast? Thunder Tiger's eyes widened as he looked at where the strikes had landed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that what he was seeing was real. He had activated his Berserk skill. He should have received significant improvements in speed, yet he still failed to keep up with Feng's swords. Not to mention his body, before his eyes could even react, the swordsman's swords had cut through him multiple times. This was definitely his first time witnessing such speed. Standing a short distance away, fear similarly covered Ordinary Stranger's face. He had never dreamed that Thunder Tiger would not manage to delay Feng for even a short while despite having activated his Berserk skill. Fortunately, Feng was still roughly 10 yards away. The time it would take for the swordsman to reach Ordinary Stranger was more than enough for him to finish casting his spell. At that time, although the spell would not kill Feng, at the very least, it would help buy Ordinary Stranger time to escape. "Huh? Where is he?" During the brief moment Ordinary Stranger was lost in his thoughts, Feng, who had been standing in front of Thunder Tiger, actually vanished. Suddenly, Ordinary Stranger felt a pang at his heart. Without him noticing, a long sword wrapped in blue electric arcs had emerged from his chest. Turning his head around, Ordinary Stranger discovered Feng standing right behind him. He had actually failed to notice the swordsman approaching him altogether. It was as if Feng's presence was completely non-existent, seeing his HP decreasing without any signs of stopping. Ordinary Stranger was at a loss for words. He and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts of King's Return. They could easily become top-class existences in any kingdom they went to. Although he had long since known that he and his berserker companion were no match for Feng, he had never imagined that the gap between them was actually so enormous at this moment. Even if he related everything that had happened here to someone else, most likely, nobody would believe him, although Ordinary Stranger still wished to say something. He was already out of time as his vision suddenly turned gray. His body falling to the ground. When he died, he dropped 2 pieces of cloth armor. There were actually 2 refinement realm experts. It's no wonder Rain and the others were no match for them. Although Feng had failed to discover the identities of thoughtful Rain's assailants, he clearly grasped the combat standards of the 2 from the battle just now. With the strength of those 2 players, they would be hard-pressed to find any opponents capable of opposing them. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him today. Not to mention, he had even activated a Tier 2 Taboo skill to deal with them, following which, Feng picked up the items that the 2 dropped. He then summoned the demonic Flame Tiger and headed straight into the Crystal Maze. Deep inside the Crystal Maze, the members of the Falcon Legion were currently busy clearing out the Crystal Wolves blocking their path. They were moving increasingly closer to the lair of the Crystal Wolves. These 2 beauties sure know how to run. They're hiding wherever there is danger. However, let's see how you'll continue escaping once you enter the lair of the Crystal Wolves, Quirrell muttered as he switched his footwork. Like a black gale, the dagger in his hand struck at a level 45 Special Elite Wolf without giving the Special Elite Wolf any opportunity to react. Quirrell landed blow after blow with his daggers. Although the Special Elite tried to resist, none of its attacks could connect with the assassin's body. Little by little, Quirrell plundered away the Special Elite's HP, wielding the pitch-black daggers in his hands rapidly. A short moment later, the Special Elite Wolf, whose HP had been in the hundreds of thousands, fell to the ground. From start to end, the wolf had never once managed to land a hit on Quirrell. Team leader Quirrell sure is amazing. His skill level has improved again. In the guild's next class competition, his ranking will no doubt increase once more, a nearby level 37 female assassin said, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Quirrell. Don't make a fool of yourself. Team leader Quirrell has very high expectations. With your standards, do you think you will be able to gain his favor? Let's just hurry up and clear away these Crystal Wolves. Otherwise, they're going to call for more reinforcements. If we make team leader Quirrell angry, we'll definitely suffer miserably, a level 37 male ranger criticized. The female assassin, who possessed an above-average appearance and figure, remained unperturbed by the ranger's comment. Instead, she retorted, hee hee, so what if I'm trying to gain his favor? If you were as capable as team leader Quirrell, I would try to gain your favor too. In the opinion of outsiders, once one became an inner member of a super guild, a wonderful future awaited them. In reality, however, this was a big misconception. Super guilds were far crueler than other guilds. The competition among its inner members was extremely intense. All those who managed to become a part of the middle management of the guild were indeed experts among experts, dragons among men. They were experts who could easily wipe the floor with the so-called top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world. This strength was also the reason why the various super guilds paid no particular attention to the super newcomers of each year. Meanwhile, as long as Quirrell improved just a little bit more, he could enter the middle management of King's Return. At that time, he would become a celebrity-level character, enjoying endless fame and glory. Team leader Quirrell, something happened. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger are dead. Chapter 842. Feng arrives. They died. When Quirrell heard the report, he quickly called out the system team window. Sure enough, among the list of team members, both the names of Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger had turned gray, which meant that the 2 of them were no longer alive at this time. When the other members of the team heard this, they promptly checked their team windows as well. They simply could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts in their guild. Their strength was equal to Quirrell's. If the 2 of them worked together, even a team of ordinary experts would be helpless against them. It was truly hard to imagine that these 2 experts had died. Leader, should we head back and take a look? An assassin asked. We can't just let someone kill the members of King's Return and do nothing about it. If we don't deal with this matter properly, the other super guilds will surely make fun of us. No. Just traveling back to the entrance will take us more than half an hour. By that time, the enemy would have long since disappeared, Quirrell said, shaking his head. Moreover, We don't have a clear understanding of the situation over there. First, find those two women. We'll talk about what to do next after we've gotten rid of those two. If the enemy is capable of killing both Stranger and Tiger, we cannot underestimate their strength. It is highly likely that the enemy is a powerful team that came here to grind. It won't be too late for us to deal with them after we complete our mission. In Quirrell's opinion, even a great lord-ranked monster would not be able to kill ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. No doubt the two of them had died at the hands of other players. Moreover, the enemy had to have very large numbers. They should also have many top-tier experts among them. Otherwise, with the two's strength, at least one of them should have survived as the number of opponents was high. Resolving this matter would definitely be time-consuming. Their primary mission was to kill Zero Wing's core members. They would risk letting their targets get away if they chose to deal with this new enemy first. The losses greatly outweighed the gains. Now that they were close to completing this mission, they naturally could not give up halfway. Following which, Quirrell and the other members of the Falcon Legion continued to move deeper into the lair of the Crystal Wolves. Defeating one pack of Crystal Wolves after another leader, I found the two women's footprints up ahead. Judging from the tracks, they should have moved through here only recently. An assassin who had detection activated said as he looked at the light blue footprints on the ground. These light blue footprints showed that players had passed through this place before. However, these footprints were visible only to players using the detection skill. One could make rough judgments based on the size and brightness of these footprints. The brighter the footprint, the more recently it was left behind. Good. We can finally put an end to this game of hide-and-seek. Quirrell revealed a cold smile as he looked at his map. As Quirrell said so, the members of the Falcon Legion began slowly walking in the direction indicated by the assassin Rain. What should we do now? Blue Bamboo, who was hiding in a crack in a rock wall, asked nervously as she looked at the slowly approaching Falcon Legion, her hands tightly clenched around her staff. They were currently level 39. If they died now, it would take several days of hard work to make up for the loss. There's nowhere else to hide. When the time comes, we can only make a last stand. Thoughtful Rain was also out of ideas. Previously, they had used up their instantaneous movement scrolls to escape from the sudden ambush. Afterwards, to shake off the pursuit of their ambushers, they had no choice but to hide inside the crystal maze. Now, however, it seemed that all their efforts were still in vain as the 18 members of the Falcon Legion moved increasingly closer. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo began casting their respective spells, resolved to fight to their very last breaths. Roar. When the Falcon Legion was roughly 100 yards away from Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the cave. The members of the Falcon Legion halted their steps as they turned to look for the origin of this roar. One after another, they immediately discovered a tiger the size of a house slowly approaching them, step by step, the paws of this tiger covered in pitch-black flame. Surprisingly, there was actually a person sitting on top of this giant tiger. However, as this person wore a black cloak, the members of the Falcon Legion could not discern this person's appearance or identity. They could only tell that this person was a mana player. A hint of fear woke in Quirrell's heart as he looked at this cloaked man riding the giant tiger. He had already used an identification skill, which confirmed that the man on the tiger was indeed a player. Then, this situation could only mean one thing: the mysterious player before them was at least level 40. As for the giant tiger, needless to say, it was this player's mount. Moreover, its quality should be very high. Currently, in God's domain, the top 10 players on the ranking list of empires were only level 39. Quirrell had yet to hear of anyone reaching level 40. Since this mysterious player had managed to attain such a level, needless to say, his strength was extremely extraordinary. Leader, that person is coming over. What should we do? A level 37 ranger asked somewhat anxiously. The ranger could feel significant pressure coming from the demonic flame tiger before them. However, the player capable of possessing such a mount was definitely even more powerful. For a time, the members of the Falcon Legion were at a loss as to what to do. Let's find out what his goal is for now. Quirrell did not hurry in making a decision. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the fact that the other party dared to walk over all by himself showed that he had no fear of them whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have long since turned around and left. When dealing with such an expert, making rash decisions was not wise. He sent that big brother Yifeng's mount. The giant tiger gave Blue Bamboo a great sense of familiarity. However, she was also somewhat uncertain. After all, the likelihood of them encountering Feng at this place was abysmally low. That's right. That is indeed the demonic flame tiger. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flickered with joy. She had never thought that they would be able to meet Feng here. However, after a brief moment of joy, her heart filled with anxiety. After all, she could tell that the Falcon Legion was specifically targeting the core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Feng was someone important in Zero Wing's upper echelon. He was sure to be one of the Falcon Legion's targets. If they found out Feng's identity, they would immediately jump him for sure. Every member of the Falcon Legion was an expert. Many in the Legion were capable of defeating Gunfire and Deathwind in a one-on-one. Among them, the leading assassin Quarrel was incomparably powerful, trouncing even the experienced Deathwind in just a few moves. Feng would definitely end up in an extremely dangerous situation if these 18 experts surrounded him, just as Thoughtful Rain was thinking of a way to warn Feng. Seated atop the demonic flame tiger, Feng looked down at Quarrel, who stood at the head of the team, and asked, "So you're the ones looking for trouble with Zero Wing?" When Quarrel heard Feng's question, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood Feng's objective. Moreover, he was very certain that ordinary strangers and Thunder Tiger's deaths had something to do with Feng kill him. Quarrel abruptly retreated and activated stealth. Hearing his command, the members of the Falcon Legion sprang into action. The 3 shield warriors of the team abruptly shifted to the forefront, the healers retreated, the assassins entered stealth, and the magical classes began chanting their spells. Everyone reacted with practiced motions. What is Big Brother Feng trying to do? Blue Bamboo could not help but gape when she witnessed this scene. Let's give him a hand. I'll help open a path for him. Blue, you heal him, Thoughtful Rain said hurriedly. However, as the two of them rose from their hiding place, a gigantic crimson magic array appeared on the ground where the Falcon Legion stood. This skill was none other than the Aura of Fire skill, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames devoured the Falcon Legion. Despite the 3 shield warriors of the team reacting very quickly and activating shield wall the instant the flames appeared, when bathed in the violent flames, the 3 of them still lost over half of their HPs in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the other classes fared much worse. By the time the flames dissipated completely, the entire area had turned into a scorching hell. Just like that, 13 out of the 18 players died all at once. The situation of the Falcon Legion took an abrupt turn. Chapter 843. Showing off one's trivial skills before a master. At the sight of his companions reduced to ashes, Quarrel's mouth twitched slightly. This large-scale destruction spell came all too suddenly. Evidently, Feng had long since been prepared to cast the spell while he was approaching them. He had only voiced that question earlier to tempt them into attacking him and draw them into his trap. They did not have any time to evade the surprise attack at all. If not for Quarrel being near the edge of the spell's coverage, he would not have been able to utilize the brief invulnerability wind steps provided to rush out of the flames in time. At this moment, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as his 13 other companions. Leader, what should we do? A level 37 elementalist asked softly. We'll retreat. Quarrel replied, gnashing his teeth. Although he didn't want to back off, since the man before them was capable of defeating Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, just the 5 of them would not be able to do anything to him at all. Previously, they had 18 players on their side. Enough hands to activate a magic array to suppress their opponent. Now, however, that plan was no longer viable. If they remained to fight, the only outcome would be a complete team wipe. Don't think you can escape that easily. Feng smirked slightly as he looked at Quarrel and the others gradually moving away from himself. With quick steps, he approached the closest level 37 elementalist. Previously, in order to survive his firestorm, these players had already used up all their life-saving skills. It would be near impossible for them to escape him now. Don't hold back when going up against him. I'll pin him down. Ranged classes support me. When Quarrel saw Feng approaching them like a gale, he hurriedly activated his berserk skill, and his attributes increased by a large margin. He then used shadow steps to appear directly behind Feng and stabbed his Feng-like dagger at Feng's heart. Absolute strike. This was the fastest and most powerful skill of the assassin class. In addition to Quarrel's flawless movements, there was practically no time lag between the activation of shadow steps and absolute strike. It was simply impossible for ordinary players to guard against his attack. Moreover, after Quarrel activated his berserk skill, the power and speed of his attack were both boosted to inhuman levels. The elementalist at a distance also shot one fireball after another at the location Feng dodged to. His coordination with Quarrel seamless. The ranger standing on the other side likewise sent a barrage of frost arrows at Feng, his attacks accurately targeting the swordsman's vital points. Looking at the coordination of the 3 players, even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who rarely fought other players, could tell that their enemies were very powerful. Immediately, panic appeared on their faces all at once. However, Feng disappeared. Quarrel's and the others' attacks all struck air. Where is he? Quarrel hurriedly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he rushed at the distant elementalist, shouting, "Dodge quickly!" At this moment, Feng had already appeared behind the elementalist using silent steps. He then violently swung the sacred sword in his hand. A streak of blue light flashed dang. Although the blue light was fast, when it landed on the elementalist's body, it moved no further, as if it had struck an impenetrable wall-less barrier. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the elementalist, who was currently covered in a layer of ice. The elementalist looked just like an ice sculpture right now. Ice barrier was the strongest life-saving skill of the elementalist class, providing the user with invulnerability for 8 seconds. However, after activating the skill, the user would not be able to do anything else. This skill was extremely rare. Generally, finding 1 or 2 people who had learned the skill, out of 100 expert elementalists, was unlikely helpless against this skill. Feng could only shift his sights to someone else. However, just as he started searching for a new target, a blue magic array appeared above his head. In the next moment, the rumble of thunder echoed in the cave. Quirrell, who stood at a distance, also revealed a cold sneer on his face. This magic array was the result of him using a Tier 2 magic scroll, Thunder Hell. Not only would the spell deal a frightening amount of damage to a certain area, but it could also prevent players within the affected area from wielding any of their skills. It was a magic scroll that was meant to counter experts in particular die. Quirrell shouted as he guided arcs of lightning to descend from the sky. Boom. 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 Arc after arc of lightning descended from overhead, turning a radius of 20 yards into a world of thunder and lightning. Any player caught within the region of Thunder Hell would not survive. Only the elementalist, who had activated Ice Barrier beforehand, would remain unharmed by the spell. Ha ha ha. Team leader is still the best. The ranger laughed proudly as he looked at the flurry of lightning bolts crashing before him. Players were fated to remain as only players. Even if they had extremely high attributes and combat standards, actual field battles did not rely on just these 2 things. External tools still had great influence on the outcome of a battle. Even if Feng possessed attributes rivaling those of a chieftain of the same level, if he could not use any of his skills, he would definitely succumb to the destructive power of a Tier 2 spell with the pitiful amount of HP he possessed. Seeing the lightning storm devouring Feng, Quirrell breathed out a sigh of relief as well. Although Feng's silent steps had surprised him somewhat, the latter must not have expected him to possess a magic scroll that was meant to counter expert players. Only, this magic scroll had a relatively long activation time. However, the elementalist just happened to earn him quite a lot of time. Alright, you guys are next. Quirrell then shifted his gaze towards the distant thoughtful Rainara. At this moment, the previously celebrating ranger suddenly screamed as numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on his body. The ranger's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment dropping off his body. How did you manage to escape? Quirrell's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at the sight of Feng standing behind the dead ranger. Moreover, the swordsman was entirely unharmed. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic scroll? Feng smirked as he picked up the dropped equipment. The appearance of Thunder Hell had indeed shocked him. Fortunately, he always carried around plenty of magic scrolls when he went out, especially the life-saving instantaneous movement scroll. Although the magic scroll had a cooldown of 10 minutes, the scroll boasted instantaneous activation. It was an item specifically meant to counter control skills. Just who are you? Why are you targeting us? Quirrell asked, his complexion deathly pale. However, while Quirrell was posing his question, he was also making subtle gestures, signaling the 2 other assassins in stealth to circle around and ambush Feng. The 2 stealthed assassins nodded silently. They then began approaching Feng with light steps. Both of them were experts capable of melding their actions with their environment. Even a top-tier expert would find it difficult to discover them while they were in stealth trying to divert my attention. Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then turned around without any warning and used Thundering Flash. Several arcs of lightning streaked across space. Immediately, 2 figures emerged in the path the lightning arcs traversed. They were none other than the 2 stealthed assassins whom Quirrell had signaled to before. At this moment, both their bodies fell to the ground abruptly. Both their HPs having already hit rock bottom. Feng had activated Omniscient Eyes as soon as the battle began. Hence, he could see the 2 stealthed assassins approaching him as clear as day. He had only pretended not to notice them. However, now that they were taking the initiative to present their lives to him, how could he possibly refuse their offer? You! Quirrell's complexion darkened significantly when he saw this scene. Alright, now you're the only one left, Feng said in a low tone. Only me? Quirrell was inwardly confused. There was clearly an elementalist still present. Why would Feng say that he was the only one left? In the next moment, a crimson dart appeared in Feng's hand. He then threw the dart at the elementalist stuck inside the ice flame god's fury. The instant the duration of ice barrier ended, before the elementalist could even react, blazing meteor had already appeared before him. Feng's grasp on time had reached perfection. Right after, flames devoured the elementalist completely, reducing his body to a pile of smoldering ash. Just who are you? Quirrell asked, fear painted across his face after he had set up so many traps. Even the apex experts in his guild would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, as if he had been playing in Feng's palm all this time, none of his traps had worked on Feng. Just thinking up to this point made his heart shudder in fear, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his entire being. Do you have any last words? Feng asked softly, not bothering to answer Quirrell's question. Instead, he slowly walked towards the assassin, step by step. For each step Feng took, Quirrell unconsciously retreated by a step as well. Despite his berserk skill being active right now, Quirrell was not the slightest bit confident he could win against Feng. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene, were both stupefied. I am part of King's Return's Falcon Legion. Are you trying to make an enemy out of King's Return? Quirrell demanded, gnashing his teeth. He did not wish to die. The guild's class competition was rapidly approaching. If he died now, the loss in level, equipment, and skill proficiency would have a significant effect on his performance in the competition now. His only choice was to reveal his identity. Previously, the reason they had concealed their identities was to avoid letting Zero Wing take preventive measures against them. With their identities unknown, their subsequent operations would flow much more smoothly. Now that everyone except for himself had died, there was naturally no need to continue hiding this fact. Moreover, the stronger an expert was, the more knowledgeable they were about how powerful superguilds were. If the opponent still dared to make a move even after he revealed this fact, this person would definitely be a fool. Chapter 844. Field of Swords. What? Don't believe me? Upon seeing Feng showing no signs of stopping, Quirrell hurriedly took off his black cloak and displayed his King's Return guild emblem. This sight momentarily stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Why is someone from a super guild targeting us? Thoughtful Rain was confused as she looked at the King's Return's emblem. She no longer possessed her previous joy at seeing Feng defeating the Falcon Legion. On the contrary, she felt somewhat worried. Instead, although she had come into contact with virtual reality games only recently, she still knew just how powerful an existence a super guild was in current society. Virtual reality games had over a century of history already. The super guilds of virtual reality games were just like major celebrities. In the real world, one often saw news coverage of these existences. Hence, it was difficult for one not to know about them. Among them, King's Return operated slightly differently from other super guilds. The guild would occasionally recruit expert players. Regarding popularity, King's Return greatly surpassed the other super guilds. One could frequently hear news of certain powerful experts joining King's Return. Hence, Thoughtful Rain had a certain degree of understanding of the guild, and she knew just how wide the gap between Zero Wing and King's Return was. Whether it was in terms of member count or number of experts, the two guilds were on entirely different levels. If a war were to break out between their two guilds, it would be a disaster for Zero Wing. No wonder you guys dared to take action against Zero Wing's members in Star Moon Kingdom. So you're a member of King's Return. Feng finally understood what was going on. Because he had rejected King's Return's previous offer, the guild was now targeting Zero Wing's core members. However, he immediately smiled at Quirrell and asked, "But don't you know who I am?" Saying so, Feng stored away his black cloak and revealed his original appearance. Feng. Quirrell's mouth slackened when he saw Feng's appearance. He simply could not bring himself to believe this was true. Feng was not as famous as Zero Wing's Black Flame and was an existence known only among the major powers of God's domain. But when speaking of strength, Feng was someone who had defeated Sirius, one of the Wolf Kings of the Battle Wolves Guild. After the fight at the Dark Arena, King's Return had even created a database specifically for information on Feng. Quirrell himself had watched the battle video between Feng and Sirius, learning from it. Hence, Quirrell recognized Feng right off the bat. However, although he had indeed recognized who his opponent was, his complexion turned even uglier than before. Damn it. Why is my luck so horrible? To think I would actually encounter him here. At this moment, Quirrell was regretting the fact that he had revealed his own identity. If he had not exposed himself, he might still have a chance of surviving. Now, however, nothing he said would get him out of the situation alive. Although he still had his vanish skill, even if he was stupider, he could tell that invisibility skills were useless against Feng. Otherwise, Feng would not have struck at the stealthed assassins behind him without even the slightest bit of hesitation. If even stealth was ineffective, then wanting to escape in front of such an expert was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Return had done detailed research on that battle at the Dark Arena and made a rough estimation of the attributes of the two fighters already. In terms of basic attributes, he was considerably inferior to Feng. Not to mention, speed was also one of Feng's strong points. Squirrel's face darkened at the sight of Feng rushing over. Damn it. To think that I would have to use that opportunity now. I definitely won't forgive you, Feng. I will definitely massacre every core member of Zero Wing. Quirrell bellowed. He then took out a purple crystal ball from his bag while continuously spewing venomous curses. Just you wait. Quirrell, will definitely make you regret this day. In reality, the real reason he did not wish to die was the crystal ball in his hand. This item was something he had obtained unexpectedly after completing one part of a chain quest. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it could only be stored in his bag and would drop upon death. This item could directly transfer its user to a special space. Based on his research, that special space should be a sacred training ground capable of allowing players to improve their combat techniques and standards. Its effects should be even better than those of a secret technique tablet his guild possessed. This item was something he had kept to himself originally. He had intended to wait until he had grown stronger and had hit a bottleneck before going to that special space, because based on the information he obtained, that space was extremely dangerous. If he went there too soon, he would only be wasting this opportunity. Hence, he had always done things with great care, avoiding dangerous situations as much as possible. He had never expected that he would actually be forced to enter that special space due to the mission this time. This crystal ball was his greatest opportunity to join the guild's upper echelon. Now, however, Feng ruined all of his plans. How could Quirrell not be angry? Suddenly, an endless amount of mana rapidly flowed into his body. A crack then appeared in the space behind him. Like a black hole, the spatial crack sucked the assassin towards it. You think you can get away? Feng smiled with disdain. He switched the aura of fire to the aura of time and then activated absolute time. Suddenly, the mana within a radius of 100 yards stilled. The mana surrounding Quirrell's body also dissipated abruptly. Following which, the crack in space started mending itself. No. Quirrell was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot as he abruptly executed unique footwork and transformed into 3 identical copies of himself. These 3 copies then charged at Feng maniacally. The 3 indistinguishable copies of Quirrell continuously circled Feng. Die. All 3 Quirrells bellowed as they held their daggers in a reverse grip and stabbed them at Feng like a black whirlwind. The pitch-black daggers struck at Feng from all directions. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene from afar, were stupefied. They understood clearly that the phenomenon of the black whirlwinds they were seeing right now was not a result of a system-generated skill. Instead, it was the result of a combat technique used by the player himself. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. They were utterly clueless as to how the assassin had achieved such a feat compared to Quirrell. The experts they had encountered before were simply weaklings. It was no wonder death, wind and gunfire fell at Quirrell's hands in just a few moves. He was practically a monster in human skin, so he's finally using his specialty, Whirlwind Strike. This sudden development did not surprise Feng. After all, Quirrell was no stranger to him. In the past, Quirrell had been titled the Whirlwind Assassin. Although he had not been particularly famous during the early stages of God's Domain, upon his promotion to King's Return's middle management, he began improving rapidly. In the end, he had even managed to become an adjudicator of King's Return. His strength back then had been extremely overbearing. Not daring to be careless, Feng chose to activate Thunder God's Descent, which increased his movement speed and attack speed by 150% and damage dealt by 50%, as well as decreased all damage received by 50%. Facing the storm-like dagger attacks, Feng madly brandished his 2 swords immediately. Sparks scattered as the clangor of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surroundings multiple times. Feng had already reached the Void Realm. He had long since exerted his 5 senses to their limits. He read his surroundings like an open book. Even if it was an attack that was invisible to the naked eye, Feng could still clearly perceive it and execute a timely response in the next moment. Numerous streaks of blue and silver lights bloomed around Feng's body, forming an inviolable field. As long as the black daggers entered this field, they would immediately get repelled. Since Quirrell had his berserk skill activated, the assassin was superior to Feng in strength. Hence, Feng would lose around 200 HP following each clash of their weapons. Fortunately, with Thunder God's Descent, Feng still had a clear speed advantage. so none of Quirrell's attacks managed to penetrate his defense. Aside from blocking all of Quirrell's attacks, Feng would also occasionally strike back at the assassin, reaping a large chunk of the latter's HP. In reality, Feng could have ended the battle instantly. However, he wanted to improve his own techniques by fighting the assassin. Hence, he had not bothered using any of his berserk skills to increase his attributes. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? The more Quirrell fought, the more fearful he became. Despite having already activated his berserk skill, his basic attributes surpassing Feng, he could not break through Feng's defense no matter what. On the other hand, Feng managed to strike at his vital points time after time, whittling his HP chunk after chunk until it finally zeroed out as Quirrell fell reluctantly to the ground. He also dropped several items. Chapter 845. 5 Great Legacies. When Quirrell died, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched quietly from afar, were astonished when they looked at Feng again. Shock filled their eyes. They felt as if the man before them was a stranger. This was the first time they ever truly understood Feng's strength. Those two were simply too strong. Words alone were no longer sufficient to describe this level of strength. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an intense battle. Their eyes had not been fast enough to keep up with the combatants' speed, let alone their bodies. If they had fought Quirrell, the battle would have ended as soon as it had begun. In the end, however, Feng was still superior. Big brother Feng is so strong. If I had even half of his skill, I could defeat Autumn Goose. Excitement filled Blue Bamboo's eyes as she stared at Feng. Thoughtful Rain could not help herself from laughing when she heard her friend's words. When they were usually out in the fields adventuring and questing, Blue Bamboo was always lazy. She was never particularly interested in fighting, and would generally stay in the back to heal the members of their party. Although they had advised her many times to brush up on her combat techniques, she never bothered to do so. Instead, she usually replied by saying that it would be fine so long as she had good equipment and that she didn't need good combat techniques. Thoughtful Rain had never thought that the girl would be mesmerized by this one battle's combat techniques. Alright, enough daydreaming. Let's head over there. It's too dangerous to stay here, Thoughtful Rain said, laughing. Feng began to collect his loot naturally. An elite squadron from King's Return, led by an expert like Quirrell, possessed excellent equipment. Every piece of equipment they dropped was level 35 dark gold quality. Each item was worth dozens of gold. In total, he had gained several hundred golds worth of equipment. What's this? While Feng looked over the loot he had placed in his bag, he discovered a glowing purple crystal ball. Among the many weapons and equipment that dropped, it was eye-catching. Moreover, Feng felt a faint hint of pressure from this crystal ball, a very familiar pressure. Divine might. It was a special power that only gods could wield. This is interesting. Feng took out the crystal ball and observed it carefully. Spatial transfer orb, consumable. Able to send one player to a mysterious otherworld. This item can only be stored in the bag. Drops upon death. There were very few items in God's domain capable of sending players to an otherworld. Based on Feng's understanding, every item that could transfer players to an otherworld was considered an absolute treasure. Even an epic item was not as valuable in God's domain. An otherworld was the equivalent of a dungeon. Only, this dungeon was a lot larger than generic dungeons. Otherworlds also offered far more bountiful rewards. The lowest reward one could obtain in an otherworld was an epic item. Some people had even obtained fragmented legendary items in the past, while others earned super skills and such. To put it simply, all of the rewards one could gain in an otherworld could significantly improve a player's strength. It's no wonder why he had tried so hard to live. He obtained a chance to head to an otherworld. I wonder what rank this otherworld is? When Feng recalled the Quirrell's deranged expression as the assassin fought, he could not help but chuckle. He would have fought desperately to live too. Quirrell hadn't been particularly famous in King's Return during the early stages of the game, either. However, after joining the guild's middle management, his progress had suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His progress might very well be related to this thing. There were many otherworlds in God's domain. Based on the main God system's categorization, otherworlds fell into common, epic, and legendary rank, with each one being larger than the previous. Each rank also offered players greater benefits. A common otherworld alone could massively impact a player's growth. By visiting a common otherworld, an ordinary player could instantly become an expert. There was no need to mention epic or legendary otherworlds. However, the majority of the otherworlds in God's domain were common rank. Even so, many desperately wished to encounter one, But alas, many failed in the past. When players had discovered other worlds, the various large guilds had frantically searched for clues relating to them in the hopes of nurturing a large batch of their own experts. After all, there were innumerable guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not every one of them could nurture their own experts. With such a golden opportunity available, the various large guilds could not let it slip through their fingers in the past. A top-tier expert had sold an opportunity to go to another world at an auction. Although the other world in question had only been common rank, the various large guilds fought over it like a pack of wolves. In the end, Summer's Emerald, a first-rate guild, had won the transfer tool for 15,000 gold. Everyone who had participated in that auction had been stunned. After all, during that time, a single epic item had only sold for around 2,000 or 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could easily purchase 5 or 6 epic items. One could also use 15,000 gold to purchase a good plot of land. Yet, Summer's Emerald had used that money to purchase a common otherworld, which was the equivalent of a single epic item. Wasting so much money was the epitome of foolishness, yet nobody could have ever imagined that, in the end, Summer's Emerald would profit from the exchange. The guild had only obtained a single epic weapon, which was worth roughly 6,000 gold, from the common otherworld. That had been far less than the money it had spent. However, thanks to the adventures in the otherworld, Summer's Emerald had also gained a Void Realm expert. The outcome had made many guilds regret not fighting harder during the auction. From then on, transfer tools to other worlds became extraordinarily precious. Even Feng, who had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had invested a long amount of time before he had gotten his hands on a common otherworld transfer tool. Although he had not experienced breakthrough during his visit, his combat techniques had improved significantly. What a strange transfer tool. It doesn't have a rank displayed. Even after observing with omniscient eyes, Feng had not discerned the purple crystal ball's rank. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, although there was no rank displayed, the crystal ball reminded Feng of something: otherworld transfer tools. This was a good option to cultivate guild experts. The general populace had yet to learn of otherworlds. They were also not well known by the various large guilds. Hence, none of the guilds were bothering to look for clues regarding otherworlds. Although Feng only knew 5 or 6 clues, no one else had obtained any of these otherworld transfer tools. He could head out to search for them. Once he obtained these otherworld transfer tools, he might be able to increase the number of Zero Wings Refinement Realm experts. As Blue Bamboo walked over, her eyes practically shone as she looked at Feng. Patting her ample chest, she said, "Big brother Yi Feng, it is truly a blessing to meet you here. If not for you, Rain and I would have suffered. From today on, I've decided to work hard to improve myself. Big brother Yi Feng, can you teach me how to fight, please? I only hurried over here after hearing from Autumn Goose that you were ambushed. Fortunately, I made it in time. It is a good thing that you wish to learn how to fight. Unfortunately, as I am not a cleric, I am not particularly clear as to how clerics should fight. However, I can have Violet teach you. Her combat standard ranks at the very top of our guild." Feng chuckled. "Really?" Blue Bamboo's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. She had only made the comment as a joke. She knew full well just how busy Feng was. How could he possibly have time to teach her? However, she had not expected to get a chance to learn from her idol. She felt as if she were dreaming. "Of course. When have I ever lied?" Feng nodded. "By the way, why did you two come to the Crystal Forest? Didn't you already finish your quest?" "We thought we had finished it. However, after I handed the quest in, I received another special quest that requires me to collect a crystal heart. However, we have yet to obtain it," Thoughtful Rain explained. "Crystal heart? What kind of quest is this?" Feng was slightly surprised. He knew how to obtain the crystal heart. One had to kill the Crystal Wolf King. The quest was not easy to complete alone. Thoughtful Rain then sent Feng the quest details. "How did you receive this quest?" Feng could not help his shock upon reading the quest introduction. The quest Thoughtful Rain had accepted was no ordinary quest. Rather, it was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests, the Witch's Sin. Chapter 846. Witch's Sin. When Feng read the quest introduction, he wondered if he had read it wrong. However, after reading it a few more times, he was 100% certain that this quest was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. "Is this quest very difficult?" Thoughtful Rain asked when she saw Feng's shocked expression. "I can't say for certain, but it should be more difficult than an epic quest," Feng explained. "Just for the first phase of your quest, you have to kill the Crystal Wolf King to obtain the Crystal Heart." There were many legacies in God's domain. However, in Star Moon Kingdom, There were 5 legacies known to be the strongest. The Witch's Sin was one of them. These 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. Unfortunately, there was no concrete method to triggering any of these 5 great legacies quests. It was highly possible for one to trigger the quest after completing an ordinary quest. Those who encountered these 5 great legacy quests were extremely lucky. They were the system's pampered children after all. Peak legacies were extraordinary. As long as one succeeded in their class change, they would improve their strength tremendously. Until now, throughout Zero Wing, only Feng and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain a hidden class. One could just imagine how rare hidden classes were. However, stumbling upon one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacies and completing one were completely different matters. Most importantly, there would be frightening consequences if one failed the quest after accepting it. Those who failed a basic legacy quest would, at worst, be barred from logging into the game for a certain amount of time. They could continue challenging the quest once they were able to log back into the game. As for legacies that provided hidden classes, players only had one chance. Failing these legacy quests usually resulted in a single death. However, the punishment for failing the 5 great legacy quests was extremely severe. Not only would one lose 3 levels, but they would also enter a weakened state for 10 days. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The worst part about failing one of the 5 great legacy quests was that one would permanently lose some of their luck attribute. The luck attribute was a hidden attribute. Normally, it was difficult to increase the attribute by 1 or 2 points. If a player permanently lost some of their luck as a result of failing the legacy quest, it would massively impact their performance in various aspects such as their drop rate when opening treasure chests and grinding monsters. Due to this, the 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom had been extremely famous in the past. There was only a thin line separating heaven and hell on the surface. They were known as the 5 great legacies. Secretly, however, players knew them as the 5 great curses in the past. Many players had obtained the 5 great legacy quests of Star Moon Kingdom. However, based on Feng's knowledge, Gentle Snow was the only one who had completed one of the quests. He had never heard of anyone else. One could just imagine how difficult the quests were correspondingly. However, when Gentle Snow had obtained one of the 5 great legacies, she had risen to fame in God's domain instantly. In field and guild battles, she had killed plenty of top-tier experts and had even killed apex experts. Unfortunately, she had suddenly disappeared from the game, and the incident became one of God's domain's unresolved mysteries. If Gentle Snow had not left God's domain, many people speculated that she would have become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Many players could not help but sigh at how unfortunate the situation was. Hence, when Feng saw that Thoughtful Rain had accepted the legacy quest for the Witch's Sin, he was both excited and worried. More difficult than an epic quest? Thoughtful Rain's eyes widened when she heard this, and inwardly, she smiled bitterly. Up until now, she had completed many quests in God's domain, so she understood one thing very well. The more difficult a quest was, the more difficult its punishment for failure would be. There was nothing good in accepting a quest that was beyond her abilities. A player would suffer if they failed an epic quest. If she failed a quest that was even more difficult than an epic quest, she did not dare to imagine the consequences awaiting her. There is no need to get too hung up about it. The quest has a time limit of 3 months. You still have 3 months to grow stronger and complete this quest. During this period, how do you feel about training with the guild's main force? Feng asked. Even Feng didn't know the finer details of the 5 great legacy quests. However, since it was a legacy quest, Feng was sure of one thing. Players had to rely on their own strength to pass the quest's final phase. If one were strong enough, it would not be too difficult to complete the legacy quest. Based on what Feng remembered, Gentle Snow had completed her legacy quest when she had reached the Flowing Water Realm. As long as Thoughtful Rain could also reach the Flowing Water Realm, she should have no problems completing the final test. At that time, Zero Wing would have another player with a hidden class I can join in the training? Thoughtful Rain could not help her surprise when she heard Feng's offer. The treatment Zero Wing's main force enjoyed was far from ordinary. The magic crystals they received each day alone even made experts like Autumn Goose Drool. One could use magic crystals to challenge the trial tower inside the Divine Colosseum and improve their combat standards. The magic crystal was an absolute hard currency. However, its supply was low, and it was difficult to obtain. Even if one had the money, large guilds would generally supply their main force members with around 3 to 5 magic crystals each day. However, Zero Wing gave its main force members 15 crystals per day. In other words, Zero Wing's main force members could challenge the trial tower up to 15 times each day. Even the members of large guilds could not catch up to their development speed. Moreover, based on what she had heard, Zero Wing's main force members also got to watch all sorts of battle videos. These battle videos included expert battles that were not available on the internet. In addition, they could also spar against top-tier experts like Fire Dance. However, the most amazing part about being a member of Zero Wing's main force was the rumored 100-berry wine. Although she did not know the purpose of the 100-berry wine, she knew that even the main force members fought over this item like crazy. Some were even willing to trade a large amount of guild contribution points and magic crystals for it. However, those who obtained the 100-berry wine would never trade them. Instead, they consumed the beverage secretly. One could just imagine how valuable the item was. Big brother Yifeng. Can I train with the main force as well? Blue Bamboo asked sweetly as she batted her eyelashes. Sure. But let me say this first. You two are only reserve members. If you fail the exam 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the team. Feng strictly informed the women. Thank you, Big brother Yifeng. When Autumn and the others hear about this, they will die from envy. Blue Bamboo could not help but giggle when she thought about the benefits the main force members enjoyed. Right? How long will it take before you two are released from your locked state? Feng asked. Roughly 2 hours, Thoughtful Rain replied after she took a look at her status window. Although their enemies were already dead, the soul lock debuff was in effect. They were still stuck in a combat state and could not use a return scroll to leave. Blue, have you learned the Dispel skill? Feng asked. Blue Bamboo Cleric's Dispel skill was not mainstream. Moreover, the skill was relatively rare. Very few clerics had it. However, this skill had a miraculous effect when raiding certain bosses. Dispel could remove a positive buff from an enemy. To bosses who loved buffing themselves, this was the equivalent of yanking out their fangs and claws. The Crystal Wolf King was one such boss. I bought one from the auction house and learned it already, Blue Bamboo said and nodded strangely good. Has it reached tier 1 yet? Feng had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King many times before. If one used a tier 0 dispel, at most, they could remove a few tier 2 buffs. Only a tier 1 dispel could remove buffs from tier 3 skills. This. Not yet. I don't use this skill very often, Blue Bamboo answered awkwardly. Take these magic scrolls. When the time comes, use them before you use Dispel, Feng said. He then took out 5 golden tier 1 magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Blue Bamboo. These 5 magic scrolls were spell amplification scrolls. Each one could upgrade a spell up to tier 1. Big brother Yifeng. What am I supposed to do with these? Blue Bamboo was even more confused now. We're getting ready to kill the Crystal Wolf King, of course. Feng responded casually. Kill the Crystal Wolf King? Blue Bamboo was stunned. Thoughtful Rain was also at a loss for words. They had already seen the Crystal Wolf King. It was a level 50 Great Lord. With just the 3 of them, challenging it would be tantamount to suicide. However, ignoring the 2 women's shock, Feng retrieved 2 contracts from his bag and began to chant an incantation. Emerge. Immediately, 2 teleportation magic arrays appeared on the ground. Following a flash of silver light, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the 2 magic arrays. These 2 were none other than Kite and Anna, Feng's personal guards. Chapter 847. Strength that surpasses tears. NPCs. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were surprised when Kite and Anna suddenly appeared. Both Kite and Anna radiated an intense aura. They felt suffocated as they stood so close to these 2 NPCs. After not seeing them for some time, they sure have grown a lot. Feng was quite satisfied when he looked at the handsome Kite and charming Anna. Both are level 60 now. As expected of Dark Gold guards. Their growth rate sure is fast. It was especially true for Anna's improvement speed. Despite having become his personal guard a little later than Kite, she had caught up to her companion's level. Moreover, she had become a tier 2 summoner in God's domain. It was not that easy to nurture a powerful personal guard. First and foremost, one required a large sum of money. As personal guards were NPCs, they required far more EXP to level up than players. If players frequently brought their personal guards when they went out to grind, this would only hold back the NPC's growth rate. If players wanted to let their personal guards level up and improve quickly, they had to let these personal guards accept quests at the Adventurers Association on their own. However, money was required when personal guards accepted a quest. Moreover, depending on the rank of the quest, the fee would also change. Although these personal guards would receive money, EXP, and other rewards after completing the quest, the player would receive none of it. This was because personal guards would use the money they earned to purchase their own equipment and items. Unlike players, who had to obtain powerful equipment by raiding dungeons, personal guards could purchase such items from the Adventurers Association or NPC-run weapons and equipment shops. However, Personal guards could only use the money they earned themselves, hence, the first step to nurturing personal guards was to increase the amount of money they possessed, and they had to complete a lot of quests to obtain that money in the Adventurers Association. The quests personal guards could accept were categorized into bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic rank. The higher the rank the quest was, the more abundant the rewards were. Likewise, the fee players had to pay would be higher as well. Currently, a level 60 bronze quest required an application fee of 5 gold, 10 gold for mysterious iron, 20 gold for secret silver, 40 gold for fine gold, 80 gold for dark gold, and 200 gold for epicas to whether the personal guard in question could complete the quest, that depended on the personal guard's strength. For example, a bronze guard would have a 70% chance of completing a bronze quest, but they would only have a 40% chance to complete a mysterious iron quest and 10% chance for a secret silver quest. However, one could increase a personal guard's combat power through their equipment, increasing their quest success rate. Unfortunately, one needed time to gather the required resources. However, Anna and Kite were different. Their innate potential was dark gold rank. Even in basic equipment, they had a 50% chance of completing a dark gold quest. As long as their equipment was up to date, their success rate for completing a dark gold quest could easily exceed 80%. After their strength reached a certain degree, they could even challenge an epic quest. Only, epic quests were not readily available. That depended on the daily updates of the Adventurers Association's quest list. Feng's personal guards could accept much higher ranked quests than other players' personal guards. Their leveling speed was much faster. Feng, are we really going to deal with the Crystal Wolf King? Thoughtful Rain asked somewhat worriedly as she watched the high-spirited Feng. Although the two level 60 tier 2 NPCs were very powerful, the Crystal Wolf King was a great lord, an existence equivalent to a tier 3 class. Relax. I've already investigated the Crystal Wolf King. The boss's skills are buff-oriented. As long as blue casts Dispel on it, our forces will be enough to take it down, Feng explained, chuckling. This was not the first time he had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King. The Wolf King was powerful because of its speed. Even a top-tier MT of the same level would find it difficult to respond to the Wolf King's attacks. In addition, the boss had a stackable gain skill that allowed it to grow stronger the longer it fought. If they did not deal with this gain buff appropriately, they would be annihilated. However, if they dealt with the boss's gain buff properly, with a strength of 2 dark gold guards, they should have no problems taking down the Crystal Wolf King, following which, Feng led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to a cave. A strong gale accosted the small team at the cave's entrance. As they stepped into the cave, they heard the howling of a wolf. The howl echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave walls and floor to tremble. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the dark, spacious cave. The figure stood over 10 meters tall. Bearing its snow-white fangs, a hint of bloodlust flashed in the figure's crimson eyes as it overlooked Feng's group. The figure's body was made entirely of crystals, and a green glow flashed where its heart should have been. Crystal Wolf King, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 21, 000, 000/21, 000, 000. Kite, you'll tank the Wolf King. Anna, you'll act as support. Blue, focus on healing Kite, Feng immediately commanded. As Feng gave his orders, the tall and robust Kite transformed into a gale as he dashed towards the Crystal Wolf King. Kite only had 750,000 HP. Compared to the Great Lord, that was practically nothing. The Crystal Wolf King swung its razor-sharp claws, sending numerous streaks of silver light flying at the Sword Master. The silver lights were so fast that no ordinary player would have time to react. However, rather than dodging, Kite unsheathed his 2 swords and brandished his weapons. Ping, pang, pang. The guard shattered the flying silver lights. Kite released a low growl, and the 2 swords in his hands released a dazzling blue glow. He then swung the weapons forward violently. Tier 2 skill, Wind Fong. The 2 massive blue fangs transformed into 2 streaks of light, instantly piercing the Crystal Wolf King's body. Oh! The Crystal Wolf King screamed in pain and retreated by 2 steps, 2 damages of over -100,000 points appearing its head. However, Kite was not done with his attacks. Immediately, he appeared before the Great Lord. The Crystal Wolf King was furious. Bearing its fangs, it swung its massive paw at Kite so fast that one could only see black shadows move towards the Sword Master. Boom. The earth shook. However, the Wolf King's paw never made contact with Kite's body. Instead, Kite blocked the attack with one hand. Kite then countered with a slash towards the giant paw's joint. A streak of blue light struck the Wolf King's paw, causing the boss to lose over 20,000 HP. Big Brother Feng, your personal guard is so strong. Blue Bamboo's eyes widened with surprise as she watched the fight. She had seen many powerful personal guards before. However, all of the Tier 2 personal guards she had seen had even struggled to deal with a lord, not to mention a great lord. They also required players' assistance. Kite could block this great lord's attack with a single hand. Feng was similarly shocked. He had never thought that Kite would be this powerful. The NPC had already grown to be capable of withstanding a Tier 3 monster's attack. He even had slightly higher strength than the Crystal Wolf King. Only now did Feng understand why those super guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain a dark gold guard. If Kite was this strong right now, how powerful would he be when he reached Tier 5? While Feng watched, astonished, Anna, who stood a short distance away from the Crystal Wolf King, also began to attack. When her chanting came to an end, suddenly, a brilliant light filled the dark cave. A massive, golden magic array had enveloped over half of the cave. Anna's aura also grew by multiple times. Even Feng, who stood far away from the summoner, had trouble breathing in the dense aura. Chapter 848. Frightening Dark Gold Guard. What is this spell? Feng could feel the aura around Anna strengthening. Right now, it felt as if a Tier 3 NPC was standing before him. This was the first time Feng had seen such a spell. Tier 3 NPCs were generally tasked to defend a city. Even in a major city like White River City, they would be considered top-class individuals. Players would find it difficult to meet one. Feng immediately called out Anna's skill menu. What? She's grasped a Tier 2 curse already. Feng was extremely shocked when he saw the list displayed on the skill menu. Anna's growth potential was incredible previously. Feng had checked Kite's skill menu. Although the Swordmaster had learned quite a number of Tier 2 skills, he had picked up just one Tier 2 Taboo skill. Moreover, he had obtained this Taboo skill only after completing many quests. In contrast, Anna actually already possessed two Tier 2 curses right now. Moreover, one of them was even a curse Feng had never heard before. Song of Summoning. Not only would the curse forcefully upgrade the caster to Tier 3 temporarily, but it would also summon a golden giant, a Tier 3 creature in the next moment. An endless amount of mana began gathering at the center of the golden magic array. After roughly 3 seconds, the large supply of mana condensed into a golden giant over 10 meters tall. The giant was fully equipped with golden armor, and it carried a giant golden axe on its back. Golden giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 60. HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the golden giant. Anna's performance was simply terrific. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, she was already capable of summoning a Tier 3 creature. Moreover, Anna herself had also reached the standard of a Tier 3, albeit temporarily. With this, dealing with a Tier 3 monster of the same level would be child's play for her. In the next moment, the golden giant charged at the Crystal Wolf King and swung its golden axe. However, the speed of the giant's axe was not particularly fast. As a result, the Wolf King managed to block the weapon in time using its paw boom. The impact of the collision sent the Wolf King flying, and then its body slammed heavily into the ground. The paw it defended itself with trembled uncontrollably as well. At this moment, when the Wolf King looked at the golden giant, its eyes were filled with fun. Not only had the Crystal Wolf King gone flying from this frontal clash, but it had also suffered over -5,000 damage from the resulting impact. If the Wolf King had not blocked the golden giant's axe, the damage it received from the golden giant would have definitely exceeded the damage Kite had inflicted. Single golden giant was already more than enough to deal with the Crystal Wolf King. After including Kite's targeted strikes at the Wolf King's weak points, the Crystal Wolf King immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In the end, it could only accept its fate, serving as a punching bag. It seems my plans were unnecessary. Feng laughed involuntarily as he looked at the Crystal Wolf King's constantly decreasing HP. He finally got to experience how those players had felt when they obtained a dark gold guard of their own. Initially, he had still planned on taking action himself. Now, however, it would seem that his plans were utterly superfluous. If he were to join the fray as well, he would be bullying the Crystal Wolf King. However, he had to admit that it indeed felt awesome to have a dark gold guard. He could practically level up even while lying down and doing nothing. Even if he were a player who did not know how to fight, he could simply rely on his personal guard to help him level up. It's no wonder those players back then had invested all their money into nurturing these dark gold guards. Feng could not help but think back to those players who had been lucky enough to obtain dark gold guards in the past. It turns out that the difference in strength is actually so massive logically. If one possessed such a powerful guard, grinding, leveling up, and earning money should be a piece of cake after all. Field bosses were practically walking ATMs to players with dark gold guards. Generally, guilds would have to organize large expeditions to raid these powerful field bosses. They even had to make enormous sacrifices to take down these bosses. On the other hand, the only task players with dark gold guards had to do was search for field bosses. They could leave everything else to their personal guards to handle even if it took 2 or 3 days to locate a single field boss. Once they killed the boss, its loot would be all theirs for the keeping. Their income would definitely be far above that of experts of God's domain yet. In the past, any player that possessed a relatively good personal guard in God's domain was extremely poor. This was because these personal guards were no different from a bottomless pit. If the equipment and skills of a personal guard did not improve along with the increase in their levels, then raiding field bosses of the same level would become much more dangerous. After all, unlike NPCs, monsters didn't need equipment. As long as their levels increased, their attributes would increase significantly as well. In contrast, a personal guard's strength was not dependent on just their attributes. They also relied heavily on their equipment and skills. They needed to continually improve themselves in order to go up against bosses of the same level. When players died, at worst, they would lose a single level and a piece of equipment. However, the death of personal guards was different. Not only would they lose many levels, but their revival would also take a very long time. Not to mention, the cost of reviving personal guards could sting even top-tier experts. Hence, to reduce the possibility of their guards dying, players in the past would try to increase the strength of their personal guards as much as possible. Time flowed by quickly, while under the observation of Feng and the others. Since Blue Bamboo had dispelled all the gain buffs cast by the Crystal Wolf King on itself, its HP quickly fell to 30%. Right just then, the Wolf King's crimson eyes suddenly gave off a bloody glow, its half-transparent crystal body gradually turning crimson as well. Blue, hurry up and use the scroll. Rain, you and I will join the battle. Feng instructed hurriedly. Once the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 30%, it would stop using the Tier 2 buff skill and start using the Tier 3 gain skill instead. Just the first stack of the buff could increase the Wolf King's strength and speed by 10%, while subsequent stacks would further enhance its strength and speed by 10%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. In other words, the Crystal Wolf King's strength and speed could increase by as much as 300%. At that point, even a Grand Lord of the same level would not be a match for it. Hence, they needed to finish off the Crystal Wolf King before things got out of hand. Its gain buff stacked up very quickly. It would gain a stack once every 10 seconds. If nobody removed this buff, in just 2 minutes' time, the Crystal War Wolf's strength could rival a Grand Lord. Got it. At this time, Blue Bamboo retrieved a magic scroll from her bag and began amplifying her dispel as the first stack of buff got removed. Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and began attacking from the Crystal Wolf King's side. Thundering flash. Chop. Earth splitter. Thunder flame explosion. One skill after another landed on the Crystal Wolf King, each one dealing around -10,000 to -20,000 damage to the Great Lord. In contrast, Thoughtful Rain was not faring particularly well. The Crystal Warwolf was an elemental being, so it possessed relatively high magic resistance in addition to its own defense. Thoughtful Rain's attacks very rarely dealt over -3,000 damage to the Great Lord. When the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 3 million, Kite executed the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent. Anna also stopped holding back as she cast the Tier 2 curse. Judgment of Light. A gray cyclone promptly appeared in the sky, and like a sharp blade, it stabbed directly at the Crystal Wolf King. As for Anna's Judgment of Light, when she completed the curse, it called forth a battle angel into the battlefield. The moment the battle angel appeared, she threw a sacred golden spear at the Wolf King. Boom. -1, 045, 137-1, 274, 646. Instantly, 2 massive damages appeared above the Crystal Wolf King's head, forcing an agonized howl out of the Great Lord. The Wolf King then fell to the ground, its body paralyzed. It had obviously suffered massive injuries from the 2 attacks and entered a weakened state for a short period. The tremendous amounts of damages thoroughly stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Naturally, Feng would not let this golden opportunity pass. He immediately activated Divine Providence followed by Flame Burst. When he finished executing his 15 consecutive attacks, the Crystal Wolf King collapsed to the ground, its body completely motionless. Chapter 849. Alchemy Equipment. With the Crystal Wolf King's death, everyone's experience bars rose by a large margin. Feng reached 41% of level 40, while Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were now only 20% away from level 40. They would have to grind for just one more day at most to bridge this final gap. However, compared to the EXP they obtained, Feng paid much more attention towards the Wolf King's loot. The Crystal Wolf King was the guardian monster of this map. Moreover, this was the first time it had been killed. Its loot would naturally be much more bountiful than usual. Sure enough, among the 10 items dropped, 5 were rare materials. As for the remaining 5, 3 were level 50 fine gold equipment and 1 was the crystal heart that Thoughtful Rain required. With this crystal heart, she would be able to proceed to the next phase of her quest. The Witch's Sin was a chain legacy quest with a total of 5 phases. Unlike other legacy quests, where one simply had to obtain a legacy tool and activate it, the Witch's Sin allowed one to enter its legacy grounds and undertake the final trial only after the completion of a series of quests. It was much more troublesome than the legacy quests of other hidden classes. However, it was also one of the easiest legacies to encounter. Sure enough, the loot this time is good. Feng smiled as he held up a deep blue crystal bottle. This crystal bottle was neither a weapon nor equipment that combat players sought. Instead, it was an item that was in demand among lifestyle players, particularly alchemists, because this crystal bottle was Alchemy Equipment. Azure Ocean Crystal Bottle. Alchemy Equipment, Secret Silver Rank. Increases the alchemy success rate by 5%. Although the crystal bottle only increased the success rate of alchemy procedures by 5%. For comparison, a complete set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment provided a total increase of only 8%. Meanwhile, the complete Azure Ocean set could increase the alchemy success rate by 12%. It was a set that was highly desirable even to master alchemists. Although Feng currently had only a single bottle, this item would suffice to help an intermediate alchemist get promoted to advanced alchemist quickly. After reaching the advanced alchemist standard, an alchemist could begin producing all sorts of rare intermediate potions such as the intermediate fire resistance potion and intermediate ice resistance potion. The value of these potions would skyrocket once the Eclipse Gate opened. Unfortunately, the Candlelight trading firm simply had too few advanced alchemists at the moment. Now that Feng had obtained a piece of the Azure Ocean set, it would help a lot in addressing this problem. After killing the Crystal Wolf King, Feng did not remain idle. Instead, he led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo around the Crystal Forest, killing chieftains and lords, using this opportunity to gather the other set pieces of the Azure Ocean set. Finally, around the time when the soul lock on Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo disappeared, he obtained an Azure Ocean test tube, which increased the alchemy success rate by 3%. After killing a Lord-ranked boss, Feng lacked just 2 more to complete the set. However, seeing as it was getting late, he had to bring Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo back to the city first. As for the remaining 2 set pieces, he could only put off collecting them for the future. White River City, at an open-air restaurant close to the Candlelight trading firm. Players and horse carriages constantly traveled down the street outside the restaurant, every one of these players in a hurry to raise themselves to level 40. All of this was due to the sudden appearance of a mount in White River City. This incident had whetted the appetites of White River City's players for mounts. At the same time, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had further increased. Previously, everyone had considered mounts to be just another mode of transportation. However, after seeing the demonic flame tiger, everyone came to understand one thing. Mounts could also assist players in battle. This was especially true for a mount like the demonic flame tiger. Its mere presence was enough to make one shudder. One could just imagine how much more help it could provide in combat. That tiger mount sure is cool. It would be great if I could have one as well. Stop dreaming. Someone on the forums is offering to buy the mount for 8 million credits right now. Even so, many people are still ridiculing that person. Ridicule? Why? That's 8 million credits we're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. If I were the owner of the tiger mount, I would definitely sell it. Do you think that mount is worth only 8 million? Although some guilds have managed to get their hands on mounts as well, those mounts are just bronze rank, with very few being mysterious iron rank. Currently, rumor has it that the tiger mount might be a dark gold mount. If that's true, it's the highest ranked mount currently known in God's domain. Instead of it being just a mount, it is a symbol of one's identity. Most likely, 8 million credits isn't even worth 10% of that mount. These people are just insane. I'm having a headache just trying to earn 40 gold. Who knows when I'll be able to save up that much money? It would be great if the mounts were cheaper. Of course there is a cheaper alternative. A guild mount costs only 25 gold. However, you'll need to join a guild with a stable first. Currently, Zero Wing is the only guild in God's domain that has a stable. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing every day has nearly filled up Zero Wing's residence to the point of bursting. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have tried to join Zero Wing sooner. Zero Wing really is amazing. Right now, even super guilds have yet to construct their own stables, but Zero Wing has done so already. In a few years' time, Zero Wing might even become a new super guild. While the players on the street were busy chatting, a handsome young man wrapped in a black cloak wore a gloomy expression on his face as he sat in the open-air restaurant. Zero Wing sure is something. It's no wonder they dared to oppose King's return, the tall and beautiful woman seated beside the handsome youth said, a faint smile on her face. It's been too long since our guild has made a move. It seems that people have started to forget how frightening we actually are. In the minds of ordinary players, super guilds were merely guilds with long histories and plenty of experts. They did not understand the truly formidable aspect of super guilds. The reason why super guilds were powerful was not because of their large number of experts and vast resources, but more due to the quality of their experts. The Falcon Legion sent to kill the core members of Zero Wing was the best proof. The Falcon Legion was a legion of experts King's return had secretly nurtured. Every member of the Falcon Legion could rank among the top experts of a first-rate guild. The more powerful members were even in the refinement realm already. Going up against multiple top-tier experts of first-rate guilds at the same time would be a piece of cake for these refinement realm experts now. Not only had King's return sent a 20-man team after Zero Wing's core members, but the guild had also assigned Quirrell, one of the team leaders of the Falcon Legion, to lead it. In addition, Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger even accompanied the team. Both these men were refinement realm experts. With such a force, annihilating Zero Wing's core members would be child's play, of course. King's return's intention was not to exterminate Zero Wing but to give it a warning. Hopefully, Zero Wing will learn their lesson after this little warning. If they still dare to stand against me, their core members won't be the only ones to die next time, Fiend stated, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Sindhart has already departed from his guild residence and is currently heading over. It should be time for us to meet that guild leader of Zero Wing. It would indeed be difficult for King's return to thoroughly exterminate Zero Wing in one fell swoop. However, other methods could be used to deal with the guild slowly. The simplest way was to repeatedly kill the upper echelons of the guild. If the guild's upper echelons were frequently killed, their deaths would negatively impact the growth of the guild. If the situation was prolonged, guild members would lose faith in their upper echelons. In the end, members would start quitting, which would, in turn, weaken the guild. This was also the reason why the various guilds were afraid of super guilds. Just as Fiend was about to head to the candlelight trading firm, 20 cloaked players appeared before him. These 20 players were none other than Ordinary Stranger's group. Well, did you finish the mission? Fiend asked softly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger, who stood in the lead. Chapter 850. Fiend's Shock. Why are you all quiet? Fiend asked sternly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger's team, which remained silent. However, Fiend's follow-up question still failed to elicit a reply from Ordinary Stranger and the others. Instead, their heads hung even lower, their complexions becoming extremely gloomy. Did you, or did you not complete the mission? Have you all become mute? Fiend asked suspiciously whether it was Ordinary Stranger or Thunder Tiger. Both of them were usually chatterboxes. Yet, now, neither of them had uttered even a single word. How could he not find the situation odd? After a long period of silence, Quirrell finally stepped forward and answered in a low tone, "We didn't complete the mission." You didn't complete the mission? Fiend was momentarily stunned. He then looked at Quirrell and demanded in a deep tone, "Tell me exactly what happened." Following which, Quirrell and Ordinary Stranger made a full report to Fiend. After hearing their recollection, Fiend fell silent. Praying Lotus, the beautiful level 39 oracle dressed in sacred white robes who was standing beside Fiend, also revealed an astonished expression. The reason for her astonishment was not because Quirrell and the others had died. Instead, it was because of who had ambushed them. Although Ordinary Stranger had guessed that the cloaked man was Black Flame, Quirrell had personally seen the cloaked man's true appearance, and he could say with 100% certainty that their ambusher was Yi Feng. Yi Feng was someone who had long since entered the list of targets to pay attention to, of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. He was ridiculously strong. Even if Fiend were to take action himself, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. Fiend's chances of suffering defeat might even be higher than Yi Feng's. Hence, it came to her as no surprise that Yi Feng had killed Quirrell and the others. If this were normal times, she could still chalk it up to Quirrell and the others having extremely bad luck. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as just having bad luck. And this was the part that gave her and Hell Fiend a headache. The movements of the Falcon Legion were kept top secret. Even Hell Fiend himself had been in the dark. For the mission this time, only the 20 players on the team had known the details. Hence, before the team had made its move, it was impossible for Zero Wing to have known about the ambush. Moreover, when Quirrell and the others had taken action, they had even used Soul Lock on their targets. Their ambush targets had no way to get news out unless they died and logged out of the game. As for Yifeng appearing at that location by coincidence, that was also impossible after all. Yifeng had ridden around White River City on his mount for a long time, causing a huge commotion in the city. When Quirrell and the others took action, Yifeng had still been in the city. Hence, Yifeng's appearance at the Crystal Forest was definitely no coincidence. It was certain that he had only rushed to the rescue after finding out about the incident. However, just how far away was the Crystal Forest from White River City? By the time Yifeng arrived there, even with a mount, the Falcon Legion should have long since finished their targets. That was not the case. Not only had Yifeng slaughtered the Falcon Legion, but he had even managed to save his companions. The speed of his mobilization was simply staggering. This meant that dealing with the members of Zero Wing would be much more troublesome in the future. If they were not careful, they might even end up suffering a huge loss. However, they also could not afford to send out their guild's apex experts. These people usually had their own tasks to handle. How could they possibly have the time to play around with an upstart guild? Moreover, if they really did dispatch these experts, doing so would turn their guild into a laughingstock for other super guild sits. No wonder even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is helpless against Zero Wing. It turns out that they still have such a card to play. Good. Very good. Hell Fiend exclaimed, his mouth twitching in anger. This move of Zero Wing had foiled his plans considerably. Hell Fiend, are we still going to meet with Black Flame? Praying Lotus asked. Their initial plan had been to teach Zero Wing a lesson, and let the guild know what kind of consequences awaited it should it offend King's return. Now with the Falcon Legion's defeat, they naturally lost their deterrent against Zero Wing. Go. Of course, we're going. If Sindheart thinks he can get that sum of money, he can forget about it. Hell Fiend declared, bloodlust shining in his eyes. With a resolute tone he added, since we can't do this subtly, we'll just use force to convince Zero Wing. I don't believe an upstart guild with no backing won't submit to King's return. Saying so, Hell Fiend had ordinary stranger contact Zero Wing. White River City's teleportation hall. Suddenly, several white flashes appeared inside the building as Feng and the others returned to White River City once again. What a pity. It would be great if we could continue grinding for a few more hours, Blue Bamboo said in disappointment as she looked at her own experience bar during their time following Feng around. Their leveling speed simply left one speechless. With 2 personal guards capable of overwhelming a great lord present, dealing with those chieftain and lord-ranked monsters was extremely relaxing. The crystal wolves they slaughtered as they traveled around the crystal forest also boosted their experience bar significantly. Currently, she was only 5% away from reaching level 40 at most. She would need an hour's worth of grinding to bridge that final gap. Level 40 was a relatively major milestone in God's domain. Throughout their travels, Blue Bamboo had eyed Feng's demonic flame tiger with longing. Unfortunately, she had yet to reach level 40, so she could not even give riding Feng's mount a try in God's domain. Mounts could generally carry 2 people at the same time. If a mount was of a sufficiently high rank, it could even accommodate 3 people at once. A dark gold mount like the demonic flame tiger could bear a maximum of 3 people. However, the riders had to be level 40 or above. After exiting the teleportation hall, Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger once again. The demonic flame tiger's cool and massive body immediately attracted the gazes of the passers-by. I still have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. If you encounter any problems in your quest again, just contact me or Aqua and the others, Feng said as he jumped onto his mount. He gave the demonic flame tiger a tap and then sped towards the candlelight trading firm. After Feng departed, the players on the streets promptly shifted their gazes towards Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Are those 2 beauties members of Zero Wing? I saw them talking to that mount riding person just now. Could that expert be a member of Zero Wing? All sorts of ideas started popping up in people's minds. Many beautiful female players also started looking at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with eyes filled with envy and admiration. Although they were acquainted with many experts, compared to Feng, those experts were simply noobs. On the other hand, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo actually managed to make friends with an expert like Feng. It would be great if I can get a mount that's as cool as Big Brother Yifeng's. At that time, my classmates will definitely die of jealousy, Blue Bamboo said as she looked at Feng's departing figure admiringly. However, Thoughtful Rain, who stood beside Blue Bamboo, did not have such thoughts in her mind. Instead, she was currently pondering how she could go about improving her strength. Feng's battles had truly widened her horizons. She had never imagined that there would actually be such a huge difference between players. Candlelight Trading Firm, second floor reception room. Hell Fiend, are you really going to do it? Praying Lotus asked, a frown on her face. If you do so, we'll suffer significant losses as well. I've already said that I absolutely will not let Sind Heart get that money. If Black Flame is really resolute in opposing me, I will let him know what regret tastes like. Let's see if he thinks opposing me just for a stranger like Sind Heart is worth it or not. Hell Fiend sneered and nodded decisively as Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were waiting quietly. The doors to the room opened suddenly. Feng, who was currently in the guise of Black Flame, slowly walked up to Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus. Chapter 851. Book of Disaster. So he is Black Flame. Hell Fiend began carefully observing Feng as the swordsman approached him. Although the general public did not have a clear grasp of Black Flame's strength, practically all experts from super guilds knew just how powerful the man was. Ranked 51st on God's Domain's experts list. Although the rankings on this list did not measure the exact strength of an expert, they were still useful as a reference. Someone ranked 51st on the list was unquestionably an expert who could rank at the top in any super guild. Moreover, the fact that Black Flame had managed to develop an upstart guild like Zero Wing to its current state showed that he was strong in more than just fighting. While Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were observing Feng was also observing the two. Whether it was Hell Fiend or Praying Lotus, both of them had been very famous experts in the past. It was especially true for Hell Fiend. During the initial stages of God's Domain, he had already become an adjudicator of King's Return. The title of adjudicator was not just for show. It represented King's Return's apex combat power. Even the weakest adjudicator was a Void Realm expert. In addition, there was also an age restriction. Candidates for adjudicator could not be over 30. In other words, no one over 30 years old could take part in the exam to become an adjudicator. Hell Fiend had managed to become one at such a young age. 10 years later, he had even become a tier 6 mage god that everybody knew. Ophas for the female oracle, Praying Lotus, she was similarly very amazing. Although she could not compare to Hell Fiend, she had similarly been promoted into one of King's Return's adjudicators a year or so later. In the end, she had even become a tier 5 red priest. Her combat power back then had reached the peak of tier 5. She had been in existence that countless experts looked up to. Feng had never imagined that the two people looking to talk to him would be them. What business do you have with me? Feng asked in a deep tone as he looked at Hell Fiend. You can't be trying to get me to give up on the trade, right? Actually, we are. The reason we've come looking for you this time is indeed to have you give up on that exchange. If you give up now, our previous agreement will still take effect. Hell Fiend nodded. He then took out a tattered old book from his bag. Smiling confidently, he said, You can take a look at this thing here. If you are not willing to give up on the exchange, it won't be the Falcon Legion taking action the next time. Instead, I'll make use of this item. You don't wish to see any accidents happening to the stone forest town that you've arduously developed, right? This ancient book was very old. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Its cover had long since been ruined. However, if one tried hard enough, one could still make out the faint words written on the book's cover: Abyss Summoning. The instant Feng saw these words, his heart involuntarily shook. This book was a nightmarish item in God's Domain. This book itself was a disaster in God's Domain. The human race was constantly at war with the Abyss. However, it was not that easy for the Abyss to invade the continent of God's Domain. Abyssal monsters needed to travel through an Abyss passage to enter God's Domain en masse. It was extremely difficult to open an Abyss passage. Nevertheless, this ancient book could simply do so. This ancient book was an item monsters from the Dark Abyss had specifically sent over. The reason for doing so was to have the people residing on the continent of God's Domain use it. The book would then act as a marker that allowed abyssal monsters to open a passage to God's Domain much more readily. The opening of an abyss passage would mean that endless abyssal monsters would surge into God's Domain. At that time, many kingdoms and empires would fall to the invasion. Feng had never dreamed that Hell Fiend would actually possess this item. No wonder he's so confident. So he still has such a trump card. Feng was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at the ancient book on the table. If an abyss passage opened close to Stone Forest Town, it would indeed bring about the destruction of the town. However, opening an abyss passage was no laughing matter. In the past, a player had similarly used one such ancient book to open an abyss passage. The abyssal monsters that came out had ended up destroying an entire kingdom, and even spreading to several neighboring kingdoms. The Glory Empire was only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom. With the scope of the Abyss Passage, the Glory Empire would naturally suffer from the invasion. In such a case, King's Return would not escape unscathed. Either however, this ancient book had one more secret that was not mentioned by the system. If you don't mind losing Stone Forest Town, you can go ahead and trade with Sind Heart. Fiend laughed. This ancient book was extraordinarily precious. Originally, he had not intended to use it for such a matter. After all, it could be used to deal with other super guilds in the future. Now, however, with the situation as it was, he couldn't care less about wasting the book. However, he did not believe that Feng would be so foolish. How could a measly 5 plots of land possibly compare to Stone Forest Town? Contrary to Fiend's expectations, however, Feng shook his head and said very seriously, "Sorry, but I still refuse. If you wish to use this ancient book of yours, go ahead." When Praying Lotus heard Feng's reply, she stared at him with an expression of disbelief on her face. Thinking that the man did not understand the severity of the situation, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Guild leader Black Flame, you have to think this through carefully. That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about, not an NPC city. Do you think you can fend off an endless wave of abyssal monsters?" This ancient book was extraordinary. Just the price to activate the Abyss Passage would cost them significantly. It would be a complete waste to use it on a small guild like Zero Wing. IVE considered this very clearly. "If you don't have anything else, please leave. I still have many things I need to tend to," Feng said. Then he stood up and left. At this time, both Fiend and Praying Lotus were stunned. A lunatic. Black Flame clearly had a mental problem. Or did he think they would not actually carry out their threat? Good. Black Flame, I applaud you. You are the first person to have earned my admiration since entering the virtual gaming world. Since you insist on doing so, I'll fulfill your wish then. I will definitely make you regret your decision today, Black Flame. Fiend laughed maniacally as he looked at Feng's receding back. "We're leaving." Following which, Fiend and Praying Lotus departed. The candlelight trading firm guild leader. "Will helping Sind Heart really be worth it?" Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Fiend's departing figure. She had watched everything that happened very clearly from a secret room beside the reception room. After all, 2 important figures from King's Return had come. How could the vice leader of Zero Wing possibly be absent from this situation? Although Sind Heart was a good-natured person, they were merely acquaintances. If Feng were to abandon Stone Forest Town just because of a promise, it would be the epitome of foolishness. However, Aqua Rose also understood that it was precisely due to this personality of Feng's that she had agreed to join Zero Wing back then. If Feng were someone who readily bowed to threats, he wouldn't have so many people placing their trust in him right now. "Do you think I'm doing it just because of Sind Heart?" Feng could not help but laugh. "If Fiend really does open up an Abyss Passage near Stone Forest Town, then I would have to thank him." Thank him? The Abyss Passage will call forth an endless wave of abyssal monsters. How could Stone Forest Town possibly defend against so many monsters? Aqua Rose asked. Confused gains and losses correspond in God's domain. That ancient book is both a disaster and an opportunity. Just like an epic quest, while terrific rewards are possible, the punishment for failure is similarly terrifying, Feng explained, smiling. Hopefully, Fiend doesn't disappoint me. Fiend could not know about the true secret of the ancient book. This secret was something that players had found out only after God's domain had experienced such disasters multiple times. Shortly after Fiend and Praying Lotus left, Feng similarly departed the candlelight trading firm. However, to avoid attracting too much attention, Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage and headed towards the library. Previously, due to Thoughtful Rain's matter, he had not managed to deal with the Golden Tablets quest. Now that he was done with that matter, he naturally could not leave the tablet quest alone. However, after arriving at the library, before Feng could head to the entrance of the building, a beautiful figure suddenly intruded into his path, blocking him. Taking a closer look, Feng discovered that the person blocking him was actually Yulan of Underworld Guild leader Black Flame. You really are difficult to find. May I know if you have time for a private chat? Yulan asked softly, smiling as she looked at the cloaked Feng. Chapter 852. Sacred Grounds. Your ability to find someone is really amazing, Feng said. However, his attention was currently not on Yulan. Instead, he was surveying his surroundings. However, even after careful observation, nothing in particular drew his eye. He did not detect anybody trailing him. Moreover, in a city, many players chose to wear a black cloak to avoid exposing themselves. Hence, cloaked players were not an uncommon sight in a city. Despite that, Yulan had still managed to locate him at this moment. Yulan wore a set of luxurious purple robes, a glowing silver staff clasped in her hand. The staff had many runes engraved on it, and Feng could faintly feel the ambient mana gathering around it. Yulan's level was similarly extraordinary. Currently, she was already a level 39 summoner. The current first-ranking player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 38. Yet Yulan had already reached level 39. Her leveling speed was already on par with the experts of Super Guild's guild leader. Black Flame is overpraising me. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and have a chat? Yulan revealed a meaningful smile. I have some intelligence that I know will certainly interest guild leader Black Flame. Intelligence that will interest me? Feng could not help but laugh when he heard Yulan saying so. He had already mingled in God's domain for over a decade already. In the past, he had even been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. The information he had regarding God's domain far surpassed that of any current player or guild right now. Most likely, only the secrets gathered by super guilds could possibly interest him. Ascent guild leader Black Flame interested in the holy city of Titan? Yulan asked as she revealed a confident and provocative smile. How do you know about the holy city of Titan? Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at Yulan. The holy city of Titan was one of God's domain's major secrets. Even in the past, not many players had known about the holy city. It was a place that independent players had no chance of ever visiting. Even those who knew about the existence of the holy city would not necessarily be able to go there. Only an extremely few large guilds were capable of visiting it. Generally, only first-rate guilds and above had the ability to get to the holy city. Although Shadow had been a second-rate guild in the past, it was only after joining hands with many guilds, as well as having the powerful Immortal Light Guild of that time taking the lead, that Feng had managed to get a glimpse of the holy city of Titan. The holy city of Titan was originally a city where the Titans resided. It was once an extremely powerful city, capable of going up against even gods. However, after the war between the gods, the city had weakened significantly. Even so, it was still much more powerful than the current four great empires of God's domain, and was roughly Blackwing City's match and greatly respected by the various kingdoms and empires of God's domain. However, the holy city of Titan was different from Blackwing City. Blackwing City was more of a place for players to conduct trade at. Titan City, on the other hand, was a place meant for nurturing players. It had been titled a sacred training ground by many players. The reason for this was because the mana density at Titan City was much denser than in most locations in the outside world. Aside from being a sacred training ground for combat players, Titan City was also a sacred ground for lifestyle players. Due to the excellent environmental conditions there, lifestyle players would have their production success rates improved considerably. In addition, the chance of obtaining lifestyle designs at the grinding spots around Titan City was much higher than at other locations. Hence, many lifestyle players yearned to visit the holy city of Titan. However, Titan City was not a place that just any player could visit. Similar to Blackwing City, one needed to obtain a pass. However, the drop rate for Titan City's pass was much lower than Blackwing City's. Moreover, only level 30, 100-man large-scale team dungeons or above had a chance of dropping the pass. Although Feng had thought of going to Titan City, until now, not a single team in Zero Wing had managed to obtain a pass for Titan City. In Feng's opinion though, this was a very normal occurrence. The drop rate for that item was simply too low. Obtaining it in level 30 or level 40 dungeons was practically impossible. Only after reaching level 50 would 100-man team dungeons have a slightly higher possibility of dropping the pass. Even so, the probability was only 1 in 1,000. In other words, one had to raid 1,100-man team dungeons to obtain a pass to Titan City. Moreover, the drop rate for the pass was unaffected by one's luck attribute. Hence, Feng had excluded the holy city of Titan when thinking of ways to nurture guild experts. That method simply relied too heavily on luck. It seems guild leader Black Flame really does know about Titan City. That will make the following discussion easier. Yulan smiled. I have a pass to go to that place. Have I managed to catch your interest now? You've got me. Feng could not help but laugh. He had never imagined that this woman before him would actually be so capable. A pass to the holy city of Titan. The value of this item far surpassed that of an epic weapon. In the past, some guilds had even been willing to pay 20,000 gold just for a pass. Unfortunately, no guild was willing to sell this item. After all, the value of going to Titan City was far above 20,000 gold, following which, Feng followed Yulan to a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was located in the Nobles District, so the prices here were way beyond the means of independent players. As a result, Feng and Yulan were the only players within the restaurant inside a quiet VIP room on the second floor. Feng and Yulan quietly sat facing each other. Miss Yulan, I'm very curious. With Underworld's power, you guys should have a high chance of getting through the entrance trial. Why have you come looking to cooperate with me? Feng asked curiously. Guild leader Black Flame. Surely you jest. Underworld has existed for a long time already. Like those super guilds, the power structure inside the organization is very complicated. Everyone has their own opinions and motives. For example, Feng Xianyang and I are under different superiors. How could Underworld possibly compare to a straightforward organization like Zero Wing? Yulan laughed. This Titan City's pass is something I just happened to chance upon. Nobody in the guild has found out about it yet. However, with my own abilities, it is very difficult to get through the entrance trial. In addition, I only have 3 chances to challenge the trial. I won't gain anything if I fail all 3 chances. Hence, I thought of asking for your help. Guild leader Black Flame. So that's the case. Feng found Yulan's words readily convincing. After all, if even Ouroboros had faced such problems, what more an organization like Underworld? Then, what kind of remuneration are you prepared to give me in return for my help, Miss Yulan? Since Guild leader Black Flame knows of the holy city of Titan, you should also know of the value of a pass to the city. As long as we get through the entrance trial, I'll give 30 slots to you. How about it? Yulan said, gnashing her teeth in reluctance. A single pass could allow a maximum of 100 players into Titan City. However, the difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was very high. With just her subordinates, she was unlikely to pass it. They needed the help of several powerful experts. Otherwise, she would not be willing to offer so many slots that won't do. I want half. I can't help you if you don't give me half of the slots. Feng shook his head. Guild leader Black Flame. This is simply daylight robbery. I am only trying to borrow a few experts from your guild, yet you want half of the slots. I might as well rely on myself to get through the trial if this is your price. Yulan countered as she glared at Feng. She had never imagined that Feng would be so black-hearted. If Feng were not someone known to keep his word, she would have long since sought out other experts. Then, she wouldn't have to give away any of her limited slots. Just paying some coins would suffice. Chapter 853. Entrance Trial. Yulan took a deep breath. In a very determined tone, Yulan said, I'll offer 5 more slots at most. Based on her investigations, Titan City was an excellent location to nurture lifestyle players nowadays. The impact lifestyle players had on the game was increasing. The various large guilds were all investing heavily in lifestyle players in the hopes of nurturing many more powerful lifestyle players. It was especially true for forging and alchemy lifestyle players. In addition, enchanting, tailoring, engineering, and other fields were also becoming increasingly important in the game. If she could nurture a group of high-ranking lifestyle players, she could use them to earn large sums of money in the future. Hence, every slot to Titan City was of utmost importance. As these slots would become the capital for stabilizing and elevating her position in Underworld, I believe that Miss Yulan should have challenged the entrance trial once already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me. So, I'm sure you are very clear about how difficult the trial is. It is not a problem that can be resolved easily with just a few more experts. If you fail all 3 challenges, then the pass will automatically become invalid. At that time, not to mention 50 slots, you won't even get a single slot. Feng had no intention of changing his mind. The slots to enter the holy city of Titan were equally important to the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, the trading firm had many more members to nurture. A meager 35 slots were far from enough. Even if he missed out on this chance at most, he would just have the Dark Gods Legion and the main force raid more 100-man team dungeons in the various NPC cities in God's domain. Even in imperial capitals, the only locations that could improve a lifestyle player's production success rate were workshops. However, Titan City was different. Aside from workshops, there were also research rooms meant for various lifestyle classes. Not only could these research rooms increase a player's improvement rate, but the production success rate increases were much higher than even in special workshops. As long as the candlelight trading firm nurtured a large number of advanced forgers and alchemists, it would be able to produce many more rare products, particularly strengthening devices and various items that increased fire and ice resistance. Since the time Feng left Blackwing City, the selling price of the strengthening device at the Blackwing auction house only increased and never decreased. As long as the item appeared in the auction house, someone would immediately purchase it previously. He thought that 2,000 pieces would be around the amount the market could stomach. Now, however, it seemed that even the additional 3,000 pieces he had scheduled to sell would not be enough to satisfy the market's appetite. Even before these 3,000 strengthening devices sold out, he had already accumulated over 30,000 gold. He was earning far more than his initial projections at this moment. Feng could not help but wish he could make more strengthening devices. Obtaining the design for the item was not much of a problem. After all, he only needed to raid level 50 or above great lords to get them. With a godly skill like divine providence, 1 out of every handful of great lords he killed would definitely drop the design. The problem was that, even if he managed to obtain a large number of designs, the candlelight trading firm did not have that many advanced forgers to learn them. Are you absolutely confident of clearing the entrance trial? Yulan frowned. She had never imagined that Feng would have such a deep understanding of the entrance trial. The difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was greater than even that of a 100-man team dungeon. Otherwise, she would not have come looking for Feng. She would have long since monopolized the entry slots herself. I won't say absolutely, but I'm at least over 70% certain. Feng laughed. He had visited the holy city of Titan multiple times in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the holy city's entrance trial. The system set the difficulty of the trial based on the levels of the players undertaking it, so players would always feel that the trial's difficulty was the same, regardless of when they challenged it. Getting into Titan City depended on the overall strength of the team. With Zero Wing's current strength and his understanding of the trial, he was far more than just 70% certain of making it to Titan City. Yulan fell silent upon hearing Feng's words. Even with Underworld going all out, its chances of getting through the entrance trial was far from reaching 70%. Worse, if she were to attempt it with just her own team, her success rate would be 20% at most. Moreover, the pass gave only 3 chances to challenge the trial. She had already failed once. If she relied on her own team, it was simply impossible for them to get through it. Indeed, just as Feng had said, if she could not clear the trial, then this pass of hers would be worth nothing. Moreover, looking at Feng's calm and confident behavior, he did not seem to be boasting. Demand for advanced lifestyle players was continuously increasing nowadays. The sooner she could nurture more advanced lifestyle players, the greater the advantage she would hold in the future. She could not afford to sit still and wait for her team to grow stronger. In the end, Yulan could not help but sigh as she conceded. All right. As long as you manage to clear the entrance trial, I'll give you 50 slots. However, I also have a condition. You need to clear the trial within 3 days. Deal. I'll have to make some preparations first. I'll contact you when the time comes. Feng's thoughts paralleled Yulan's. The sooner they entered Titan City, the better. Moreover, many rare designs were obtainable only at the holy city of Titan and nowhere else, following which, the two of them established a contract between themselves. Shortly after Feng left, an assassin youth entered the VIP room fully garbed in silvery gray leather armor. This assassin should be roughly 18 or 19 years old, based on his appearance. However, his level was extremely high. He was actually level 38. Far beyond the reach of ordinary experts right now. Big sis Yulan, aren't we giving Zero Wing a little too much? That's 50 advanced lifestyle players we're talking about. Who knows how much money we'll have to spend to nurture that many advanced lifestyle players. Won't it be fine if we look to Heaven's Burial or the Star Alliance for help, instead? These two guilds aren't beneath Zero Wing in terms of strength. Moreover, we also wouldn't have to pay such a huge price if we employ their help. The assassin youth was very furious about the conditions Feng proposed. The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial more or less possess a connection with Underworld. If we get them to help us, the possibility of the others from Underworld finding out about Titan City is very high. However, we won't have such a problem with Zero Wing, Yulan said, shaking her head. Besides, Zero Wing is filled with experts. They'll have a much higher possibility of clearing the entrance trial. Being able to enter Titan City securely is much more important than saving a few more slots for ourselves. Although the assassin youth did not make any further retort to Yulan's words, he inwardly still felt very dissatisfied. Back when they had entered the entrance trial, they had all been brimming with confidence. They had all thought that the trial was just a small matter. However, once the battle began, they found out that their thoughts had been too optimistic. The entrance trial was not something a 100-man team dungeon could compare to. The two were on entirely different levels. Even if Zero Wing's experts challenged the entrance trial, the outcome would be the same. White River City's library. After Feng entered the library, he immediately made his way to the top floor of the building. Compared to the last time he had come here, the security in front of Star Moon Hall was much stricter. Tier 3 knights filled the place. Even his identity as a demon hunter would not have gotten him entry into the hall. If not for his identity as a Count of White River City, the most he would have been able to do now was stand at the entrance of the hall walking inside. Feng was immediately greeted by the sight of the white-robed Charlene sitting before a table and quietly observing a floating crystal ball. Magic arrays encircled her as she radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Even Feng found himself paralyzed when bathed in this aura, a fourfold magic array. An expression of disbelief appeared on Feng's face. It would be understandable if this pressure he was feeling was due to a domain released by an NPC. However, Charlene did not have her domain out right now. This pressure he was currently experiencing was only a side effect of the mana gathered at the magic array. Just what kind of spell is this? It is actually this strong. At this moment, there was an image displayed inside the crystal ball. Meanwhile, this image was none other than the scene of the Blackwing auction house under the effects of space freeze. The crystal ball had completely locked onto the appearance and aura of the mysterious youth back then. His every action was clearly replicated in the crystal ball. However, when the mysterious youth vanished from Blackwing City, the crystal ball suddenly cracked and shattered into countless tiny pieces. In the end, the broken fragments of the crystal ball ignited into silver flames before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 854. Ancient Spell. Soul Fire. Feng's expression immediately tensed when he saw the burning flame. This was not his first time to encounter this flame. Soul Fire was a flame capable of causing great damage to players, inflicting extremely severe death penalties. Even more severe than having their immortal soul absorbed, to put it simply. Soul Fire was a flame that players should avoid coming into contact with at all costs. As the crystal ball disintegrated into nothingness, the silver flames immediately transformed into a leopard. Over 2 meters tall. Burning silver flames covered the leopard's entire body, and wherever its 4 paws stepped, the stone floor underfoot became molten magma. Anyone seeing this scene would feel their hearts shudder and would try to get as far as possible from the silver leopard. However, Feng could not run away even if he wanted. To the oppression of the fourfold magic array aside, the leopard itself was an extraordinary level 200 mythic monster, the equivalent of a level 200 tier 4 NPC. Such a monster could instantly kill any current player even if Feng were at his peak during his previous life. The only thing he could have done if he encountered such a monster was run away as fast as he could. Fortunately, this leopard formed from Soul Fire did not seem interested in Feng. Instead, its pitch-black eyes stared at Charlene, who was lounging on a reading chair. In the next moment, the leopard transformed into a streak of silver light as it pounced at Charlene. The leopard was so fast that Feng did not even manage to react before it appeared in front of her. "What feisty little cat you are. I was just looking into your owner's movements, yet you actually came all this way to pick a fight," Charlene said, eyeing the silver leopard pouncing at her as if she was just looking at a cute little animal. Suddenly, her left arm turned into a blur as she grabbed the silver leopard by the scruff of its neck. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The silver leopard, which was originally over 2 meters tall, actually began shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, until it was no larger than a little kitten. No matter how hard it fought, it couldn't escape Charlene's grasp. The only thing it could do was bare its tiny fangs and swipe its puny paws at her while emitting threatening hisses, following which, Charlene took out a crimson crystal ball and did a short chant. The silver leopard then transformed into a streak of light and entered the crystal ball. Trapped inside the crystal ball, the silver leopard still tried struggling, but its efforts were all for naught. It couldn't escape the bindings of the crimson ball. Feng was incomparably stunned as he witnessed this scene from a distance. Charlene had actually just played around with a level 200 mythic monster as if it were a toy. Rather than a tier 5 red priest, she seemed more on the level of a tier 6 god. "So you've come." After Charlene was done dealing with the silver leopard, her golden eyes slowly shifted towards Feng. Smiling faintly, she said, "After not meeting you for some time, I see that you've landed yourself in yet more trouble. Before you have even dealt with the matter of the Lord of Balrogs, you have earned yourself yet another curse. I really don't know whether you've been blessed by the goddess of fate, or fancied by the goddess of misfortune." Cursed. Feng frowned. He then gave himself a thorough look as well as checked his status window. However, he did not discover any abnormalities with himself. "Don't bother. Ordinary mortals won't be able to detect it." Charlene shook her head lightly. She then walked up to Feng. Stretching one of her flawless fingers towards him, she began drawing one line of divine runes after another like golden ribbons. The glorious golden divine runes wrapped around Feng. As the number of divine runes increased, the mana fluctuations surrounding him began weakening. After a short moment, His surroundings were devoid of mana. This form of mana nullification was different from the silencing skills used by players, which only froze the flow of mana. What Charlene used thoroughly erased the existence of mana. With the absence of mana in his surroundings, Feng felt as if his brain was suffering from oxygen deficiency. Momentarily, his vision blurred a bit. His mind grew somewhat dizzy as well, his control over his body dulling slightly, but in the next moment, a silver chain with the thickness of a finger appeared, extending from Feng's chest. When this chain went beyond the mana nullification field, it quickly became invisible once again, as if it had never existed. What's this? Feng could not help his surprise. This was his first time seeing such a situation. Moreover, with the appearance of this chain, he could clearly feel himself continuously weakening. This is your curse. This silver chain is a soul chain, and it is bound to your soul. You can consider this a parting gift that mysterious youth left for you when he escaped, Charlene said, her cherry-red lips hooking up into a smile. Chuckling softly, she continued, "How about it? Are you feeling a little anxious now?" Feng could not help but roll his eyes at Charlene. Even if he were stupid, he could tell that this curse was no trifling matter. A single mistake could very well send him to the netherworld. Problems related to the soul were the most frightening thing to players. After all, failure to deal with such problems would not end with just suffering a simple death. It was very likely that his entire account would be crippled. How could he not feel anxious? "Can this curse be removed?" Feng asked in response. However, Charlene spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Even you can't remove it?" Feng was far more shocked now. Charlene was definitely one of the strongest NPCs he had ever encountered in his entire gaming career in God's domain. If even such an NPC was incapable of helping him, one could just imagine what a stinking pile of trouble he had landed himself in this time. This thing here is a soul chain. It is a super spell that has been passed down since ancient times. I am not a god, so how can I possibly remove it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Feng. Snappily, she continued, "However, you don't have to fall into despair, either. There are two methods to remove this curse of yours. The first method is to remove the curse using force, while the second method is to kill the person who placed this curse on you. Since you can't remove the curse, the only option left for you is to kill the person who had cursed you in the first place." Feng was immediately rendered speechless. He wanted to, but did he have this kind of ability? Not to mention himself during his peak, even a Tier 5 Apex expert would have a small chance of defeating that mysterious youth. Most likely, only Tier 6 God-ranked players would be capable of dealing with him. However, God's domain was currently in its infant stages. There was not a single Tier 2 player in existence yet. So, just where was he supposed to find Tier 6 players? Relax. I'm not telling you to kill that youth yourself. With this weak little body of yours, a sneeze from that person would blow you into smithereens. All you need to do is find his whereabouts. Charlene could not help but giggle as she eyed Feng's slightly ugly complexion. Although I've used a tracking spell, that person is extremely adept at hiding his trail. Even I can't locate him. However, you are different. The other end of the soul chain wrapped around your body is in his hands. As long as you follow the soul chain, you will be able to locate him easily. At that time, all you need to do is contact me. System: Legendary Quest, Lost Magic, Accepted Quest Content. Locate the youth who has cursed you. Rewards unknown. But how will I find him? If I'm not inside this magic nullification field, I won't be able to see the chain at all. Feng was inwardly at a loss for words after hearing the very simplified system notification. Chapter 855. Absorbing Soul Fire. Upon hearing Feng say so, as if she had long since prepared for this, Charlene promptly handed the crimson crystal ball with the silver leopard inside it to him. With your current standard, sensing the soul chain is naturally impossible for you. However, this thing here can help you, Charlene said as she pointed at the imprisoned silver leopard. This thing is a soul beast formed using soul fire. As long as you absorb its soul fire, you will naturally be capable of seeing the soul chain. Will I be able to control soul fire if I absorb it? Feng could not help but grow excited as he looked at the imprisoned leopard. But how can I possibly absorb it? It's a sentient Tier 4 being, not a mysterious flame. Soul fire. It was the nightmare of countless players back at the Dark Den. Feng had witnessed the great demon nettle using soul fire to instantly reduce Discipline Paradise to level 0, forcing the Guardian Knight to restart his progress in the game. Meanwhile, soul fire could be categorized into two types: black destruction and silver creation. The one used by the great demon nettle was black soul fire, which possessed frighteningly destructive power. As for the soul fire before Feng, it was of creation. Although it was not as powerful as black soul fire in terms of attack power, it possessed the ability to alter and mend souls. Both of these two flames were mysterious flames that were exceptionally hard to come by as far as Feng knew. No player had managed to control either kind of soul fire, even after a decade had passed in God's domain. If a player truly managed to control a soul fire, regardless of which type it was, they would become the nightmare of all other players. They would become an existence much more frightening than even a player capable of absorbing immortal souls. Now that Feng had a chance to absorb such a flame, how could he not get excited? Absorb a soul beast? Charlene laughed involuntarily. Are you tired of living? With your body, aren't you afraid of exploding? I'm having you absorb only the soul fire this soul beast is releasing right now. However, even if it is just radiated soul fire, there's no way you can absorb it with your current standard. The outcome will be the same even though you possess an immortal soul. I do know another method that can help you absorb the radiated soul fire. Only, you need to search for a mysterious flame to do so. Moreover, it needs to be a Tier 2 mysterious flame at the very least. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress the power of the soul fire and will end up burned to ash. Hence, the only one thing you need to do now is find a bunch of Tier 2 mysterious flames. If you manage to absorb the soul fire, you will also be able to weaken the corrosion effect the soul chain has on your soul. That will buy you time to search for that mysterious youth. Otherwise, with the current state of the soul chain, you only have another 27 days before you become that person's puppet. Well, there's nothing to worry about even if you fail to find that person. At that time, I'll personally grant you relief, permanently erasing you from this world. At the very least, you won't have to become that person's puppet. I only have 27 days if I don't have the weakening effect of the soul fire? Feng frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would have so little time. Who knew where that mysterious youth had gone to hide? After all, the place the mysterious youth had disappeared from was Blackwing City. He could very well appear in any country in God's domain. He might not even be in any country in God's domain. He might have distanced himself far away from human society and traveled to a remote place like the top of the world. God's domain was simply too massive. Even with a chain guiding him, locating the mysterious youth in just 27 days was impossible. That's right. Hence, you need to absorb Tier 2 mysterious flames or above and absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. This way, you'll have a little more time. Charlene nodded. Very seriously, she continued. All right, hurry up and go search for Tier 2 or above mysterious flames. When you've managed to absorb one, come and find me. I'll tell you how you can absorb the soul fire. It's fine as long as it is a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Saying so, Feng summoned the ice blue devil flame. A dark blue flame immediately manifested above his right palm, its appearance causing the ambient temperature to decrease gradually. To forgers and alchemists, mysterious flames were priceless treasures. Unlike top-tier weapons and equipment, which could be obtained easily through raiding dungeons and field bosses or completing quests, one needed to investigate every map carefully to locate a mysterious flame. Finding one within a short span of time was not a feasible task, besides which, a Tier 2 mysterious flame was something capable of inciting a great war between various large guilds. It was not something that could be found in just 20-odd days. Even super guilds would barely be capable of such a feat. Fortunately, Feng had known the exact whereabouts of the ice blue devil flame and had secured it for himself as soon as possible. Otherwise, this quest would truly be his doom. Thinking about it now, he had indeed made a wise decision to secure the ice blue devil flame. Back then, when Charlene saw the deep blue burning flame, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. The ice blue devil flame, a Tier 2 mysterious flame. This is a flame that only places filled with death are capable of producing. Just how did you manage to obtain it? Charlene asked, greatly surprised as she looked at Feng. I just happened to discover it when I was traveling by the 100 Ghost Forest. Feng gave a casual reply. You really have been blessed by the goddess of fate. The 100 Ghost Forest was cursed by the legendary Black Witch. That Black Witch was a considerably amazing existence, and only a step away from becoming a god. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest might not be a problem to a weakling like you, but to powerhouses, that place is an absolute forbidden ground due to the curse. Charlene could not restrain her laughter. Since you already possess the ice blue devil flame, then you indeed possess the qualifications to absorb the soul fire. There are two things you need to do when absorbing the soul fire. The first thing is control the ice blue devil flame and have it wrap around the radiated soul fire. You need to envelop the soul fire completely. There must not be even the tiniest of leaks. If you fail to do so and get contaminated by the soul fire, even though you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will similarly suffer. The second thing you need to do is the most crucial part when absorbing the soul fire. After you have completely contained the soul fire, you have to absorb it into your body. Afterwards, you need to fuse the ice blue devil flame with the soul fire. However, the soul fire is too strong. The fusion needs to be a certain ratio. If the proportion of soul fire is too high, the merged flame will damage you. If it is too low, you won't be able to display the power of the soul fire. Balance is a must. As for how to achieve that balance, you will have to depend on yourself. For that, I will set up a magic array to carry out this fusion for you. While inside this magic array, you'll have an easier time guiding this fusion. Once you grasp that sensation, you'll have a much easier time wielding the soul fire's power in the future. After saying so, Charlene began reciting incantations as her hand drew line after line of divine runes continuously. A short moment later, the several thousand lines of divine runes drawn transformed into a golden fourfold magic array, brightly illuminating the entire hall. "All right, give it a try," Charlene said as she pointed at the golden magic array on the ground, an exhausted cast to her face. Evidently, forming this fusion magic array had not been as easy as she made it look. Chapter 856. Basic Control. Star Moon City, Teleportation Hall. A group of cloaked players suddenly appeared inside the building. Standing at the head of this group were an uncloaked young man and woman. The instant these two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many players. Aren't they Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus, experts of King's Return? Why would they appear here? As expected of a super guild. Their levels and equipment are simply too amazing. Both of them are fully equipped in level 35 dark gold equipment. That staff Hell Fiend is carrying is actually epic ranked. The difference between us is just too massive. I wonder when I'll be able to wear a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment? Could King's Return be looking to develop in Star Moon Kingdom? Experts of King's Return were practically big-time celebrities in the virtual gaming world. Not to mention, neither Hell Fiend nor Praying Lotus had bothered to hide the special effects of their equipment. Hence, many players quickly managed to determine the ranks of the two's equipment, which immediately prompted a discussion among the onlookers as they cast envious gazes at the two experts. Currently, mainstream players had yet to reach even level 35. Only the elite players of large guilds had mostly attained this level. Being able to have a complete set of secret silver equipment was also a very amazing achievement already. Yet these two experts from King's Return, a super guild, had already reached level 39. They even sported the current best weapons and equipment from head to toe, an epic weapon. This was definitely the first time these ordinary players had seen such an item. There had been no news of such a weapon appearing in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. One could just imagine how frighteningly powerful a super guild was. Fiend and Praying Lotus paid no attention to the looks they were receiving as they walked directly towards an outgoing teleportation array. "Ha! Look who it is." Hell Fiend came to an abrupt halt, his gaze shifting towards an elementalist waiting to use a teleportation array. "Hell Fiend? Why are you here?" The elementalist youth also noticed Hell Fiend. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, his expression immediately darkened as he asked, "Could you be trying to threaten Zero Wing?" "Sind, it seems your luck is quite good. You actually managed to find a trustworthy ally. However, don't celebrate too soon. Your fate has long since been determined. Nothing will change no matter how much you struggle," Hell Fiend sneered in disdain. He then turned away and left. "A trustworthy ally?" Sind's heart hid his confusion as he looked at Hell Fiend's departing figure. Could Zero Wing have rejected Hell Fiend's offer? He had never seen Hell Fiend lose his composure to such an extent before. Inwardly, he breathed out a sigh of relief. The goodwill he felt towards Zero Wing also increased significantly. Not many people would dare to resist King's Return, much less offend the Super Guild, just for a stranger. "Hell Fiend, are you really going to use the ancient book?" Seeing Hell Fiend's hurried steps, Praying Lotus anxiously advised, "Don't let your anger get to your head. Even if you utilize the ancient book's power, Sind Heart will still get that sum of money. At that time, you will have wasted the true value of the ancient book." "Of course I know this. Lotus, do you actually think I've let my anger overwhelm me? I haven't forgotten our primary goal in coming here. Although I said I was going to utilize the ancient book's power, when did I say that I was going to use it on Stone Forest Town?" Hell Fiend's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. "At that time, whether it is Black Flame or Sind Heart, both of them will suffer." You're not using it on Stone Forest Town? While Praying Lotus was happy that Hell Fiend was not letting his anger get the better of him, his words also confused her. Stone Forest Town was Zero Wing's treasure trove. If they destroyed the town, they could undoubtedly deal Zero Wing a severe blow, wiping away one of the guild's major advantages in Star Moon Kingdom. But if Hell Fiend was not planning on using the ancient book on Stone Forest Town, just what was his intended target? You'll see when the time comes. Hell Fiend smirked. Inside White River City's library, Feng continued to try to fuse the Ice Blue Devil Flame and the Soul Fire. However, the difficulty of merging two mysterious flames was extremely high. Despite numerous attempts, Feng still ended up with only failure. The first step of wrapping the Ice Blue Devil Flame around the small bundle of Soul Fire was no problem for Feng. At this point, Feng could control the Ice Blue Devil Flame like an extension of his arms and legs. Feng had already reached the Void Realm, so his perception towards his surroundings was already flawless. Hence, completely containing the Soul Fire was a walk in the park for him. However, the second step, which was the fusion of mysterious flames, was extremely difficult. Fusing the flames in the correct ratio was many times more challenging than threading a string through a needle hole. It was meaningless if Feng fused too little Soul Fire with the Ice Blue Devil Flame. However, if the proportion of Soul Fire was even a tiny bit too much, it would scorch him. At that time, not only did he suffer excruciating pain, but he also fell into a weakened soul state, causing his basic attributes to decrease. Each time he got burned by the Soul Fire, he would lose 1% of his basic attributes. Although 1% was not much, after numerous failures, the accumulated amount was still very frightening. Currently, he had already failed 34 times in a row, which diminished his basic attributes by 34%. Fortunately, this reduction was not permanent, only temporary. Even so, he would have to wait 2 natural days to recover fully. This really is difficult. After experiencing many failures, Feng had more or less identified the ratio required to maintain a balance. However, knowing the fusion ratio was one thing. Accurately fusing the flames in correct proportion was another thing altogether. In the future, if he had to go through a similar process to utilize the Soul Fire without the assistance of the fusion magic array, the difficulty would be more than 10 times higher. For example, if his permitted margin of error with the magic fusion array was at 0.1%, then without it, his margin of error would only be 0.1%. It would be significantly more difficult for him to utilize the Soul Fire's power. After all, players were not machines. They couldn't achieve such precision. It was the same even if Feng's brain activity had already improved substantially. Only now did Feng understand why, even after a decade had passed in God's domain, despite there having been a few God-ranked experts who had managed to obtain Soul Fires, not a single one of them had managed to truly control the Soul Fire they had. If he was already having so much trouble controlling just a strand of the Soul Fire's power, just how difficult was it to completely control the Soul Fire? However, after going through so many attempts, Feng had also gained something else, and that was control. Before this, Feng had only been focused on improving his control over his own body and the surrounding environment, always thinking of ways to push his 5 senses to their very limits. However, he had always done so through actual life and death battles. He had never truly calmed his heart. He had never noticed before, but now that he was paying attention, he realized that his previous way of controlling his body and the surrounding environment seemed somewhat barbaric. Previously, he had been just like a sprinter, constantly placing an ultra-high load on his body while he fought. His control had no smoothness or flexibility whatsoever. However, after experiencing the fusion process multiple times, his control over his body had subtly improved. He could now extend and retract his power much more smoothly and naturally than before. This unexpected benefit overjoyed Feng. He had never imagined that he would gain such a bonus from combining 2 mysterious flames. With the continuous improvement of his control, Feng finally succeeded in merging the Ice Blue Devil Flame and Soul Fire on his 45th try system. Congratulations! You have gained basic control over the Soul Fire. You are now able to utilize the basic abilities of the Soul Fire. Chapter 857, New Class. Hearing the crisp sound of the system notification, Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. He was supposed to challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial in 3 days. If his attributes had decreased any further, he would have to wait until he had fully recovered from the weakened soul state before he could do so. He did not wish to miss out on this opportunity to visit the Holy City of Titan. With 50 slots to enter the Holy City, he could get quite a number of intermediate alchemists and intermediate forgers promoted to advanced rank. If he let this opportunity slip by, who knew how much time and resources he would have to expend to nurture so many advanced lifestyle classes? Moreover, with these new advanced classes, he could greatly increase the production volumes of strengthening devices and ice and fire resistance items in the current god's domain. The importance of lifestyle players was increasing by the day. For example, large guilds such as first-rate guilds initially nurtured their own lifestyle players. Now, however, in order to increase their competitiveness, these guilds had now begun to recruit lifestyle players as well. Moreover, the conditions they offered were exceedingly munificent. Currently, even ordinary lifestyle players received benefits equivalent to those of guild elite members. If their standard was sufficiently high, they could even receive a core member's treatment. This situation was something unimaginable a few weeks ago. As a result, players who originally intended to rely on field combat to get by in God's domain had started considering switching careers and becoming a pure lifestyle player instead. After all, playing a lifestyle class had its own benefits. Only, the status of lifestyle players was not particularly high previously, and the treatment they received had only been subpar at best. Hence, most players would generally choose to fight monsters. Now that the situation had changed, players who did not excel at combat were exploring various lifestyle classes. With the large influx of lifestyle players into the market, the competition between lifestyle players had intensified further. The number of advanced lifestyle players was also much higher than before. If not for the candlelight trading firm having a massive advantage like the special workshop, which allowed it to attract and nurture plenty of talents, the trading firm would not have been able to maintain its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Although Feng had long since anticipated this situation, he had never imagined that it would happen so quickly without the advantages the candlelight trading firm had accumulated before, as well as its possession of popular and exclusive products. The trading firms run by other large guilds would have surpassed it already based on Melancholic Smile's latest report. The heavenly trading firm opened by Heaven's Burial was growing the quickest. In just a short dozen days or so, Heavenly Trading Firm had become one of Star Moon Kingdom's 6 major trading firms. Recently, it even surpassed Overwhelming Smile's Overwhelming Trading Firm to become the second largest trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. It was also precisely because of this demotion that Yulan was in such a hurry to enter Titan City. After all, when judging the strength of a trading firm, aside from products and traffic, the crucial factor would still have to be the number of advanced lifestyle players. It had not bad. Now that you have basic control over the soul fire, you should have a much easier time searching for that person, Charlene said as she walked over to Feng. After thoroughly sizing him up, she nodded and added, "Unfortunately, with just basic control over the soul fire, you can only weaken the effects of the soul chain slightly. At your current state, you have roughly 54 days to find that person. However, as your control over the soul fire improves, the weakening effect it will have over the soul chain will also increase, and you'll gain more time to find that person." "How can I improve my control over the soul fire?" Feng asked curiously. Although he could tell that he had only basic control over the soul fire and hence still had room for improvement, the soul fire's introduction made no mention of how he could improve his control. "Simple. Look for other mysterious flames and absorb them. The soul fire is no ordinary mysterious flame. The power of the ice blue devil flame can only allow you to exert the soul fire's power to this extent. If you wish to improve, you'll need more mysterious flames to suppress the soul fire. The higher the mysterious flames tier, the better. However, tier 2 is the bare minimum," Charlene explained. "I need more mysterious flames to improve?" Feng was immediately rendered speechless. Mysterious flames were not bronze equipment. They were far from easy to obtain. There were indeed many mysterious flames located within Star Moon Kingdom. There were even several just within the region of White River City. However, the ice blue devil flame was the only tier 2 mysterious flame Feng knew the whereabouts of. He had no clue where to find the other tier 2 mysterious flames. Although Feng knew of the whereabouts of a tier 3 mysterious flame, that place was a secret location. Moreover, it was not somewhere a player of his current standard could go to at all. At the very least, he needed to reach level 60 or 70, as well as achieve his tier 2 class, to obtain that tier 3 flame with just 54 days. Accomplishing such a feat was simply impossible. Seems I'll have to have Aqua notify the guild members to gather information on a few mysterious flames as soon as possible. Feng thought to himself. A legendary quest was no laughing matter. Feng also did not think he was capable of finding the traces of that mysterious youth in his current state. The mysterious youth's strength exceeded tier 5. Moreover, seeing as the quest provided him with a way to extend its duration, this indicated that this quest was not one he could currently complete. Just the difficulty of locating and obtaining a tier 2 mysterious flame was no lower than an epic quest based on the statistics players had collected on God's domain in his previous life. An epic quest took anywhere from a few days to 1 or 2 months to complete. For legendary quests, however, Players could take anywhere from 2 or 3 months to even 3 or 5 years to complete. The system's main goal right now was to have him delay for time. If he could not locate a sufficient number of mysterious flames and failed to delay for enough time, it would be equivalent to him failing the quest. In the end, he would become someone's puppet. At that time, his only option would be to delete his account and start all over again. This was the frightening aspect of legendary quests. It was not something an epic quest could possibly compare to, following which, Feng shook the thought of the legendary quest out of his mind and calmed himself. He then began testing out the power of the soul fire. In the next moment, a silver flame appeared in each of Feng's dark pupils. The feeling he gave off also changed abruptly. Previously, when Feng intentionally hid his aura, he appeared to be as calm as the great ocean. When he was not hiding it, the feeling he gave others was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and domineering. Now, however, even though he had made no attempt to draw in his aura, he had an air about him that was similar to an iceberg's, silent and cold. One would shiver inadvertently when bathed in this aura. Not a hint of emotion could be found within Feng's eyes. There was only cold rationality present. It was as if nothing in the world could affect his composure right now. Is this the power of the soul fire? Shock filled Feng's heart as he observed his surroundings. Previously, when he activated the ice-blue devil flame, the mysterious flame only increased the damage of his fire and ice-type skills. However, when he activated the soul fire, although he did not receive any improvements to his damage or attributes, his mind felt calm like never before, to the extent that he even found it frightening. Currently, everything in the world was just like data to him. Aside from absolute calm, the world before Feng had also become silver and white. He could see no other color through his eyes. Meanwhile, in this world of silver and white, he could see the soul chain wrapped around his body very clearly. He could also see it extending out of the hall and beyond. Just as Feng was thinking of testing this newfound power of his, the sound of a system announcement entered his ears. System announcement. A new expansion pack, Abyss Invasion, has been triggered. The Twin Towers Kingdom has been assaulted by the Abyss, and abyssal monsters have begun invading the surrounding countries. When the time comes, players can participate in the Abyss War. After accumulating a sufficient amount of merit, players can class change into a new class. Chapter 858. Fallen City. When the system announcement appeared, every player in God's domain was stunned. There was nothing surprising about the launch of a new expansion pack. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened. However, the mention of a new class piqued everyone's interest. A new class being offered as a reward showed that this new class undoubtedly possessed an advantage other classes did not. If they managed to class change into this new class, they might receive warm welcomes from the various large guilds, just like those who managed to obtain hidden classes. This thought tempted a lot of players. Very quickly, many began planning to travel to the Twin Towers Kingdom to hunt abyssal monsters and earn large amounts of merit. Meanwhile, at the Twin Towers Kingdom's Snowfield City. At this moment, hordes of abyssal monsters, both in the air and on the ground, surrounded Snowfield City completely. The strength of these monsters varied, their levels ranging between 50 and 200. What current players could do against these monsters was very limited. Fortunately, Snowfield City possessed a defensive magic array that could easily envelop the entire city. As a result, the horde of abyssal monsters could only roam outside the boundary of the magic array and continuously bombard it with attacks. The sound of explosions echoing throughout the entire city instilled fear and despair in the players. Can this magic array really hold? This is an NPC city's magic array. It should be able to. Otherwise, what will we players be able to do against those monsters? Just as the players inside Snowfield City were debating about the city's defensive magic array, Kachike crack suddenly appeared in the magic array above the city. Along with the appearance of this crack, the magic array also began destabilizing. Not good. The magic array is collapsing. Nobody knew which player shouted, but these words triggered a stampede as the players on the street fled for their lives. Every one of them rushed towards the city's teleportation hall in an attempt to leave Snowfield City. After all, these abyssal monsters were different from the ones found in the Abyss battlefield. The abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield were orderly, sorted based on their levels, and players could choose which area to go to, depending on their own strength. Now, however, even monsters with levels in the triple digits mixed in with level 50 monsters with just their strength, the players would be killed instantly. Losing a level. The hardships of leveling up were the pain of all players. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. They would have to spend several days recovering from such a loss. Let's see what Sindheart will do in this situation. Seated in the largest open-air restaurant of Snowfield City, Fiend laughed with great joy as he overlooked the entire city. A delighted look on his face. Immortal Light's base of operations was Snowfield City. If the guild wanted to earn large sums of money, it could only do so at Snowfield City. If Snowfield City were to fall to the Abyssal monsters, the loss would not only uproot Immortal Light's foundations but also drag down the value of the city's lands. Nobody would want the lands here anymore. Even if Zero Wing kept its word and was willing to purchase those 5 plots of land, how much could the lands of a city captured by monsters possibly be worth? However, the thing that made him feel happy the most would still have to be the scope of the Abyss summoning. Not only did it cover the entire Twin Towers Kingdom, but it also affected several neighboring countries, including Star Moon Kingdom in the west. The Abyss summoning would definitely impact Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory. At that time, Zero Wing would similarly suffer, losing all the advantages it had piled up to the Abyssal monsters. Fiend, we should leave as well. That magic array won't last for much longer, Praying Lotus said hurriedly as she looked at the gradually collapsing magic array in the sky. Relax. As long as you're by my side and neither of us actively attack those Abyssal monsters, they won't try to attack us, Fiend said nonchalantly. Using the Abyss summoning, he had opened an Abyss passage. As a reward for his efforts, he had obtained a strand of the Abyss's power to others. The Abyssal monsters might be extremely dangerous. To him, however, these monsters were practically his allies. White River City's library, Star Moon Hall. The system announcement was repeated 3 times, the contents of the announcement resonating in Feng's ears. Fiend activated the Abyss summoning in the Twin Towers Kingdom? Feng was slightly surprised originally. He had thought his provocation would prompt Fiend to use the incomparably precious ancient book on Stone Forest Town. He had never thought that the elementalist would give him such a surprise. Now, it would be somewhat difficult for him to take advantage of the situation. The Abyss invasion indeed posed an enormous threat to the country the invasion occurred in. Players residing in said country wouldn't even be able to level up normally. They would be forced to give up the leveling spots they were familiar with and head to safer locations. Instead, however, this invasion was also an excellent opportunity for players to earn large amounts of merit. Merit could be used to exchange for large numbers of magic array and siege tool designs, as well as to increase guild popularity significantly. It also provided players with a huge opportunity with class changing into a new class. This new class was known as the Demon Blade Knight. Not only was it a class that possessed the characteristics of a berserker, making it extremely strong in melee fights, but it also had ranged attacking capabilities. Although the Demon Blade Knight was neither a match for the berserker class in a melee nor a match for rangers and elementalists in a ranged battle, the combination of these 2 modes of attacking increased the class's survivability in battle significantly. After all, in both field battles and dungeons, bosses boasted a wide array of attack patterns. Dealing with these bosses with just a single mode of attack was not easy. Players who loved to fight both in a melee and at range would choose this class without hesitation. Just who is the fool who actually dared to open an Abyss passage? At this moment, Charlone's complexion had turned extremely ugly, a wrathful flame burning in her eyes. Shifting her gaze to Feng, she said, I have some matters I need to deal with. If you manage to absorb another mysterious flame, you can come here to look for me. After saying this, Charlene immediately disappeared from the spacious hall. It seems someone is out of luck. Seeing Charlene disappear, Feng could not help feeling some pity for Fiend. How could the power of the ancient book sent from the Abyss be that easy to obtain? God's domain was fair. Although the ancient book could grant a player power, this power came with its own risks as well. It would be fine if an NPC of the human race did not catch the player who had used the ancient book. The consequences of capture, however, would not be one bit inferior to the penalty for failing a legendary quest. Feng couldn't care less about the trouble Fiend had just landed himself in though. After all, he still had to thank him. Without these abyssal monsters, the members of his guild wouldn't have the opportunity to class change into a Demon Blade Knight, following which, Feng quickly left the library and hurried back to Zero Wing's residence. Although he had previously received news that Sindhart was already waiting for him at the residence, he had wanted to absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. Hence, he had not gone to meet with him right away. Now that he had gained basic control over the soul fire, it was about time for him to meet up with Sindhart. Zero Wing's guild residence. How could this be? Inside the reception room, Sindhart was currently walking around aimlessly, a very ugly expression on his face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his heart filled with anxiety. This was especially so after he received the message from his guild, which notified him that Snowfield City had already fallen into chaos. Many players had died horrible deaths at the hands of the abyssal monsters, and Snowfield City was no longer a place where players could reside now. Upon hearing this, Sind's heart sank into deep despair. If Snowfield City had already fallen into such a state, then the lands of the city might as well be worth nothing. Just as Sind's heart was trying to figure out a solution to his problem, Feng entered the reception room. Chapter 859. Design of Astronomical Value. At this moment, Feng was using his original appearance instead of disguising himself as Black Flame when Sind's heart saw Feng walking over. Even his usually calm self grew slightly nervous. His reaction wasn't just because of the matter of Snowfield City. Rather, it was due to the massive pressure he felt from Feng like nothing before the last time he had met Feng. He could clearly sense a hint of danger coming from the swordsman that made him feel as if he was standing before a ferocious beast. Now, however, instead of danger, he felt relaxed while standing in Feng's presence. He could not feel any threat coming from the swordsman at all. Sind's heart had experienced many things since childhood, so he was very knowledgeable about one thing: the true danger was not the one that could be perceived but rather what could not be perceived. Sorry to keep you waiting, Feng apologized. Let's go carry out the exchange right now then. Brother Feng, I wish to change the contents of our exchange. Will that be all right with you? Sind's heart said, having given the matter some thought. Change the contents of the exchange? Feng feigned surprise. What changes do you wish to make? I believe Brother Feng must have already heard about what happened in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, you could say that Snowfield City is already finished. The land there has naturally become worthless as well. Brother Feng, you've treated me so sincerely all this time, so I naturally can't take advantage of you, Sind's heart said. He then took out a tattered, old drawing from his bag and unfurled it on the table. I've never told anybody about this item before. Originally, I had planned on using it to make a comeback. Now, however, I wish to sell it to you. At Sind's heart's tense expression, Feng shifted his gaze to the drawing on the table: engineering locomotive. Feng could not help his surprise. There were three major fields of expertise in God's domain, namely forging, alchemy, and engineering. Under normal circumstances, engineering did not play a particularly large role. However, as the level of expertise of engineers rose, the variety of items they could produce, which were of great importance to players, also increased. As a result, the value of engineers would also grow. One of the reasons why engineering became popular in Feng's previous life was the need for mounts. Mounts played an extremely crucial role in a player's life in God's domain. However, common ranked steeds were simply too ordinary, both in terms of appearance and performance, and could not satisfy the needs of the general populace. Moreover, many players were independent, so they couldn't obtain a guild mount. Acquiring a mount through other means was also very difficult. As a result, engineering mounts became extremely valuable. Engineering mounts could be categorized into multiple ranks, with the lowest being bronze rank, and the highest reaching dark gold rank. However, the design for a dark gold mount was almost as rare as a legendary item. The materials needed to produce it were also extremely rare, making it difficult to mass-produce the mount. However, a bronze mount was different. Although the design for it was similarly very hard to obtain, the materials needed to produce it were not particularly rare. As long as one had a sufficient number of advanced engineers, one could definitely mass-produce bronze mounts. Meanwhile, the design before Feng just happened to be the design for a bronze mount. Only field bosses had a chance of dropping this item, and even the luck attribute would not affect its drop rate. Meanwhile, its drop rate was lower than even that of Titan City's past. Nevertheless, Sind's heart had miraculously obtained it. Could this be the reason why he had managed to develop immortal light so quickly in the past? Feng could not help but think back to the past. Despite being an upstart guild, Immortal Light's rise back then could match even Zero Wings of today. In the end, it had even managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate guilds. One of the main reasons why Immortal Light had managed to develop so quickly back then was its immense funding. However, nobody actually knew how Immortal Light had obtained that funding. Everyone had simply assumed that the guild had found a powerful backer. In hindsight, there was over an 80% chance that Immortal Light had obtained its funds by utilizing this engineering design. Only a bronze mount design could possibly help a guild earn that much money. Even the strengthening device was far from comparable. After all, the value of an item like the strengthening device would decline sooner or later. However, the demand for bronze mounts was inelastic. It was one of the necessities in God's domain. Its value was not something other tools could compare to in terms of monetary value. A single strengthening device was currently worth around 10 gold. It would be fortunate if the item could sell for 4 or 5 gold once it became commonplace in the game. A bronze mount, on the other hand, was worth several hundred gold. Just a single bronze mount was worth dozens of strengthening devices. Moreover, one did not need to fear that a bronze mount wouldn't sell. How much do you want for it? Feng asked as he looked at Sindhart. 20,000 gold. Sindhart stated after giving it some thought. 20,000 gold was enough for him to deal with the problems plaguing him. He could also use the money left over to migrate his guild's base of operations to a new location. Believe you should understand what kind of situation Snowfield City is currently in. It would simply be impossible for Immortal Light to continue developing in the Twin Towers Kingdom under the current situation. How about joining Zero Wing? Feng asked in a low tone. Moreover, even if you all try to develop elsewhere, with a single word from King's return, there won't be any place that will welcome Immortal Light's presence. However, if you guys join Zero Wing, you can realize your ambitions without having to worry about King's return. What do you think? To Feng, although the engineering design was important, Sindhart and his group of experts were much more valuable. Have us join Zero Wing? Sindhart immediately fell into deep thought. Judging from Fiend's behavior before, he could tell that Zero Wing was truly powerful. After all, even someone like Fiend could not do anything to Zero Wing. If Immortal Light joined Zero Wing, it would indeed allow them to develop safely without worry. However, Sindhart still shook his head as he said, Brother Feng, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I still wish to develop Immortal Light together with that band of brothers of mine. Feng had expected Sindhart to reply in this manner. Hence, he offered another proposal, saying, if this is so, how about having Zero Wing invest into Immortal Light? Our side will ask for just 50% of your guild shares. In return, Zero Wing will supply you all with large amounts of funding and resources. Aside from the 20,000 gold for the design, we'll grant you a starting capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to 30,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, we'll also continue providing you with coins and magic crystals. This much should be enough to let Immortal Light develop in any city. Zero Wing also won't interfere with Immortal Light's development. What do you think? Sindhart was momentarily stunned when he heard Feng's offer. Brother Feng, you're joking, right? With this much funding, not to mention Immortal Light, even buying 50% of a second-rate guild shares won't be a problem, Sindhart said. He felt both moved and shocked. Right now Immortal Light was currently at its lowest point. Practically nobody felt optimistic about Immortal Light's future, much less want to invest into the guild. Before this, he had always heard other people mentioning how rich a guild Zero Wing was. He never imagined that the guild would actually be wealthy enough to casually throw out tens of thousands of gold and magic crystals. With this much funding, Immortal Light would be able to become a second-rate guild quickly. Chapter 860. Guild Expansion. Even after Feng's lengthy persuasion, Sindhart remained silent, his hesitation reflecting in his eyes. Is that not enough initial funding? Feng asked when he noticed Sindhart's pause. He didn't particularly mind the lost funds, although he was tight on money at the moment. With the bronze engineering locomotive design, it would be incredibly easy to earn money. The only problem was that he lacked a large number of advanced lifestyle classes. Manufacturing the bronze locomotive was not easy. Not only was the manufacturing process complex, but it was also different from the method forgers used produced weapons and equipment. Aside from needing a large number of engineers, forgers and alchemists were also needed to produce various components for the engineering locomotive. Even for the candlelight trading firm, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the bronze mounts unless it stopped producing everything else. In Feng's previous life, Abyssal monsters had not overrun the Twin Towers Kingdom. Hence, even though King's return had oppressed Immortal Light, the guild had a place to develop itself and nurture its own advanced lifestyle players. Now, however, that was not possible. No. It's more than enough. Only... Sindhart hesitated as he looked at Feng. After considering the situation at length, he said, there is one thing that I am really confused about. Brother Feng, we are only strangers who met by chance. I have also earned King's return's ire. Why are you so willing to help us? Immortal Light is an upstart guild, even weaker than a third-rate guild. There should be no reason for Zero Wing to sacrifice so much for us. Can you tell me why? If he claimed that Feng's offer of initial funding did not tempt him, he would be lying. Even a first-rate guild would be greatly shocked by such wealth. Moreover, what had Immortal Light done to deserve such kindness? He was not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It was the same for his brothers in Immortal Light. There was no point for Zero Wing to go so far for them. Do you want to know the truth? Feng laughed. If you're willing to tell me, yes. Sindhart felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, he wanted to understand this situation. If Feng's goal was the same as Hell Fiend's, even in death, he would refuse Feng's offer. All right. Since you wish to hear it, I'll tell you. I have 3 reasons. The first is that Zero Wing needs to expand to other countries. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has become too famous, and it is very easy for others to target our members, particularly God's domain's major powers. Zero Wing has already deeply ingrained itself in Star Moon Kingdom. It would be very difficult for those major powers to shake Zero Wing's foundation here. Even if they could do so, the price would be far greater than the gains. There is not a single major power in God's domain that is willing to pay that price. However, it is just as difficult to develop Zero Wing in other countries. None of these major powers will just stand by and do nothing as we expand into their territories. However, another way for Zero Wing to expand its influence is to develop an affiliated guild that won't attract these powers' attention. Immortal Light just happens to fit this bill. Your personality and potential are my second reason. I can tell that you've only joined the virtual gaming world recently. It is possible that God's Domain is the first virtual reality game you and your friends have truly experienced. The fact that you guys can obtain such strength in such a short period speaks volumes about your potentials. There is also the fact that you guys have managed to offend a super guild. Generally, it is very difficult for ordinary experts to do that. After all, the two are on entirely different levels. It is an extremely rare occurrence in the virtual gaming world. The third point is this bronze ranked design. It can offer Zero Wing significant profit. Each of Feng's points was true if Zero Wing wanted to grow stronger. Expanding its influence to other countries was necessary. Feng had spent a lot of time considering the matter beyond those 3 reasons. Feng's strongest motivation was due to Sind Heart and his companions. These people would all be top-class experts in the future. Even spending hundreds of thousands of gold to recruit them would be worth it, not to mention tens of thousands. However, Sind Heart did not know this. Of course, these benefits are not without a condition. Feng changed the topic. After obtaining these funds, if Immortal Light fails to take control of 3 or 4 major cities within 2 months, Zero Wing will take over the guild's management. After all, coins and magic crystals do not grow on trees. Hearing Feng's condition, Sind Heart's previously vigilant expression vanished as he quietly released a sigh of relief. All right. No problem. I can assure you that, after obtaining this much initial funding, Immortal Light will obtain control of 4 major NPC cities within 2 months. If we can't even do that, I would be too embarrassed to face you, Brother Feng, Sind Heart said earnestly as he patted his chest. Feng simply shook his head and laughed. He was only trying to return the debt of gratitude he owed while taking the opportunity to recruit Sind Heart to his side. He had never imagined that Sind Heart would suspect him of ulterior motives, or that he would be forced to state conditions before the man would agree. There were only so many cities in a country. Now that God's Domain had launched some time ago, other guilds had occupied the various major cities throughout God's Domain. Even a second-rate guild would find it difficult to take control of 4 major cities within 2 months, not to mention Immortal Light, a guild that had recently been uprooted. However, Feng did not mind. Regardless of whether or not Sind Heart succeeded, Zero Wing would still make a profit, following which, Feng and Sind Heart signed an agreement. Feng then spent 20,000 gold to purchase the bronze engineering locomotive design. He also spent 3,000 gold to purchase the 5 plots of land of Snowfield City, paying far less than what they had initially agreed upon. In response, gratitude filled Sind Heart's eyes when he looked at Feng. He had never imagined that Feng would keep to his word to such a degree at this point. Even if he tried to give them away for free, no one would want those lands. After all, one would have to pay the city the corresponding management fees after accepting the lands. Who would be willing to accept such a loss? However, Feng did not feel as if he had taken any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a huge profit at the end of the day. The Abyss invasion was only an expansion pack. Sooner or later, it would be resolved. Although not all NPC cities affected by the invasion would recover to their peaks and would undergo some changes. As one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top 10 cities, Snowfield City would recover. Other guilds might not be able to afford to wait, but Zero Wing could. Moreover, aside from being able to resell these lands for a high price in the future, Feng had an important purpose for these 5 plots of land. When the time came, aside from the bronze locomotives, the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City would earn him the most money. After Feng and Sind Heart completed their trade, Feng hurried back to the candlelight trading firm. As he prepared to produce the engineering locomotive, Aqua Rose called him guild leader. I found Fiend's location. He is currently residing in Light City, the Glory Empire's imperial capital. Here are his current coordinates. Aqua Rose then sent Fiend's whereabouts to Feng. He sure moves quickly. Feng's lips hooked up into a grin as he read the coordinates. Even if you hide in Light City, you cannot escape. Chapter 861. Consecutive Upgrades. While the ancient book Abyss Summoning could bring a disaster to God's domain, it could also bring power to players, however. There was one thing that Fiend did not know: the power of that the ancient book could provide was not limited to protection from abyssal monsters or an increase to basic attributes. While in a demonic field erected by abyssal monsters, establishing a safe zone was the ancient book's true purpose. Inside the established safe zone, abyssal monsters would not actively attack players. This was the forbidden book's greatest value to players. Now that the Abyss Passage had been opened, not only had swarms of abyssal monsters appeared in the Twin Towers Kingdom, but Star Moon Kingdom would also be invaded. Fortunately, the abyssal monsters required some time to fly from the Twin Towers Kingdom to Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Star Moon Kingdom was still relatively peaceful when the abyssal monsters reached Star Moon Kingdom. The kingdom's players would suffer, of course. Star Moon Kingdom wasn't the only country affected by the Abyss invasion. Twin Towers Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires would similarly be affected. Only they would not suffer as severely as the Twin Towers Kingdom. If Feng wanted an advantageous position during the Abyss invasion, the ancient book was a necessary item. Fortunately, the ancient book would drop upon death. Moreover, after Abyss Summoning was used, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag as long as he killed Fiend. He could obtain the ancient book now. Light City was the only problem. As an imperial capital, the city's security was incomparably strict. A level 180 Tier 3 NPC led every patrol group that roamed the city streets. If a player tried to cause trouble, these Tier 3 NPCs would kill them immediately. It seems I'll have to level up the Abyssal Blade. Feng felt somewhat helpless when he looked at his own attributes to absorb the soul fire. He had temporarily sacrificed 44% of his basic attributes. Even if his attributes had been quite high, after such a huge decrease, his basic attributes could no longer compare to Apex Expert like Fiend. Furthermore, he had to kill the Elementalist inside Light City shortly after he had upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 30. He had obtained the Sacred Sword Killing Ray. Hence, he had not rushed to upgrade the magic weapon. However, now that his attributes had dropped by so much, he had to upgrade the Abyssal Blade if he wanted to increase his combat power quickly, following which, Feng entered the Candlelight Trading Firm and stored the engineering locomotive design in the trading firm's warehouse. He then grabbed some of the weapons Melancholic Smile had prepared for him previously before using space movement to leave White River City and reach the deserted Howling Moon Canyon. Howling Moon Canyon was a level 10 to level 20 leveling map. To current mainstream players, this map was far too low-leveled for grinding. Only newcomers to God's domain would come here. Howling Moon Canyon didn't offer particularly abundant resources, either. There were also very few quests in this area. Hence, players rarely ventured here to level up, which made it a perfect location for Feng to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. I wonder what kind of commotion will happen with this upgrade. Feng carefully unsheathed the Abyssal Blade from the scabbard hanging at his waist. He then called up the Abyssal Blade system interface and chose to upgrade it. Compared to the upgrade to level 30. The Abyssal Blade required far more weapons to reach level 35. It needed 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to current players. Level 35 fine gold weapons were top-tier weapons. Very few ordinary experts could obtain weapons of this rank. It was even more so for level 35 dark gold weapons. Even to large guilds, weapons of such caliber were exceedingly rare. However, without hesitation, Feng chose to sacrifice the level 35 fine gold and dark gold weapons he had prepared, following which, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a dark cloud as 23 weapons flew out of Feng's bag and hovered around him immediately. A black magic array formed beneath Feng's feet. The pitch-black light that the array released shot into the sky. If one watched from afar, they would discover a pillar of light rise up from the canyon's forest. The 23 weapons then disintegrated and transformed into 23 balls of pure golden energy that melded into the magic array. After the golden energy balls vanished, Feng heard chains snap. Following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the canyon, causing the monsters in the area to drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear as if their lives had been stolen from them. The plants around Feng began to wither before eventually turning into ash. This phenomenon continued to spread, only stopping after it had extended 20 yards away from Feng. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade reformed into a sharp, silver sword with engraved, crimson runes on its blade, radiating a faint bloodlust. The runes gave off a sinister feeling. However, Feng did not pay much attention to the changes that had occurred as he clicked the upgrade button once more this time, to level up the Abyssal Blade from 35 to 40. Although the number of sacrificial weapons had not changed, it now required level 40 weapons to current players. Level 40 top-tier weapons were utterly out of their reach. After all, even the number 1 players on Empire's ranking lists were only level 39. They were still far from level 40. Not to mention obtaining level 40 dark gold weapons. Feng, however, had plenty of level 40 fine gold weapons. Previously, while farming for designs, he had killed tons of high-ranking field bosses. He even had a godly skill like Divine Providence to assist him. He had piles of level 40 weapons in stock. Hence, he could easily offer the Abyssal Blade the required 23 articles. The Abyssal Blade leveled up once more compared to the previous black magic array. A twofold magic array now appeared beneath Feng's feet. The array's radius had also expanded from the previous 15 yards to 45 yards. In the next moment, a massive pillar of black light appeared in the middle of the canyon. Even those standing at the canyon's entrance could see the pillar of light clearly, much less the players within the map. What's that? What's going on with those monsters? The players grinding in the canyon were momentarily stunned. The pillar of black light towered like a mountain. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating while they bathed in the pillar's pressure. It felt as if their fate were no longer in their own hands. Shortly after, the pillar of black light faded. However, before anyone could feel relieved, a deafening dragon roar shook Howling Moon Canyon. This roar was so powerful that it even frightened some of the weaker monsters to death. The players inside the canyon had not fared much better as every one of them slumped to the ground. Trembling, is there a legendary monster over there? Why don't we go take a look? It might be a fortuitous encounter or some kind of rare boss. If we can kill it, we might be set for life. Although the numerous parties were afraid, they were also excited. There were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain. One frequently read such stories being on the official forums. There were many cases where unknown noobs miraculously stumbled across a powerful treasure, instantly becoming a famous local expert. Either that or they could make a fortune from selling the treasure they obtained and gear themselves with powerful equipment, earning countless players' envy. Hence, compared to dying, the players in Howling Moon Canyon were more eager to obtain the treasure. This might very well be a turning point in their lives at this moment. However, the source of the pillar of light was a disaster. Every plant and monster within a radius of 100 yards had been turned into ash. Currently, only one man and one sword resided in the center of this desolate area. Chapter 862. The Hidden Effect of Magic Weapons. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade twice in a row, the magic weapon's appearance had changed significantly. The sword was now pure silver with blood-red runes engraved across the blade. There was also a faint layer of black mist enveloping the sword. The hilt bore a miniature black dragon which looked astonishingly lifelike despite part of the sword's blade being buried in the ground. Feng could feel a significant oppression from the weapon. Even he felt slightly uncomfortable even after Feng had firmly held onto the Abyssal Blade. The oppressive feeling still did not disappear. To think it would be so powerful at level 40. If I upgrade it 2 or 3 more times, I won't be able to wield it in battle. Feng both rejoiced and felt helpless as he gazed at the silver Abyssal Blade. There were weapons capable of mentally oppressing players in God's domain. However, this was definitely the first time Feng had seen a weapon that would also oppress its user. When expert players fought ordinary players, they could similarly exert a significant mental oppression. This mental oppression could dull an opponent's reactions and weight down their movement, which would, in turn, reduce their combat power significantly. But against experts of similar standards, this mental oppression was practically negligible. However, the mental oppression that God's domain's weapons and equipment exuded was different from that of players. This kind of mental oppression resembled what players felt when they faced Grand Lord-ranked monsters. Not only could it dull players' thought processes, but it could also increase players' stamina consumption rate. It was precisely this reason that Grand Lords were so difficult to deal with. It was practically impossible to rely on numbers to defeat Grand Lords. Even expert players would suffer tremendously against a Grand Lord's mental oppression. It would be impressive if an expert could even exert 60% or 70% of their actual combat power, yet the mental oppression the Abyssal Blade released was stronger than that of Grand Lords. Even an expert of Feng's level would squirm under this mental oppression, affecting their combat power slightly, following which, Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade and slashed at the empty space before him. Earth Splitter. Hua! A streak of silver light slammed into the ground, stretching out over 30 yards. When the light vanished, it revealed a deep trench in the ground wide enough to fit 3 people lying shoulder to shoulder. The trench was nearly 5 meters deep. Earth Splitter's power was now far stronger than when he had used the skill in the past. Moreover, swinging the Abyssal Blade also felt completely different however. What shocked Feng the most was the sudden burst of mental oppression when he activated his skill under this mental oppression. Even an expert like Feng would lose nearly 40% of his combat power. Weaker experts might even experience a 50% decrease. Factoring in the element of surprise, the mental oppression might even increase further so strong. Sure enough, magic weapons are quite scary. Feng was at a loss for words as he examined the Abyssal Blade statistics. Abyssal Blade. One-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1204. All attributes plus 72. Attack speed plus 20. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 200% damage, 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 4 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 40. Can be upgraded. Devour 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional Skill 1. Phantom Kill, Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time duration. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional Skill 2. Abyssal Bind, Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100% duration. 4 seconds. Cooldown. 50 seconds. Additional Skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Additional Skill 4. Abyssal Curse, Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. The famed smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. Purely regarding attributes, the Abyssal Blade was no longer weaker than epic weapons. Now that it had gained the hidden effect of exuding mental oppression, it was a tool for slaughter. It seems that I'll have to make some time to get used to this kind of mental oppression. Even now, when Feng thought back to the burst of mental oppression that had occurred when he had used a skill, he was still somewhat afraid. If, when he faced a powerful enemy, this mental oppression affected him at a crucial moment, he would only have himself to blame if he lost the battle. However, when Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, the mental oppression vanished. Oh, someone actually dared to come here? Just as Feng was about to leave, he discovered someone attempting to sneaking up on him. This person was highly skilled with their stealth techniques. However, this person's light footwork was secondary. The frequency of this person's movements was crucial. This person had matched the rhythm of their footsteps to his own. Expert players were powerful because of their ability to push their body's 5 senses and power to its very limits. With heightened senses, even a player in stealth would not escape detection. After all, stealth only made a player invisible. It did not eliminate a player's presence. However, it was far more difficult for expert players to perceive those capable of matching their movement frequency. After all, a person's 5 senses mainly function to detect existences on different frequencies. It was very easy for a player to ignore those on the same wavelength. The assassin sneaking up on Feng was actually capable of matching his frequency. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two players was simply too massive. Despite having matched his frequency, Feng detected the assassin easily. A pity, Feng laughed. He then vanished from where he stood. Void steps. When Feng disappeared, the young man, a level 18 assassin, dropped his jaw in shock, not daring to believe what he had just seen. A swordsman player had actually vanished right before his eyes. How did he disappear? Can swordsmen learn the stealth skill as well? The assassin youth ran to where Feng had disappeared from in an attempt to make sense of what had just happened. However, before the assassin youth came anywhere near his destination, his body froze with fright. By the time he realized it, a chilling blue longsword had appeared at his neck. Had he taken another step forward, that blue longsword would have sliced his head clean off. Chapter 863. Audition. Brat, you sure have guts to run all the way here. Feng smiled faintly as he spoke to the stealthed assassin youth at level 18. There was no way that he could make up for the massive difference between their attributes. Regardless of how proficient he was with his stealth technique, Feng had simply intended to leave the area. However, after discovering this assassin, he changed his mind. He had done so because he was impressed with this youth's strength. In the past, the youth had also been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. The afterimage assassin, Soundless. Feng had encountered Soundless in the past. Soundless had garnered fame in the past due to the mess he had made of Ouroboros. Not only had Soundless targeted the first-rate guild, but he had also targeted its guild leader, Chao Chenghua. Soundless had actually succeeded in killing Chao Chenghua for a total of 3 times. This incident had humiliated Ouroboros thoroughly. It wouldn't have been so bad if Chao Chenghua's killer had been a well-known assassination expert in the virtual gaming world. However, a nameless assassin had claimed his life not once, but 3 times. After that incident, Ouroboros had tried furiously to get rid of Soundless in the end. However, the guild had failed to do anything about the assassin. A single independent player had actually stood against a first-rate guild. This had been an incredibly rare occurrence even throughout God's domain. Not to mention a small country like Star Moon Kingdom. As news of Soundless' achievement spread, many large guilds had attempted to recruit the assassin. Some guilds had even offered a portion of their shares to gain his membership. However, Soundless had paid no attention to the offers he received, refusing to join any guild. After some more time, Soundless started a journey through God's domain to challenge the various experts on the continent. Of course, he had not remained undefeated. However, even after a defeat, he had lost gloriously. After all, the victors had not been ordinary experts. Everyone was a top-class expert in God's domain. Some were even old monsters from various super guilds. The assassin had earned those old monsters' favorable opinions and high evaluations. Some of those super guilds had even stretched out an olive branch in an attempt to recruit Soundless. After all, despite his age, Soundless already qualified to challenge those old monsters. Needless to say, his future would be brilliant. In the end, even the first-rate guild Ouroboros had no choice but to surrender and offer corresponding compensation. Soundless had become an idol that many independent players revered. However, Soundless had always mingled in Star Moon City. Feng had never imagined that the youth would appear in White River City. Now that he had encountered such an expert, Feng could not miss this chance to get acquainted. Currently, despite facing the pressure Feng exuded, Soundless showed no hint of fear. Rather, reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the swordsman. This was the first time Soundless had encountered such a situation. He had always been proud of his stealth techniques. Although he was only level 18, even level 35 guild elite players had failed to notice him when he stood beside them. Yet despite being over 60 yards away from Feng, the latter had discovered him. Moreover, before he had realized it, a blue long sword had appeared against his neck. He felt as if he were dreaming. However, the icy sensation he felt at his neck reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. Although Feng's level was much higher than his, he could tell that the gap between them was not simply a case of attributes. Even the gap between their techniques was despairingly wide. Brother expert, please don't misunderstand. I just came here to take a look. Soundless hurriedly explained as he faintly felt the long sword move forward. While there were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain, banditry was even more commonplace. When one encountered another player trying to plunder their fortuitous encounter, they would take out said player without hesitation. You came to take a look? Feng laughed. He retrieved Killing Ray and said, "All right then. I believe you. However, you best stay far away from this kind of place in the future. Next time, you won't be as lucky." The youth had mistaken the turmoil the Abyssal blade had caused as a fortuitous encounter. If not for Soundless' late timing, the Abyssal blade's shockwaves would have certainly killed him. Soundless had wanted to respond, but Feng had vanished before he could utter a word. This time, however, Feng had not used void steps. Instead, he used the 7 Luminaries ring space movement to return to White River City. Soundless was dumbstruck when he saw Feng vanish, his reverence of Feng growing even more intense to come and go without leaving a trace. Feng was even more of an assassin than an assassin like himself, so strong. I wish I had even half of his abilities. 0 Wings Yifeng, is it? I must convince him to mentor me. After recovering from his momentary stupor, Soundless retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He planned to join 0 Wing right away. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of guilds, thinking that guilds' elites and experts were decent at best. However, after seeing Feng's frightening performance, he finally understood how little he knew. Elsewhere, Feng had no idea that his display had attracted the afterimage assassin to join 0 Wing. He had only intended to establish an initial connection with the youth, and later attempt to recruit him gradually. After all, independent experts like Soundless had a lot of pride. In the past, even after super guilds had extended an invitation, he had rejected their offers. After returning to White River City, Feng traveled to the teleportation hall and towards Light City. When Feng arrived in Light City, he discovered a crowd of players in the teleportation hall. Every one of these players was extraordinary, with most of them being level 35 or above. One would not find a crowd like this in White River City or Star Moon City. Many players who had traveled to Light City were stunned by what they saw, just as Feng wondered how he should search for Fiend. A sudden commotion across the street attracted his attention. King's Return's audition has begun. Let's hurry over and check it out. I heard that more than 1 million players are participating in this audition. There are over 6 million players here to watch. This is the grandest recruitment competition King's Return has ever held. I know, right? Right now, God's Domain is insanely popular. Even King's Return has made some slight adjustments to how many people they will recruit this time. Instead of recruiting 100 people like usual, they are recruiting up to 300. I even heard that the upper echelons will be here to observe the auditions. I heard that Fiend, the newest adjudicator, will be watching. If I had even 1/3 of his abilities, I could secure first place. I'd get to enjoy the benefits of a core member. Keep dreaming. I'm not as greedy as you. I don't need 1/3. 1/5 will be enough for me. Swarms of players on the street were discussing the event recruitment competition. Feng could not help his smile after overhearing these conversations. This is a good opportunity. Chapter 864. S-Rank Evaluation. There were not many super guilds in the virtual gaming world. As a result, the annual recruitment competition that King's Return, one of these few super guilds, held was a huge event in the virtual gaming world. In addition, due to God's Domain's launch, this event had become even more popular than before. However, its guild residents had far from enough space to accommodate the massive number of players participating in this year's assessment. Fortunately, King's Return had thought of a plan to deal with this problem. It would host the audition in the Divine Coliseum. Unlike White River City, Light City's Divine Coliseum had been constructed in the sky, above the imperial capital. However, the building had an ethereal form as if it existed in a different realm. The audition's requirements are intense this year. They require participants to reach the trial tower's 6th floor. I only reached the 5th floor the last time I challenged the trial. I wonder if I can pass through the 5th floor this time? I know, right? This requirement is simply too high. The most powerful player in my city has only reached the 6th floor. King's Return is not giving us a fair chance. As they arrived, players began to complain when the ready King's Return's listed requirements. A player's level and equipment did not matter in the Divine Coliseum's trial tower. Only their techniques mattered. However, the trial tower itself was the most damning aspect, as each attempt to challenge its floors cost 1 magic crystal. Magic crystals had always been a rare commodity in God's Domain. Ordinary players had an extremely difficult time obtaining even one. Even expert players would only have a few on hand. Normally, players used every magic crystal sparingly, yet to prove their qualifications to take King's Return's test, they had to spend 1 magic crystal to challenge the trial tower. If in the end, they failed to join King's Return, they would have suffered a huge loss. However, as the various players fell into heated discussions, a young man caught their attention as he entered the main hall. Adoration and envy filled their eyes as they watched him. This man was the host of this year's recruitment competition, Fiend. He was also an adjudicator of King's Return. Even in the Super Guild, he was considered a top-class expert. He was also the role model they dreamed of becoming. While he had everyone's attention, Fiend ran the participants through this year's competition rules. Following which, he entered a VIP room on the second floor to watch the audition quietly. Fiend. Quite a number of experts are participating in this year's audition. As the competition's host, you should take the opportunity to recruit more high-potential newcomers. They might even become powerful allies, Praying Lotus, who sat beside Fiend, advised as she looked down on the crowd. She had discovered several experts among the participants. Some of them had even reached level 38. To independent players, this was a very difficult feat. There were many factions in a super guild. Hence, the guild's upper echelons paid a lot of attention to the recruitment of fresh talent every year. It was also extremely difficult to obtain the rights to host the yearly auditions. Fiend had only obtained the honor after all sorts of negotiation and trades as the host. Fiend had the opportunity to rope in the participants he had set his sight on after the competition had begun. After the competition finished, he even had priority in choosing potential newcomers. After undergoing special training, these newcomers would quickly join the ranks of King's Returns experts. Some might even become core members. These people would be extremely useful to Fiend in the future. Hence, he needed to consider his selections carefully. Relax. I've already investigated some of the powerful experts participating in the audition this year. I won't let anyone else obtain a single potential newcomer. Fiend laughed confidently. If those old bastards knew that there were so many potential newcomers, they would regret trading with me. Before the King's Returns recruitment competition had officially begun, he had already sent his subordinates to scout the participants and make a list of the experts taking part in the audition. Among the numerous experts participating, 8 had caught his attention regarding either age or current strength. These 8 people had earned an S-rank evaluation on his list in the past. 3 to 5 S-rank evaluations had been impressive. Now, there were a total of 8. Just thinking about it made Fiend rejoice. To become this year's audition host, he had paid a tremendous price, even giving up his tablet slot. However, securing all 8 of these S-rank newcomers would definitely be worth the sacrifice. After all, it would be the equivalent of hosting 2 auditions. The people who had received an S-rank evaluation would go on to become top-class experts in the guild. Praying Lotus had been one of these S-rank newcomers. Now, she was one of the leading figures in King's Returns' younger generation. Old bastards. Just you wait and see. Sooner or later, King's Return will belong to me. When Fiend thought about how he had not only foiled Sindhart's exchange today, but had also orchestrated the abyssal invasion of Star Moon Kingdom, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. It was true that he could not do anything about Zero Wing right now. However, those abyssal monsters could deal with the guild easily. He was very aware that devastation would follow those abyssal monsters wherever they went. Even Star Moon Kingdom would fall if it were invaded, much less White River City. In the end, the lands purchased Zero Wing had purchased would be worthless. However, Fiend had no intentions of letting Zero Wing go with so little punishment. To prevent Sindhart from obtaining that money, he had used up his most precious ancient book. If he let Zero Wing get away with so little damage, how could he appease the anger in his heart? He still wanted to get rid of Black Flame and every upper echelon of Zero Wing. He wanted to remove Zero Wing's name from God's domain. Thoroughly in the past, he had feared Black Flame somewhat. However, now that he had activated the ancient book and obtained its power, he was very confident that he could kill the swordsman. Just as Fiend congratulated himself, he received a message. Upon reading this message, his expression darkened. Has Zero Wing gone mad? A bloody glint flashed in Fiend's eyes. He wanted nothing more than to devour every Zero Wing member alive. Why are you so angry? What happened? Praying Lotus asked. Zero Wing bought those 5 plots of useless land. Now, Sindhart has collected the required money. Black Flame. I won't let you get away with this. Fiend bellowed. His voice was so cold that the room's temperature plummeted. How can this be? The abyssal monsters have already taken over Snowfield City. The lands are worth nothing. Are Zero Wing's upper echelons fools? Praying Lotus was shocked as well. She knew just how much money Sindhart needed. Zero Wing must be insane to spend that much money on 5 tattered lands. Lotus, we're leaving. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom will watch as I end the Sword King's legend today. Fiend growled as he stood and prepared to leave. What about the selection? Praying Lotus hurriedly asked. The audition had already begun. I've already notified Ordinary Stranger. When the time comes, he will represent me in choosing those experts. Fiend refused to waste any more time. He rushed out of the room, intending to head towards Light City's teleportation hall. However, as soon as Fiend set foot out of the room, numerous black chains emerged from the ground and bound him, startling the adjudicator. He couldn't respond to the sudden development while he was restrained. Chapter 865. Clean Sweep. The instant the pitch-black chains bound Hell Fiend, the Elementalist released a low shout as he activated a control removal skill, breaking free from his restrictions. He then instinctively raised his staff and used Frozen Circle. A wave of cold air spread out to Hell Fiend's surroundings. However, the cold air had failed to restrain the figure that had ambushed Hell Fiend. On the contrary, the figure had moved closer in the next moment. A streak of blue light slashed towards Hell Fiend. Having no other choice, Hell Fiend used his blink skill, vanishing and reappearing 20 yards from where he had stood in the corridor at this moment. Hell Fiend finally realized who had attacked him. It was a man hidden under a black cloak. The cloak's hood concealed the man's face, and he could only see a pair of black eyes. A silvery white flame burned in those eyes, making Hell Fiend shudder. Despite the man standing in front of him, he couldn't even pick up the slightest tension or oppression with his 5 senses. It didn't even feel as if the man actually existed. Who are you? Hell Fiend immediately realized that the man before him was no weaker than himself, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. If not for his sharp senses instantly detecting the chains that had emerged from the ground, this man would have likely killed him already. Still inside the room, Praying Lotus was similarly stunned. She had never seen such a foolish expert before. She had never imagined that someone would be so daring as to aim for Hell Fiend's life here. Setting aside Hell Fiend's combat standard, Light City was King's Return's main base of operations. Moreover, they were in the Divine Colosseum. The NPCs guarding this place were far more powerful than the NPCs patrolling on the streets. Every one of them was a level 200 NPC. Attempting to assassinate Hell Fiend here was nothing more than a suicide attempt. However, the Oracle Praying Lotus also reacted quickly as she began casting a spell to cover Hell Fiend. Meanwhile, the expert that Praying Lotus considered foolish was none other than Feng. Naturally, Feng understood the risks of attacking a player in the Divine Colosseum. However, those risks were exactly what he needed to increase his chances of success. Furthermore, he had chosen this narrow corridor on the 2nd floor to make his move. Combat in such a cramped area was highly disadvantageous for a magical class. Hence, his chances of killing Hell Fiend here were much higher than if he targeted the Elementalist on the open streets or in the fields. In addition, the Divine Colosseum's NPCs were garrisoned in the 1st floor's main hall. By the time they discovered his attack and reached the 2nd floor corridor, they would have wasted at least 10 seconds. They would need more time to react than if he had launched his attack on the streets. No answer? Then die. Hell Fiend began to chant an incantation when realized that his attacker had chosen to remain silent, firing numerous frost arrows at Feng simultaneously. Inside the Divine Colosseum, he had an absolute advantage. Although the terrain worked against him, he didn't need to defeat Feng. He only needed to buy time until the NPCs arrived. He refused to believe that Feng could kill him in such a short time. Moreover, he currently had the Ancient Book's enchantment. He was confident of contending with his guild's old monsters, much less some fool with a few loose screws. In the next moment, the frost arrows flew through Feng's body and struck the wall behind him, resulting in a white explosion. Hell Fiend's expression darkened as he noticed that someone had appeared behind him. However, Feng had not revealed even a strand of killing intent. Despite reaching the Void Realm long ago, Hell Fiend had been slow by half a beat in discovering Feng, just as Hell Fiend considered using Ice Barrier to protect himself. The Abyssal Blade was already unsheathed, and Feng used Blade Liberation and Chop against Hell Fiend. The Abyssal Blade's mental oppression while unsheathed was already extraordinary. After using a skill, the mental oppression increased by several times. Any ordinary player would freeze and fall in fear against such a powerful oppression. Even standing would be a difficult task. To an expert like Hell Fiend, however, although he had not frozen, the mental oppression still delayed his reactions. Although mental oppression could not distinguish allies from enemies, Feng had utilized the Soulfire's power before using the Abyssal Blade. His mind was utterly serene. With the help of the Soulfire's power, even the Abyssal Blade's suffocating mental oppression felt like a light breeze. The Abyssal Blade could not affect him whatsoever as a result of Hell Fiend's delayed reactions. He allowed the Abyssal Blade to slice through Praying Lotus's magic shield and his frost shield without any resistance. Hell Fiend had no time to deploy his Ice Barrier as the magic weapon bit into his body. Blade Liberation's power had doubled Feng's strength and agility attributes. Even if Feng's attributes were currently weakened, his attack power was still higher than before. Even after the magic shield and frost shield absorbed a significant amount of damage from his attack, when his chop struck Hell Fiend, it achieved a critical hit and dealt minus 13,418 points of damage. To Hell Fiend, who only had around 11,000 HP, this single attack was enough to deplete all of his HP instantly. Just who are you? Watching his HP rapidly decrease, Hell Fiend turned his head to look at Feng, regret filling his eyes. If he had activated Ice Barrier from the very beginning, he might have held this man off until the NPCs had arrived, yet he had allowed his confidence of being in the Divine Colosseum to get the better of him. As a result, he underestimated his opponent's strength. However, no matter how much Hell Fiend regretted his arrogance, his body still collapsed to the ground. He dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient book as he died. Praying Lotus, who still stood inside the VIP room, looked at Feng grimly. She no longer dared to look down on Feng. This had all happened too quickly. She had never dreamed that Hell Fiend would die like that, without even enough time to even activate Ice Barrier. Even if she relayed this story, nobody would believe her. However, this unimaginable scene had indeed occurred. Killing Hell Fiend inside the Divine Colosseum might have seemed extremely foolish, but they had been the true fools. After all, how could an expert of such standard possibly accomplish such a suicidal assassination without at least some confidence of succeeding? Moreover, the burst of mental oppression that had suddenly appeared was simply too frightening. Even from so far away, her mind had still gone blank for a moment. If Feng approached her, only death would await her. Experts were experts because of their quick reactions. However, that kind of mental oppression had even slowed her thought process. In a battle between experts, even an instant of hesitation could be fatal, not to mention falling into a daze. Just who is he? Praying Lotus's mind rapidly shuffled through the well-known experts in God's domain as she watched Feng's cloaked figure. However, not one of the experts she knew of possessed a cold, ethereal aura like the man before her. She felt as if she were looking at an emotionless robot, rather than a human being. While Praying Lotus tried to guess Feng's identity, Feng hurriedly collected the equipment and ancient book Hell Fiend had dropped. He then used space movement and departed from the Divine Colosseum silently. Shortly after Feng left, a group of level 200 guards wielding spears reached the scene of the crime. However, aside from Hell Fiend's corpse, nobody else was present in the corridor. Moments after the guards arrived, a few curious players rushed to the scene as well. When they discovered Hell Fiend's corpse, none of them could believe their eyes. Someone had killed King's Return's adjudicator in the Divine Colosseum. Chapter 866. Number 1 Bounty. Isn't that Hell Fiend, this year's audition host? Why is he dead? What happened here? When the players attending the audition saw Hell Fiend's corpse on the ground, the quiet corridor erupted with noise as they fell into a heated discussion. Who was Hell Fiend? What was this place? Everyone knew the answers to these questions, yet Hell Fiend had died here. News of Hell Fiend's death in the Divine Colosseum spread like wildfire. Posts about the incident filled the front page of the Glory Empire's official forums. There were even commentary videos and photos showing Hell Fiend's corpse. Instantly, this incident caused a commotion that swept throughout the Glory Empire. Every player in the Empire was curious about what exactly had happened. Inside King's Return's guild residence. Lotus, you were there. What happened? A dignified, middle-aged man sternly demanded after he finished reading the report he had received. This man was none other than the Thundersword of King's Return, Broken City, one of the Super Guild's upper echelons. Even the adjudicators had to treat Broken City with great respect. However, this was not only due to the man's status in the guild, but also because of Broken City's strength. The man was one of the strongest fighting forces in King's Return. Hell Fiend's assassination was by no means a trivial matter. He had even died inside King's Return's territory. King's Return had become a laughingstock among the super guilds over this incident. This is the video I recorded. Praying Lotus forwarded her video, which displayed Feng's assassination of Hell Fiend, to Broken City. In the video, Hell Fiend had died almost instantly without any time to resist. This video made Broken City's eyes twitch in anger. He was very familiar with Hell Fiend's combat standards. Theoretically, it was impossible for the young man to blunder so severely. If Hell Fiend had not fallen into a daze for that brief instant, he could have survived that attack. Lotus, what happened during that instant? Broken City asked as he turned to the Oracle with a serious expression. Although Praying Lotus had made a recording of the battle, there were many things that could not be felt through watching a video. He also did not think that Hell Fiend would die such a foolish death, following which, Praying Lotus relayed the events that had occurred in the corridor, particularly emphasizing the moment when Feng had attacked Hell Fiend. No matter how much she may have wanted to, she could never forget the feeling of that intense mental oppression. Even the oppression she felt from the guild's old monsters could not come close to Feng's. There had also been that sudden burst of mental oppression she had felt when Feng launched his attack. In that instant, that oppression had far surpassed even that of Grand Lords. During that moment, she felt as if she had been an ant, waiting for some monster to squish her to death. Mental oppression? Broken City's expression turned somber. He had never imagined that God's domain would have such an expert. He finally understood why Fiend had died so easily in a fight between experts. Life and death could be determined in an instant. This fact could not be any more real than in a game like God's Domain Lotus. Notified the players below immediately. I don't care what methods they use. They must find this person. Also, place a bounty of 20,000 gold on the man's head. Those who can provide clues leading to him can earn a reward of 100 to 500 gold. We need to show everyone that any player who dares to strike against King's Return and use us as a stepping stone will only find death. Broken City commanded this assassination was a serious matter. This was the first time King's Return had suffered such a loss from an assassin outside of the Flower of Seven Sins. If they failed to display their strength properly, they would only become a laughingstock for other super guilds hearing Broken City's orders. Praying Lotus was shocked. 20,000 gold was no small amount. With this much money, they could easily hire a top-class expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. However, Praying Lotus also understood that it would not be easy to deal with Fiend's killer. It would have been a different story if the other party had revealed their identity. The crucial issue was that the other party had not done so. As a result, they had to rely on his class and temperament to locate him. However, how large was God's domain? Just how many players did the game have? Moreover, God's domain was somewhat different from other virtual reality games. The game's experts were not only from the virtual gaming world. There was also a large number of real-life martial artists who had joined God's domain. After all, God's domain could be played without affecting one's daily life. On the contrary, it could give someone more free time, allowing them to do more with their life. The game practically extended one's lifespan. Who knew just how many unknown experts roamed about God's domain? Furthermore, even if they looked into the motive behind Fiend's assassination, finding the killer would not be any easier. It would be a simple matter if that person had only killed Fiend out of revenge or for a bounty. However, what if the player had done so to gain fame and prove his strength? There were countless players in God's domain who would be so daring. This would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Such incidents often occurred every day. There were some who used guilds to become famous, while others used well-known experts to become famous. It was typical for players to use super guilds experts to garner fame. Moreover, such incidents had occurred many times in the past. Among them, the most famous case regarded Silver from the Flower of Seven Sins. Silver had used the upper echelons of several super guilds to build his fame. Although these super guilds had tried to retaliate, they were all helpless against the man. Aside from Silver's personal strength, he had extremely powerful backing. In the end, the various super guilds had been forced to compromise. However, unlike Fiend's killer, Silver had not hidden his identity. Hence, the only way they could possibly locate this killer was to offer an astronomical bounty. Shortly after, news regarding the Bounty King's return had announced spread throughout God's domain. The bounty of 20,000 gold stupefied everyone. The previous top player on the bounty list had only been worth 8,000 gold. This was, by far, a new record in God's domain. King's return is insane. That's 20,000 gold they're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. This is too cool. If a super guild placed a 20,000 gold bounty on me, I could die with pride. But why isn't there a mention of the target's name? Silver fire burns in both of his eyes. He also has a chilling vibe about him. Why don't we call him Frost Eye? Frost Eye? That sounds like a fitting name. A chilling aura and silver eyes. I can picture that person easily with that name. After the bounty had gone public, it was all many players throughout God's domain could talk about. Many also started to idolize Feng. For countless players, both Fiend's strength and his background were unattainable. Now, however, a mysterious expert had slain a powerful existence like Fiend. Moreover, as everyone thought that the nickname Frost Eye was rather fitting for the image King's return had published of Feng, the nickname spread like wildfire. As a result, another top-tier assassin had emerged in God's domain. His name was Frost Eye. However, Feng, the incident's culprit, was clueless about this, as he had long since returned to the candlelight trading firm in White River City and was carefully studying the ancient book. Chapter 867, Ancient Abyssal Book. Inside the quiet advanced forging room, Feng was in an ecstatic mood. He had never imagined that combining the Abyssal Blade and the Soul Fire's effects would be this powerful. Initially, he had prepared a trump card to finish Fiend off. He had never realized that he could defeat the Elementalist so easily by relying on the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect. With this power, He would even be able to contend with old monsters like Sirius without activating Twofold Berserk. Twofold Berserk was his final trump card. He would not use it unless he ran out of options completely due to the severe side effects. If he had to endure a weakened state for a long time, he could easily fall prey to his enemies. However, the Abyssal Blade's mental oppression was not significantly limited. He could utilize it at any time. The only drawback was that the Abyssal Blade's mental oppression also affected Feng, but fortunately, the soul fire allowed him to remain calm and in control. Unfortunately, now that he had used the Abyssal Blade's effect on Fiend, he would have to be more careful when using the magic weapon in the future. While he was not afraid of King's Return's retaliation, he was afraid of others realizing that he possessed the ancient book. Hence, he had hidden his identity when he killed Fiend. The ancient book's power was no trifling matter. It could also enable him to make a massive fortune. Although current players still knew nothing of the ancient book's treasure, various quests would appear along with the Abyssal monster's invasion. This would, in turn, lead to players gradually learning about the ancient book and the book's true value. While he was not afraid of anyone attempting to steal it from him due to his confidence of defending the book, he was afraid that, if others learned that he had the ancient book, someone would report him to the War God's Temple. Now that the Abyss Passage had opened, the War God's Temple would need the ancient book's power to reseal the passage if someone provided evidence to the War God's Temple proving that the ancient book was in his hands. The temple's NPCs would hunt him down. If that happened, he would be a wanted man throughout the continent of God's domain. At that time, his life would be over, not to mention losing the book. The punishment for possessing the ancient book would not be as simple as dying 1 or 2 times in the past. Players who had been caught using the ancient book had all their attributes permanently decreased by 500 points, lost 10 levels, and had their reputation in all human cities decreased by 500 points. Players had found it difficult to enter the cities in which they had not earned any reputation points, as their relationship with the city's NPCs had been hostile. If players wanted to enter the city, they had to make up for the negative 500 reputation points first. When Feng took out the forbidden, ancient book, a black mist instantly enveloped the room. Such powerful demonic energy. Feng frowned. Previously, he had not experienced any such phenomenon when he had picked up the book. Now, however, just taking the book out had filled the room with demonic energy. Even after he returned the book to his bag space, demonic energy leaked from his bag. Although demonic energy was mana, it was an extremely violent mana. Players who remained inside demonic energy would find it difficult to stay calm. Moreover, players' reactions would become sluggish inside demonic energy. To abyssal monsters, however, being surrounded in demonic energy felt like heaven. After all, not only would demonic energy allow them to grow stronger, but it would also increase their reaction speeds. However, the worst part about demonic energy was that it would attract abyssal monsters. Now that abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was inevitable that Star Moon Kingdom would be affected. At that time, the demonic energy seeping from his bag would act as a beacon in the darkness when Feng ventured out to grind. Swarms of abyssal monsters would hunt him down. Moreover, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag space after it had been activated. He could not store it anywhere else. However, while Feng's headache grew while he tried to find a solution to deal with the demonic energy leaking from his bag, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Congratulations! You have obtained the ancient abyssal book. Do you wish to wield the book? System. After becoming the wielder, you can gain initial control over the ancient abyssal book's power. However, an abyss imprint will be placed on your body. If the War God's Temple discovers you, you will receive a severe punishment. So, this is the issue. Feng could not help but release a sigh of relief. Immediately, he clicked agree. Currently, he was in sore need of money. Aside from the money he needed to provide mounts for his guild members as they reached level 40 and the funds he had promised to Immortal Light, his head ached over the money he still needed to build his city. Although the strengthening device netted him quite a profit, the money earned was simply not enough to build a city in a short period. After all, they could only produce so many strengthening devices each day. It would also become cheaper as time passed. As for the bronze engineering locomotive, it required a large number of advanced lifestyle players to manufacture. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players alone would require a hefty investment. It would still be a long time before he could profit from the engineering locomotives. Hence, after all was said and done, the ancient abyssal book was the fastest way to earn money. Due to the abyssal monster's appearance, many players were attempting to kill these monsters to earn merits. However, killing these monsters was not easy, as those on the front lines were generally high-level creatures. Low-level abyssal monsters, on the other hand, usually resided deep inside captured territories. Players had no choice but to circle around the high-level abyssal monsters and sneak into these captured areas if they wanted to earn any merits. Unfortunately, Sneaking into these captured areas was time-consuming as there were no teleportation points in the cities. Players also had to avoid high-level abyssal monsters carefully. Even with a mount, the journey would be an exhausting one. Furthermore, fights against abyssal monsters were taxing on weapon and equipment durability. When one ran out of durability, they would have no choice but to return to an NPC city, wasting even more time and energy in the process. Hence, those without great determination would not obtain the new class. On the other hand, if a player focused fully on class changing to the new class, they would fall behind in terms of levels and equipment. Yet, the amount of merit one gained, more or less, corresponded with the level of the abyssal monster one killed, with higher-leveled abyssal monsters granting more merits. This was where the Ancient Abyssal came into play. The Ancient Abyssal book could be used to set up a barrier. Abyssal monsters would not actively cross this barrier, so players were safe inside. If he established a barrier in an area with low-level abyssal monsters and set up a teleportation magic array, he could allow others to teleport to the area safely. He wouldn't have to worry about the abyssal monsters destroying the teleportation array afterward. He only needed to collect teleportation fees. The teleportation halls in the various NPC cities made even more money than the auction houses. In God's domain, there were various ways to save money, such as purchasing fewer consumables and avoid purchasing better equipment if unnecessary. However, there were two expenditures that one could not avoid: repair fees and teleportation fees. The appearance of a new class sorely tempted players. There were also other rewards available. If one claimed to be uninterested in merits, they would be lying. Meanwhile, to save precious time, these players naturally would not mind spending a little more money. Operating a teleportation magic array required magic crystals. A single magic crystal could teleport roughly 20 people. Even if he only charged 4 silver coins per person, he would be swimming in money in no time. After solving the problem of the demonic energy, Feng left the candlelight trading firm secretly. Wearing a black cloak, he rode an advanced horse carriage towards the teleportation hall and traveled to the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Now that the Twin Towers Kingdom had fallen, the originally lively atmosphere in the capital had cooled completely. At this point, only a few players around level 20 roamed the city. Most of the people on the streets were NPCs. Chapter 868. Abyss Town. This place is certainly deserted. Aside from noticing a few players in the teleportation hall, Feng rarely came across any other players. Even as he walked the trade area's streets, it was hard to imagine that there were once millions of players living in this city. Now that the Abyss Passage had appeared, the kingdom's other cities had long since fallen. Only the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital had withstood the invasion. The abyssal monsters had transformed the various cities into nests. Players couldn't level up safely in the fields anymore. Hence, the majority of the players in the Twin Towers Kingdom had migrated to neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, due to the Abyss invasion, teleporting from the Twin Towers Kingdom to other kingdoms and empires was now free of charge. Players did not need to worry about being buried with the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although the Twin Towers Kingdom was the abyssal invasion's main target, the surrounding countries had also been significantly affected. As a result, the Black Dragon Empire experienced a flood of refugee players, causing the empire's player population to soar. The capital shops were completely void of players. However, although there were only a few players left in the city, none of the guilds who owned the lands here had any intentions of selling them. None of them were fools. The Abyss Passage's activation was simply an expansion pack. The kingdom would soon revert to its original state. They wouldn't sell their lands rashly and hurt their opportunities in the future. However, Feng had not come here to purchase land. Immediately, he searched for a deserted area and used space movement, traveling towards Snowfield City. After abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, every other city's teleportation hall had been rendered unusable, aside from the capital cities. If one wanted to travel to these cities, they had to do so on foot. Although Feng had a mount, it would take over a week to reach Snowfield City from the capital. Hence, space movement was the fastest method if players wanted to earn merits by killing abyssal monsters. Snowfield City was the best location to do so. This was because the most dangerous location was also the safest. Although Snowfield City was where the Abyss Passage had opened, the high-level abyssal monsters that had emerged had long since wandered off. The abyssal monsters remaining in Snowfield City could be considered the lowest-leveled bunch. Players had discovered this after experiencing multiple abyss invasions. Meanwhile, Feng needed to find an optimum location to set up a teleportation magic array. After that, money would flow into his pockets without him having to lift a finger as Feng used space movement again and again. The abyssal monsters he teleported close to ignored him as he was the ancient abyssal book's wielder. As a result, he arrived before Snowfield City safely. Snowfield City had already become an abyssal nest. Abyssal monsters patrolled the city. He could also see many abyssal monsters cultivating the surrounding forest, using the reclaimed land to grow various abyssal plants. The Abyss Passage was a short distance away from Snowfield City, and situated beside the passage was a tall fortress hovering in the air. Beneath the flying fortress was a town composed of abyssal monsters. Inside this town, one could even see abyssal monsters trading with each other without hesitation. Feng rode the demonic flame tiger into that monster town. The dark abyss was not only home to bloodthirsty monsters. There were also many intelligent life forms in the abyss. Like the humans of God's domain, the abyss's intelligent life forms had their own towns and cities. Demons were one of the intelligent abyssal monsters. However, it was practically impossible for humans to enter these towns and cities safely. Only the wielder of the ancient abyssal book could explore these places. As soon as Feng arrived at the town's main entrance, 210-meter tall, dark gray level 200, Tier 3 demons blocked his way and scrutinized him carefully. Only after noticing the abyss imprint did they allow him to enter the city. As Feng entered the town, he noticed that many demons had set up stalls on either side of the street. The items they sold could not be found in any human cities. Very quickly, however, a shop run by a Tier 3 demon caught Feng's attention. There was a massive amount of mana source ore piled up in front of the shop. Exciting Feng, I never expected to find this for sale here. I've struck gold this time. Feng immediately strode over to the shop. Mana source ore was an extremely rare ore in God's domain. It was used in producing high-rank weapons and equipment. If this item appeared on the market right now, players would fight over it. Mana source ore only appeared in areas with intensely dense mana. However, there were extremely few locations with high-density mana in God's domain. The Dark Abyss, on the other hand, was filled with violent demonic energy. Hence, mana source ore could be purchased cheaply in the Dark Abyss. Mana source ore's main purpose was to improve the power of the crafting flames, allowing forgers to better refine materials. Not only could stronger flames improve one's refining speed, but it could also increase the success rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperate to obtain mysterious flames. However, mysterious flames were simply too rare. The only other option was mana source ore. When the shopkeeper noticed Feng enter his shop, a gentle expression appeared on his sinister face as he said, "My shop has the best prices around these parts. May I know if anything has caught your interest? How much are you selling the mana source ore for?" Feng casually inquired. The basic mana source ore costs 3 silver per ingot, while the intermediate ore is 10 silver per ingot. The shopkeeper smiled as he glanced at the pile of mana source ore outside of his shop. "Oh? You have intermediate mana source ore too?" Feng asked curiously. Mana source ore fell into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. On the continent of God's domain, even basic mana source ore was quite rare. Basic mana source ore could upgrade a flame's power to Tier 2, of course. See those blue ingots inside the glass cabinet? That is the intermediate mana source ore. When burned, it can upgrade the flame to the Tier 3 standard. At that standard, producing epic weapons and equipment won't be a problem, the shopkeeper explained as he pointed at the deep blue ingots. "Excellent. I want all of the mana source ore you have." Feng nodded. "Sir, this is your lucky day. We just recently restocked. We have 30,000 ingots of basic mana source ore and 2,000 ingots of intermediate mana source ore. That will cost a total of 1,100 gold. The shopkeeper excitedly reported. "What a profit." Feng was instantly ecstatic when he heard this price. It was no wonder why the ancient abyssal books wielders in his previous life had all been extremely rich. Back then, a 1 basic mana source ore ingot could sell for anywhere from 50 to 60 silver, while the intermediate version could sell for around 3 gold. Even so, very few players had been willing to sell their ingots as forgers had treated the mana source ore like a priceless treasure. Chapter 869. Monster of Legends. "Sir, this is all the mana source ore that we have in our shop. Please confirm the amount," the demonic shopkeeper said after stacking numerous crates of mana source ore before Feng. After tallying up the total, Feng stored the crates in his bag space. If he resold all of the mana source ore, he could easily make dozens of times what he had paid for them. He could only dream of how rich the book's wielders had been in the past. "When will you restock?" Feng asked. "We've only recently restocked. It will be roughly another 10 days before the next shipment arrives through the Abyss Passage," the shopkeeper explained. He then added, "Although this little shop has now sold out of mana source ore, we still have plenty of rare products. I believe that you will find them to your liking, sir." Glancing at the other products in the glass cabinets, Feng shook his head. Although there were many rare products on display, the profit he could make off of them wasn't anywhere near what he could gain from the mana source ore. However, as Feng was about to leave, a blood-red pendant caught his eye. Abyss pendant, fine gold rank. Although this item did not provide any bonus to attributes, Many players had dreamed of obtaining it in the past generally. The item would only drop from high-tiered abyssal monsters, and its drop rate was horrendously low despite being so rare. This pendant only had one function: fixed teleportation. After marking a location, one could use the pendant to teleport there. Fixed teleportation's cooldown lasted 5 hours, and only one location could be marked at a time. Even so, it was an extremely valuable pendant after all. Players hated travel more than anything. Unfortunately, due to problems such as equipment durability and running out of consumables, players had to return to cities often to resupply. It was extremely troublesome to travel back and forth constantly. Hence, it was easy to imagine why so many valued the Abyss Pendant in the past. This Abyss Pendant had been one of the main reasons to farm abyssal monsters. How much are you willing to sell that pendant for? Feng pointed to the Abyss Pendant. You have great eyes, sir. This is our shop's main attraction. The shopkeeper smiled. He then took the Abyss Pendant from its cabinet and said, If you are interested in purchasing it, I can sell it for 5,000 gold. Feng frowned when he heard this price. A single epic item only cost around 2,000 gold, whereas epic weapons cost around 5,000 to 6,000 gold in the past. People had only spent around 3,000 gold to purchase Abyss Pendants. Although the pendant's fixed teleportation was a convenient ability, there was one downside: its long cooldown. After reaching level 40, players would have mounts, saving a massive amount of time when traveling. For distances that one could cross in 5 hours or less, fixed teleportation was a waste. If the cooldown could be reduced from 5 hours to 3 hours, the Abyss Pendant might be worth nearly 8,000 gold. Time was money. To any expert in God's domain, time was far more valuable than gold. Seeing Feng's dimming interest, the shopkeeper hurriedly advised, Sir, are you sure you won't consider it? This pendant is extremely hard to obtain. It is highly unlikely that you will come across another one anywhere else. Feng pondered his choices as he stared at the blood-red pendant. The Abyss Pendant was extremely rare. Even if he farmed high-tiered abyssal monsters, the chances of one dropping were abysmally low. Moreover, this could be considered an advantage. The system gave the Abyss Ancient Books wielder. All right, then. I'll take the pendant. In the end, Feng decided to purchase it. Although the 5-hour cooldown was a big problem, he needed the Abyss Pendant right now. Moreover, he had a way to shorten the pendant's cooldown. The pendant would be worth far more after he did so. Feng spent another 5,000 gold to purchase the Abyss Pendant. He then left the Abyssal Town, searching for a suitable location to set up a teleportation array. This was the nest of abyssal monsters. Unfortunately, there were far too many abyssal monsters nearby. If the players without an abyss imprint ventured this far, a swarm of abyssal monsters would slaughter them. Hence, he needed to choose his location for the teleportation array carefully. Time flew by. After spending over 3 hours searching, Feng finally found a suitable teleportation point in the middle of a valley. The valley was relatively far from the Abyssal Town, and the surrounding abyssal monsters had spread out. Moreover, few abyssal monsters wandered the several paths leading out of the valley, and those that did were not high-leveled. This area was perfectly suited for God's domain's current players. Even if one were not an expert, they could easily survive if they formed a party, following which Feng began to set up the teleportation point in God's domain. The most troublesome aspect of establishing a teleportation array was producing the array itself. Fortunately, if one had already produced the required components, setting it up was much easier. Just as Feng was about to use the ancient abyssal book's power to establish a barrier, a sudden commotion shook the valley. A pillar of black fire had emerged in the valley's center. Even from the valley's entrance, Feng could see the pillar of fire quite clearly. Soul fire. Feng recognized the black flames with a glance, and he could not help his shock. What is going on over there? Soul fire was not a trivial matter. Its appearance signified that an intensely powerful monster lurked in the area. At the very least, the monster had reached the Tier 4 standard to current players. A Tier 4 monster was practically invincible. It was not something that should be provoked. However, before Feng could investigate, several explosions shook the valley, the center's ground caving in and forming a gigantic pit. Following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the valley. Feng even unconsciously trembled. A dragon? Feng wanted to flee the area immediately. Dragons were symbols of strength and violence in God's domain. They were the natural-born rulers over the game. Even higher beings like demons and angels feared dragons. The appearance of a dragon was cataclysmic. Just as Feng considered leaving, he suddenly noticed several dozens of players floating up from the forest's floor. These players had formed a gigantic golden magic array that covered an extensive area. How are there players here? Feng was astonished. Snowfield City had already fallen to the abyssal monsters, becoming a nest. Theoretically, Players should have long since fled this place suddenly. A dragon with a wingspan of over 100 meters suddenly flew up from the gigantic pit, its silver scales shimmering in the sunlight. The instant the dragon appeared, Feng realized how powerless he was. Although this silver dragon was smaller than the Frostbone dragon, in terms of power, the two were on entirely different levels. The pressure the silver dragon radiated was many times stronger than Feng's abyssal blade when he used a skill. If not for the distance between Feng and the dragon, he would even struggle to stay standing. However, just as the silver dragon was about to escape the golden magic array, the magic array launched countless golden chains, binding the dragon's limbs and wings. Chapter 870. Legendary Figure. When the silver dragon landed, the sky darkened as a gray mist enveloped the area. Feng had still considered leaving this place. However, after seeing the gray mist envelope valley, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Just who are these people? Curiosity bloomed within Feng as he looked at the flashing golden magic array in the distance. Regardless of the other players in the valley or why they were here, Feng was shocked to see the gray mist. This was the Tier 5 curse, Dark Sanctuary. When activated, the spell would trap a fixed space within a barrier. Unless one destroyed the barrier or the caster removed the spell, no one could enter or leave the barrier. Moreover, under this Dark Sanctuary, players could not contact the outside world. Even teleportation tools and skills were useless. Gritting his teeth, Feng dashed towards the dragon. The valley was not large, thus the dragon was not far. With Feng's speed, after running for a dozen minutes or so, he reached an area of dense forest near a lake. The silvery gray dragon, bound in golden chains, stood proudly in the center of the lake, releasing one roar after another. The lake was roughly 400 meters across. With the dragon standing in the lake, it seemed like a small pond. Every time the dragon slashed its claws, it created massive waves that washed over the surrounding forest. Silver dragon, Tier 5. Level 220. HP? The Frostbone dragon Feng had faced in the Abyss battlefield paled in comparison to this silver dragon. With a single swing of its claws, the silver dragon could easily exterminate the Frostbone dragon. This was because the Frostbone dragon was not actually a member of the dragon race. Rather, it was an undead creature that had taken on the appearance of a dragon. It did not possess the power of the real thing. Feng also noticed dozens of players standing around the lake, continuously bombarding the silver dragon with various attacks. These players' levels were quite impressive, with the lowest among them being level 38 and the highest reaching level 39. Including the players maintaining the magic array, it was obvious that this was a 100-man team. Currently, only super first-rate guilds and super guilds were capable of dispatching a team of such caliber. Moreover, it was impossible for current players to deal any damage to the silver dragon, yet these players had managed exactly that. Although their damage was not high, with each of their attacks dealing 1 to 2,000 damage, these players were also coping with the silver dragon's attacks fairly well, dodging every avoidable attack possible. For attacks that could not be evaded, the team's 5 MTs worked together to protect the other players. Theoretically, even a light snort from the silver dragon could end these 5 MTs' lives. Yet even after blocking an attack from the dragon's claws, all 5 survive, being thrown backward and taking damages of minus 7,000 points each. To these MTs with over 17,000 HP, the damage was bearable. What a powerful magic array. Feng's attention was on the golden chains around the silver dragon's body. Feng could feel faint divine might radiating from those chains. Although the divine might was not on the level of the chains of order, it had no problem suppressing a Tier 5 dragon with the golden chains binding it. Not only was the silver dragon's mobility restricted, but its strength was also notably suppressed. This was also why these players could stand against the silver dragon. Otherwise, the dragon would have undoubtedly killed them already. As these players fought the silver dragon, Feng quietly watched from a distance. Oddly enough, not one of these players wore a guild emblem. They were all certainly independent players. Feng found it hard to believe that such a large group of independent players could achieve such a high levels and possess the strength to contend with the silver dragon. However, when Feng's gaze fell on the man leading this 100-man team, he was flabbergasted. That man wielded a crimson longbow. Based on his appearance, he should be in his 30s. He had a handsome face and a well-toned body that resembled a cheetah. His entire being also exuded a certain nobility, as if he ruled over all. Why is Owl here? Feng watched the leading ranger, not believing his eyes. This man's player ID was not actually Owl. Rather, it was the name of an adventurer team in the past. Independent players had formed many adventurer teams throughout God's domain. The Midnight Tea Party had been among the most famous. Like the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had been a top adventurer team however. Unlike the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had possessed many members. The entire adventurer team had around several hundred players meanwhile. The combined combat power of these players had been enough to instill fear into Super Guild's hearts. Moreover, unlike the Midnight Tea Party, which had not had a fixed base, Owl had successfully established its own city. A Super Guild had even attempted to raid Owl's city. However, after sending hundreds of thousands of players, the Super Guild returned without success. After the war, Owl had garnered fame throughout God's domain and ranked as one of the game's top adventurer teams. Owl's creator had been none other than the man before Feng, White Knight. During his peak, White Knight had been capable of defeating 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts from Super Guilds in a 1-on-2 fight. Tier 6 God-ranked players had long since reached the very peak of God's domain in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat techniques. Beating one of these players in a 1-on-1 battle was already immensely difficult. Not to mention winning a 1-on-2 fight. It's no wonder why Owl had been so impressive. Feng was at a loss for words as he watched the Silver Dragon's HP decrease, bit by bit. Although he knew that some quest was responsible for Owl's ability to stand against the Silver Dragon, the fact that these players had encountered such a quest in the first place showed just how extraordinary Owl was. Moreover, the longbow, chest armor, and shoes that White Knight wore radiated the special effects of epic ranked items. It was likely that one could only find such an array of items on an old monster from one of the Super Guilds. However, those old monsters had the support of countless players. On the other hand, Owl only had several hundred players, yet they had obtained such powerful weapons and equipment. This was simply inconceivable. Look out for its breath attacks. White Knight suddenly shouted as he noticed the Silver Dragon open its mouth. The other team members immediately spread out, avoiding the area in front of the Silver Dragon. Dragons generally needed time to prepare a breath attack. However, they did not need long, roughly 2 or 3 seconds. Moreover, breath's attack range was quite wide. If players attempted to evade after a dragon's breath attack had begun, they would likely be caught in the attack. However, as soon as the dragon began to move its jaws, White Knight had ordered his team to move as if he had a perfect understanding of the beast's movements. In the next moment, a beam of silver light smashed through the forest, obliterating everything in front of the Silver Dragon. The beam dug out a long 8-meter deep trench, the lake's water pouring in to form a river. Despite the strength suppression, the Silver Dragon could still alter the terrain with a single attack. Dragon's power was undeniable. Yet, despite the Silver Dragon's immense power, under White Knight's command, the entire team emerged unharmed. As time quickly passed, the damage the team inflicted on the Silver Dragon compounded, diminishing the Silver Dragon's HP. Everyone, keep it up. This dragon is almost done for. White Knight shouted excitedly as he saw the Silver Dragon's HP bar turn red. Chapter 871. The Ring of Legends. Restlessness. As the Silver Dragon's HP reached a critical low, Feng turned and fled from the dragon. Feng even activated Windwalk, transforming into a blur as he dashed through the thick forest. Dragons should not be provoked. Even with the suppression from an extremely powerful magic array, they were still terrifying creatures when they went berserk. Feng understood that, with the golden magic array's suppression, the Silver Dragon was as powerful as a level 50, Tier 3 Great Lord. However, dragons were not normal monsters. Dragons were even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Based on Feng's estimations, the Silver Dragon would reach at least Tier 4 after going berserk. A level 50. Tier 4 monster was not something current players could contend with. Owl's 100-man team would, at the very least, have to consist fully of Tier 2 players to stand any chance against the monster. Although Feng had stood roughly 400 yards away from the Silver Dragon, he had felt the danger he was in. Hence, he fled desperately, distancing himself from the dragon. When Feng was over 500 yards away, the Silver Dragon bellowed angrily, "Damnable ants! You dare to ruin my plans! I'll blast you all into oblivion!" As if he had predicted the dragon's next move, White Knight shouted to his team as the Silver Dragon's voice echoed through the valley. "Everyone, retreat from the boss's sides! Frozen Dream, prepare to use the Tier 3 magic scroll." A beautiful white-robed level 39 female elementalist standing a short distance from White Knight nodded to the ranger's command. She then retrieved a deep blue magic scroll from her bag. The instant she revealed this magic scroll, the surrounding mana surged towards the item. After its threat, the Silver Dragon's wings shook. The golden chains around its body shattered instantly. Following which, the Silver Dragon's body darkened to a pitch black. A short moment later, the layer of darkness on the dragon's body flowed like liquid into the now empty lake. The creepy black liquid had a metallic luster. As the liquid slid from the Silver Dragon's body, it caused the surrounding mana to grow violent and transform into demonic energy. The Silver Dragon abruptly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. However, as it fell asleep, Its HP began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is the main objective. Remove the magic array. Everyone, be careful of that thing. White Knight's mouth curled into a smile as he commanded his team to surround the pool of black liquid. Frozen Dream, get ready. Although Frozen Dream did not know what was about to happen, she did not hesitate to unfurl the blue magic scroll and chant the incantation inside it. An aqua-blue magic array formed beneath the elementalist's feet as mana rapidly collected around her staff. The power she exuded was no weaker than a great lord. In the next moment, the black liquid formed into 101 black-armored human warriors. These warriors' height and weapons varied, with some wielding swords and others wielding spears. There were also some who wielded crossbows, short bows, and long bows. Their tiers were also different. Some were common monsters, while some were elites. The most powerful among them, however, was a two-handed saber-wielding humanoid chieftain. These monsters were unanimously level 50 inches addition. The human warriors shared one special characteristic: their system interfaces listed them as mutants. When Feng saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. Mutants were enemies of all life. Moreover, they were not bound by the system's restrictions in terms of level or region. They could grow independently and roam through God's domain as they wished. Although these warriors' tiers were not particularly high, a single common mutant could rival a lord-ranked monster of the same level, while an elite mutant was as strong as a high lord. A chieftain mutant's strength approached that of a grand lord. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. As time passed and these mutants devoured and killed more monsters and players, their strengths would rapidly increase. In Feng's previous life, a single level 80 common monster that had become a mutant had been enough to torment an entire country. Meanwhile, a total of 101 mutants had just appeared. If they were allowed to live and grow, these mutants would annihilate every player in every country neighboring the Twin Towers Kingdom before the Abyssal monsters got anywhere near them. Suddenly, White Knight shouted, "Now!" Almost immediately, the Frozen Dream waved her staff and pointed it at the recently formed humanoid mutants as she activated her Tier 3 Magic Scroll Extreme Frost Field. Suddenly, everything within 150 yards of Frozen Dram transformed into a frozen wasteland. All 101 humanoid mutants froze as well. When activated, the extreme frost field would instantly freeze all enemies within 150 yards for 10 seconds. In addition, all enemies in the area would suffer the deep cold debuff, which decreased their movement speed and attack speed by 50% and increased the frost damage they received by 100%. Extreme Frost Field was a large-scale control spell, and in terms of magic scrolls, it was only inferior to summoning spells and large-scale destruction spells without a sustainable control removal skill. Both players' and monsters' combat power would be limited under the effects of this spell. Excellent. Charge. White Knight stretched his bow into a full moon as he smiled at the frozen mutants. Xiao. Instantly, 5 arrows carrying the power of Frost 5 common mutants vital points. 715-697-1, 424-708-1, 417. When the 5 damages appeared, everyone gasped, "My God. Are those really common monsters? Their defense is higher than a level 50 Great Lords." Every team member was shocked. Even White Knight frowned when he saw the minimal damage, his expression turning grim as if he had not expected this development. Everyone knew how powerful White Knight's equipment was. He had a total of 3 epic items, one of which was his weapon. In addition, his epic-ranked chest armor could reduce the level requirement of all items by 5 levels. Hence, aside from his epic items, White Knight's equipment was all level 40 Dark Gold equipment. Even with such a high-end weapon and equipment, his frost arrows had only dealt around -700 damage. This was even after the deep cold debuff had increased the frost damage the mutants received by 100%. Meanwhile, the common mutants had 1,500,000 HP each, while the elite mutants had 4,800,000 HPAs. For the largest humanoid mutant, it had 15 million HP. Even if these mutants stood there and did nothing, it would take a long time for their team to kill all 101 of these mutants. Don't panic. We knew that this quest wouldn't be an easy one. Kite the elites and chieftain first. We'll deal with these monsters one by one. Try to conserve as much of your stamina as possible. White Knight commanded after he readjusted his mood. He knew exactly what they needed to do right now. Meanwhile, Feng, who stood far from Owl's 100-man team, stared at the unconscious silver dragon. Strangely, the fragmented legendary ring on his finger was reacting to the silver dragon. Chapter 872. Repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Under White Knight's encouragement, his team overcame their worries and started moving to separate the mutants from each other. However, just as a shield warrior was about to a still frozen common mutant's aggro, the frozen effect, which should have lasted 10 seconds, disappeared. As if it had been planned, 6 common mutants quickly and seamlessly surrounded the level 38 shield warrior, flanking him from all sides. They then launched extremely precise, vicious attacks. Although the shield warrior tried to dodge, the mutant's attack speed was frighteningly high. It took the shield warrior all he had to dodge 2 mutants, much less 6 mentioned 6. Even after using his shield to defend himself, 2 mutants broke past his shield and struck. The shield warrior lost nearly 10,000 HP from both attacks. Over half of his HP had vanished in an instant as the shield warrior considered retreating, for mutants charged forward and grabbed at him, restraining him. He could not even execute a skill to shake the mutants off. As for the remaining 2 common mutants, they laughed sinisterly as they thrust their weapons into the shield warrior, again and again, causing the shield warrior to scream with agony as if they were performing for the players. The mutants took their time in killing the shield warrior. Although the other OWL members tried to save the shield warrior, the other mutants had coordinated to keep them at bay. The mutants' damage was also quite high. Even with a constant stream of healing, the shield warrior could only watch as his enemy hacked him to death. His eyes contained an endless fear as he passed away. Everyone's hearts grew cold as they watched, consumed by fear. Were these monsters really monsters? This thought penetrated the players' minds. They had never seen monsters coordinate so perfectly before. Aside from having a large variety of skills, the greatest advantage players possessed was their ability to cooperate, using their strengths to make up for their companions' weaknesses. This allowed players to challenge bosses of higher levels and tiers. If monsters grasped this ability, players would lose over half of their advantages. Everyone, maintain your distance from these monsters. Don't let them surround you. White Knight hurriedly shouted. Although he was also shocked, he reacted quickly. He finally understood just how difficult this quest was. However, the mutants had no intention of giving White Knight and the others any time to recover from their stupor. Splitting into multiple smaller groups, they charged at the magical classes in the back of the group, not bothering to waste time with the MTs and melee classes. These mutants behaved like players, rather than monsters. Without any defenses against this sudden development, White Knight changed strategies, choosing team PvP tactics instead. He had the melee classes circle the ranged classes, holding back the incoming mutants as much as possible as they retreated to more advantageous terrain. Watching from afar, Feng had to admit that White Knight was indeed one of God's domain's legendary characters. Not only were his leadership abilities first class, but he also had incredibly accurate observational skills and foresight. He fought like a machine, grasping every aspect of battle perfectly. He knew who needed to do what, where to supply reinforcements, and when to use specific skills. Every member of the team moved like an extension of White Knight himself. Unfortunately, White Knight's team members gradually fell, one after another. In contrast, the mutants had yet to suffer a single loss. Everyone's attacks only dealt around -300 damage. Critical hits only managed -600. Even if they concentrate their attacks on a specific common mutant, the latter had 1,500,000 HP. It would take the team a long time to kill one common mutant, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. Even with appropriate commands and responses, OWL's members could not make up for the difference in attributes. As White Knight and the others gradually retreated from the Silver Dragon, the mutants moved with them. This gave Feng the opportunity to sneak up to the dragon's side. After the black liquid had left the Silver Dragon, the dragon's silvery-gray body had paled to a pure silver. Despite being unconscious, the dragon's aura was intensely frightening. Even Feng found it difficult to move once he stood 30 yards from the creature. If an ordinary player stood in Feng's shoes, they'd likely be paralyzed. However, the closer Feng came to the silver dragon, the greater the heavenly dragon's breath reacted. Does it want me to collect the dragon's heart? Feng felt a headache brew as he raised his head to look at the massive silver dragon. The dragon before him loomed like a mountain. The 2 swords in his hands were no more than toothpicks before it. Moreover, although the silver dragon was unconscious, the magic array no longer suppressed it. It had recovered to its original state, a level 220, tier 5 monster. Even if Feng were allowed to hack and slash at the dragon unhindered, he would not be able to inflict any damage. However, Feng decided to try. Unsheathing Killing Ray, he stabbed the sacred sword towards one of the silver dragon's scales. Dang! Sparks flew when his sword collided with the silver scale. The unconscious silver dragon did not even receive a mandatory -1 damage from Feng's attack. Moreover, the silver dragon's HP bar still increased, little by little. Sure enough, damaging a dragon with my strength is nothing more than a dream. Feng laughed bitterly. Although he understood that White Knight and the others had only wounded the silver dragon due to the magic array they had received from their quest, Feng only truly understood how impossible it would be to slay this beast after trying it for himself, unable to harm the silver dragon. Feng had no choice but to follow where his ring led. He refused to give up on the chance of repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. The Heavenly Dragon's Breath had initially been a true legendary item. If he wanted to restore the fragmented legendary ring, he needed 3 magic stars and a dragon's heart. Among them, the dragon's heart was the most difficult to obtain, as dragons were maddeningly rare in God's domain. Moreover, they were incomparably powerful. With such a God-sent opportunity before him, Feng really would not give up easily. The Heavenly Dragon's Breath had not reacted to the conscious silver dragon in the least. However, as soon as the silver dragon fainted, the ring reacted. Moreover, the closer he was to the silver dragon, the greater the ring's reaction was. Even after standing beside the dragon, the rings grew more intense, throbbing on his finger like a pulsating heart. This indicated that there should be some method to repair the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Otherwise, the ring would have remained quiet. When Feng arrived before the silver dragon's heart, the ring's reaction reached its peak. Could it be here? Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed the dragon. However, like before, the dragon's scales were impenetrable. His attack hadn't even left a mark. With no other choice, Feng placed the hand that wore the Heavenly Dragon's Breath on the scales over the silver dragon's heart. At this time, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Do you wish to absorb the dragon's heart? So the dragon's heart isn't literally the heart of a dragon, but the power it radiates. Feng was instantly ecstatic. Immediately, he chose to absorb the dragon's heart, afraid that he would lose this chance if he waited any longer. Chapter 873. Ring of Legends Awakens. The instant Feng clicked absorb, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath on his finger trembled faintly. Wisps of silver mist flowed from the silver dragon's heart and into the ring at the same time. A long loading bar appeared before Feng. As the loading bar began to fill, a golden magic array appeared beneath Feng's feet. Numerous small purple magic arrays also began to appear beside his hand, becoming more intricate as the loading bar filled. Line after line of divine runes automatically appeared and melded with these magic arrays, continuously perfecting them. If another player saw Feng's eyes, they would also discover a silver magic array in each, the array's complexity surpassing even that of a 3-fold magic array. Feng elation grew when he saw the restoration work for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath begin. Fragmented legendary items were exceedingly rare throughout God's domain. Each item could easily incite an all-out war between large guilds. No epic item could compare to its value in the past. Despite Shadow being a second-rate guild and having established 10 city-states, the guild had not possessed a single fragmented legendary item. If Feng had owned a fragmented legendary item back then, the item would have helped him become a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Even if his body were weak previously, in the Dark Arena, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had played a massive role in his victory against Sirius from the Battle Wolves. It was also why he had been able to defeat one apex expert after another in this life. If he could upgrade the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, with the strength of the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect, he wouldn't need to utilize the double-edged sword of his 2-fold berserk to contend with monster-like experts. After all, fragmented legendary items were insanely rare. Even now, he had not heard of anyone, aside from himself and Fire Dance with her 1,000 transformations, owning one. At most, he had seen others wielding epic weapons and equipment. After quite some, the loading bar finally reached 1%. This pulled a frown from Feng. The ring's restoration required too much time. Meanwhile, the silver dragon's HP was still recovering. When the silver dragon's HP was full once again, it would definitely wake. At that time, he would lose his opportunity to absorb the dragon's heart's power. Hurry, please. Feng panicked as he watched the silver dragon's HP reach 30%, whereas his absorption progress had only climbed to 4%. Moreover, Feng still had to worry about those mutants. Currently, he couldn't move. Although White Knight's team was impressively strong, against so many mutants, it was only a matter of time before they fell. If he had not finished repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath by then, and those mutants returned, all his effort would be for nothing. Please, you guys have to hold on for a little longer. Feng prayed as he watched the loading bar reach 5%. Time flowed quickly when the silver dragon's HP recovered to 50%. Feng's restoration progress had only reached 32%. Although his restoration speed was slightly faster than the dragon's recovery speed, the latter's HP was nearly full. Meanwhile, White Knight's team also faced an intense situation from the start of the battle to now. White Knight's team of 100 had fallen to around 70 players. In contrast, only 3 common mutants had died so far. If a team of ordinary, even elite players stood against these mutants, the monsters would have long since annihilated them without losing a single mutant. The fact that Owl had persisted until now and had performed so stunningly proved that there had been a reason for their legendary reputations in the past. Don't hold back. Use all of the magic scrolls we have. White Knight ordered when the team reached the top of a steep hill in God's domain. The terrain was an important factor in determining the outcome of a battle. White Knight's main goal behind the retreat was to move to favorable terrain in a battle between players. Steep highlands were easily defensible now that the team was on higher ground. They only needed to repel the incoming enemies. They could prevent the mutants from surrounding them. Under White Knight's command, everyone on the team gnashed their teeth as they took out their precious magic scrolls and tools. If they couldn't stop the incoming mutants in time, they would use every magic scroll they had to force these monsters back. Like this, they fought off one wave after another. After a short period, 2 more common mutants died. However, these mutants were not easy foes, either. Realizing that the battle was at a standstill, the dozen or so elite mutants began to work together to block White Knight and his melee companions' attacks, creating opportunities for the common mutants to break through Owl's defensive line. Boss, I'm nearly out of mana. If this goes on, they will exhaust us to death, even if they can't kill us directly. A level 38 male cleric anxiously reported as he glanced at his remaining mana. This battle was far more taxing than any boss battle they had fought so far. In the past, he had only needed to focus on healing the lead MT. Now, however, he also had to heal the rest of the team, which significantly increased his mana consumption. Moreover, they had already exhausted themselves during the battle against the Silver Dragon healers. Control your mana usage. If your mana is running out, drink a potion. Melees, focus on pinning the monsters down. Don't fight. Try to reduce the burden on the healers as much as possible. If your HP is low, drink a potion, White Knight commanded. He also knew how dire their situation was. He had not expected that these mutants to be so strong and possess such high intelligence. If they continued fighting as they were, their only outcome would be a team wipe. As the seconds and minutes passed, White Knight's team lost members. Elsewhere, Feng's anxiety grew with each passing second. The Silver Dragon's HP had already reached 97%, while the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration had only reached 93%. It was likely that the dragon would wake before the ring's restoration completed. Faster. Faster. Just a little more. Feng inwardly yelled. He had never been this nervous after re-entering God's domain in this life. 95%. 96%. 97%. 98%. When the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration reached 99%, the Silver Dragon's HP bar finished filling. The dragon's massive eyelids slowly opened. The Silver Dragon noticed Feng immediately, and flames of rage filled its gaze. Despicable human. You dare try to steal my power. The Silver Dragon bellowed. Widening its jaws, it used dragon breath on Feng without hesitation. Feng initiated absolute defense, the aura of Earth's activatable skill, which he had long since prepared. Boom. The powerful dragon breath created a massive crater around Feng. Even White Knight and the others, who were fighting quite a distance away, felt the ground tremble after the dragon breath ended and the smoke cleared. Feng held onto one of the Silver Dragon's scales with one hand, while his other hand pressed against the dragon's side over its heart, absorbing the power of the dragon's heart. Although Feng had not received any damage, he was dazed. Unfortunately, absolute defense, which should have lasted 5 seconds, had been destroyed. However, the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration finally reached 100%. The magic arrays that surrounded him then began to merge with the ring, one after another. As if the ring had awoken from its slumber, it radiated an astounding aura. The ring no longer felt like an inanimate object. Chapter 874. Dragon's Domination. Although the Heavenly Dragon's breath had been restored, the Silver Dragon was thoroughly enraged. Roar. A single roar shook the valley. Feng had even been thrown over 30 yards, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above his head. Sure enough, dragons shouldn't be provoked. As Feng climbed up from the ground, he stared at the towering Silver Dragon in shock. This was the Silver Dragon's true power. Its roar alone had caused so much damage, even throwing several million players at it would be suicide. However, Feng did not know that, if not for the Heavenly Dragon's breath absorbing a large portion of the Silver Dragon's power, the dragon's roar would have been more than enough to claim his life. The Silver Dragon's roar also alarmed the distant mutants and White Knight's team. Big Brother White, the dragon's awake. What should we do? The Elementalist, Frozen Dream, asked worriedly. Frowning, they were already badly battered from their fight against the mutants, and winning against these monsters was still a huge problem. If the Silver Dragon joined the fray, It would be their doom. She understood powerful the silver dragon was. Now that they didn't have a magic array to suppress it, even its sneeze could end their lives. They could deal with suffering a single death. However, the quest White Knight had accepted was extraordinary. If they failed the quest, the consequences would be unimaginable. We still too close to the silver dragon. Let's continue to retreat. I remember a cave being nearby. Let's head there, White Knight commanded after considering the situation. The silver dragon's strength spoke volumes for itself. However, as long as it did not discover them, it wouldn't be a threat. These mutants were still their main problem. Killing one was exceedingly difficult. If not for the advantageous terrain and the large number of magic scrolls and tools they possessed, they would have been dead already. Boss, look! There's someone in the sky! A ranger with sharp eyesight suddenly announced as he looked towards the distant clouds. Huh? White Knight was confused. He unconsciously turned to look where the ranger pointed. They were currently within an abyssal monster nest. They had only arrived here safely due to the teleportation magic array the quest had provided. It was hard to imagine someone else being here. After a close look, White Knight discovered someone flying across the sky. However, roughly 2 seconds later, White Knight's expression darkened. His team members' expressions were similarly grim. They noticed the silver dragon following the player closely. Based on the dragon's appearance, it seemed furious. Moreover, now that the silver dragon was free of the magic array's suppression, it looked far stronger than before. The silver dragon they had previously faced felt like an adorable kitten compared to the prehistoric beast that flew through the sky. Crap. Just who is that? As these players watched the figure fight while fleeing the silver dragon, they were stunned. They even wondered if that figure was an NPC, rather than a player. However, the green diamond marker above the figure's head confirmed that it was a player. Even if they wanted to deny the truth, they had to face the facts before them. In the sky, Feng had activated Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60% for 10 minutes. In addition, he had activated Wind Rider. Overall, he was slightly faster than the silver dragon initially. Feng had despaired, prepared to die and lose the Abyss ancient book. However, after examining the silver dragon's information, he breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the heavenly dragon's breath having absorbed a large portion of its power, the silver dragon had fallen into an extremely weakened state. The previous roar had been the silver dragon's last strand of power. Now both its level and tier had fallen significantly. Silver dragon, tier 4. Level 55. Extremely weakened. Although Feng was definitely no match for a level 55, tier 4 boss, with the power of darkness coursing through him and the partially restored heavenly dragon's breath, his attributes had far surpassed that of a tier 2 class of the same level. He also had a skill like Wind Rider to boost his speed. Escape was entirely possible. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Ring, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 400, Agility 400, Intelligence 200. When equipped, all attributes plus 50, level 40. Strength plus 50%, Agility plus 50%, Intelligence plus 35%, Endurance plus 50%. Movement speed plus 35%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 50-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 40%, attack speed by 40%, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2. Dragon Breath. Inflicts 10x damage in an 80 by 5-yard line in front of you. There is a 30% chance to induce the fainted state for 3 seconds cooldown. 4 minutes. Additional skill 3. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 500%, Strength by 150%, Agility by 60%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. Additional passive skill: Dragon's Domination. Increases the basic attributes of all allied dragons by 15% while suppressing the basic attributes of all enemy dragons by 20%. Every dragon within a radius of 1,000 yards will increase the user's attributes by 500 points. The Dragon Slayer Mechasera once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, The Heavenly Dragon's breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with just 3 magic stars. Current restoration, 1/4. After Feng investigated the Heavenly Dragon's breath's attributes, he finally understood why the legendary NPC, Faust, had said that, as long as he restored the ring, he would not have to fear the Abyssal Blade's backlash despite having only completed 1 out of the 4 restoration requirements. The fragmented legendary ring's abilities were so powerful. He could only imagine how powerful it would be against dragons if he fully restored it, even if the silver dragon were invincible at this stage of the game, due to the dragon's domination skill. He had gained a 500-point buff to all of his attributes. Currently, he was even stronger than when he had been at his peak by a large margin. He was even stronger than a Tier 2 class of the same level. Moreover, the skill had suppressed the silver dragon's basic attributes by 20%. It simply could not catch up to Feng. Chapter 875. Temple Ruins. In the sky over the valley, Feng dodged the silver dragon's attacks as he observed the surrounding terrain. Although the power of darkness had a very long duration, it was bound to end eventually once he lost the power of darkness's buffs and had to rely solely on the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Escaping the silver dragon would be impossible. There it is. Feng quickly found the silver dragon's egress. He then turned and dashed towards that area. Dilapidated temple ruins used to occupy the area. However, the dragon's emergence had raised the ruins. Now, there was only a massive crater with the scattered fragments of the temple ruins. The scene reaffirmed Feng's previous assumption. There was a 99% chance that White Knight and the other owl members' unexpected arrival was due to a quest. The silver dragon's entrance was even more precipitous. Moreover, as soon as the silver dragon had appeared, the Tier 5 Cursed Dark Sanctuary had activated. This spell had obviously been set up to prevent something from escaping, and that something was definitely the silver dragon. Since the spell had been set up to prevent the silver dragon's escape, there should be a spell that could reseal it. Just like in the obelisk in Stone Forest Town, the crater was bottomless. The dragon soon realized that Feng was flying towards the crater. Although it was afraid to go near the pit again, Feng had stolen its power and left it weakened. Even if it could still recover, recuperation would take a long time. It wouldn't be able to soothe the hatred in its heart if it did not get rid of this swordsman. Hence it, too, flew into the crater after Feng. Once the silver dragon vanished, White Knight and his team heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not agitate the dragon, they more or less had a chance of getting rid of these mutants. Had the silver dragon joined the battle, they would have lost all chance of completing their quest. Just who is that person? He was actually able to stand up to the dragon for such a long time. The members of OWL had been deeply shocked when they saw the scene from before. At the end of the day, a dragon was still a dragon. Even if it was weakened extremely, it was still not an ant that players like themselves could go up against. Previously, they had managed to see very clearly that, although the silver dragon was in a weakened state, the information it displayed showed that it still had the strength of a level 55 Tier 4 boss. It would be a piece of cake for the silver dragon to squash them into pancakes, so much so that they wouldn't even have any power whatsoever to resist it. Alright, focus. The dragon has already disappeared. Let's hurry up and wipe out these mutants. Use a magic array to suppress them, right away. We no longer have time to hold back. Feng's performance had likewise shocked White Knight considerably. However, he did not think that Feng could pin down the silver dragon for very long. Hence, they needed to finish up their task as quickly as possible. As soon as White Knight said so, 15 magical class players in the team each took out a magic scroll and a blue potion. When these magical class players drank down the intermediate mana recovery potion in their hands, their mana, which had been below 10%, instantly recovered by 30%. Their mana recovery speed also doubled for 30 seconds, following which, these 15 players activated a magic array immediately. A gigantic magic array enveloped all of the mutants. The initial extreme frost field had already slowed down the reactions of these mutants significantly. With the effects of the magic array added in, the mutant speeds decreased further by a large margin. Their attributes were also suppressed by 30%. Although the attributes of the mutants were still superior to theirs, they were no ordinary experts. Originally, with just the effects of the extreme frost field, each of them could easily handle a common mutant by themselves. Some of them were even capable of pinning down the elite mutants. Now, against these much slower and weaker mutants, everyone had an even easier time fighting. The appearance of the magic array had instantly turned the tide of the battle. At the bottom of the crater, Feng very quickly discovered a gigantic magic array surrounded by 36 stone pillars over 100 meters tall with numerous divine runes engraved onto them. In addition to these pillars, He also spotted a destroyed altar at the corner of the magic array. It seems that, as long as that place gets repaired, I can reactivate the seal. Feng immediately rushed over to the altar. As soon as he arrived before the stone altar, however, he immediately felt as if he had been scammed. To restore the stone altar, he actually needed 1,000 magic crystals as well as the permanent sacrifice of 80 points of all his basic attributes. The number of magic crystals required was nothing to Feng. After all, he always carried several thousand crystals with him in case of emergency. However, the permanent loss of 80 points in all attributes was a different story. To current ordinary players, losing that much in attributes would practically cripple their account. However, seeing the silver dragon already flying over, Feng gritted his teeth and clicked accept. Anyway, after restoring the heavenly dragon's breath, the ring now provided additional basic attributes. It also received massive improvements in various other aspects. Overall, even after factoring in this loss, he still ended up with a net gain in basic attributes. The instant Feng clicked accept, he immediately felt power draining out of his body. Meanwhile, the silver dragon, which had just arrived before Feng and was about to slap him to death with its claws, suddenly froze, fear flashing in its eyes. At this moment, it distinctly heard the clanging and jangling of metallic chains all at once. The silver dragon was terrified. It no longer cared about Feng as it instantly tried to distance itself from this place that had once trapped it. You want to escape? At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Feng's face. If he were to let the silver dragon escape now, he would have sacrificed his attributes for nothing. Abyssal bind. Suddenly, over a dozen pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, directly binding the silver dragon. Although abyssal bind had little effect on a monster of the silver dragon's caliber, it still managed to delay the dragon by half a second to most. This half a second might not seem like much. To the silver dragon, however, this half a second was sufficient to send it falling from heaven straight into hell. The silver dragon broke free of the pitch-black chains, but before it could escape the crater, numerous golden chains shot out from the magic array and bound it. No matter how hard the silver dragon struggled, it was slowly, bit by bit, dragged back down to the bottom of the crater. At this moment, the silver dragon's heart overflowed with despair. It had gone through such lengths to escape its bindings and regained its freedom. Yet, just for the sake of getting some petty revenge on a puny little human, it now suffered the binding of these damnable chains once more. Human, you are very amazing. You managed not only to plunder my strength but also to survive against me for so long, and even to reseal me now. I acknowledge you to be an existence equal to myself. At this moment, the silver dragon stopped struggling. Instead, it quietly observed Feng as it asked, "Are you willing to make a trade with me? You should know that dragons won't easily make trades with weak existences like humans. Moreover, dragons always keep their word. As long as a dragon promises to do something, they will definitely see it through." Trade. Feng was surprised in spite of himself when he heard this. At the same time, the sound of several system notifications also entered his ears. Chapter 876. Breathtaking. Feng. The silver dragon's words already posed some temptation for Feng in the first place. After hearing the contents of the system notification, he was further stunned. System. Congratulations. You have obtained the recognition of the dragon race system. Congratulations. You have learned the language of dragon system. Hidden quest, life redemption, triggered. Do you wish to accept this quest? So there's such a benefit for resealing the silver dragon as well. After taking a look at the system notification window, Feng shifted his gaze back to the silver dragon. Dragons weren't just incomparably powerful. They also loved collecting treasure. If he could complete this quest relating to the dragon race, the potential rewards would definitely be much more bountiful than those from quests given by human NPCs originally. White Knight and the others were the ones who should have received this quest. Now, however, Feng had accidentally stolen this opportunity from them. Sure. But what will I get in return? Feng asked, smiling as he looked at the fallen silver dragon. In any case, he was not in a rush to go anywhere. Hearing the dragon out wouldn't hurt. I know that you humans are always in pursuit of power. I know of a certain location. At that place, there is a secret technique tablet that powerhouses among you humans are always dreaming of obtaining. If you can release me and help me vanquish those mutants, I can send you to that place, the silver dragon said slowly. Secret technique tablet? Feng was shocked despite himself. He truly never imagined that this hidden quest he triggered would actually offer such a bountiful reward. If he could obtain an additional secret technique tablet, he would be able to nurture even more guild experts. All right, I agree to your offer, Feng answered without hesitation. System. Hidden quest, life redemption, accepted quest content. Help the silver dragon kill the mutants. Such good opportunities did not come easily currently. Feng was still utterly helpless about the Golden Tablet quest. That mysterious youth was simply too powerful. Feng simply had no chance to complete the quest at his current level. Dealing with the mutants, on the other hand, was much less demanding. These mutants had appeared just recently. They had not undergone any growth as yet and were currently at their weakest. Hence, it would be significantly easier to kill them. If he were to give the mutants 10 days or half a month, even he would be helpless to do anything about them, following which, Feng destroyed the stone altar once more and liberated the silver dragon. Though I cannot get too close to those mutants, I can support you from the sidelines. Looking at the chains binding its body disappearing, the silver dragon extended one of its massive claws to Feng and said, "Hop on. I will bring you over to the battlefield." Given free rein, those mutants will only grow stronger as time passes. We need to exterminate them as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Feng hopped directly onto the silver dragon's claw. Indeed, just as the silver dragon had said, even if those mutants did not devour or kill any monsters or players, they would still grow stronger with the passage of time. Without any intervention, they would become a disaster in God's domain in a few days. In his previous life, a mutant that had been left unchecked in Star Moon Kingdom had wreaked devastation on the kingdom. By the time players realized the severity of the situation, that mutant had already grown into a difficult foe to defeat. Even with more than 100,000 players, suddenly, the silver dragon spread its wings and flapped them. It then flew straight out of the crater and shot into the sky. "Boss, something's not right with these mutants," a level 38 male swordsman suddenly said. "I keep feeling that they're becoming stronger and stronger." "Yeah, I get the same feeling. Although there aren't any changes to their maximum HPs, my attacks are actually doing less and less damage to them." "Me too. Moreover, their movements and reactions are gradually improving." At first, everyone had thought this was just their own misconception. However, after one person mentioned it, everyone else similarly felt that something was amiss. If they allowed these monsters to continue strengthening, their situation would become increasingly precarious. After all, just from a numbers point of view, they were now at a disadvantage. Initially, there had been 101 mutants. Now there were still 87 of them. On the other hand, their team, which had started with 100 members, had only 64 members remaining. Most tragically, even until now, they had yet to defeat a single elite mutant. Moreover, they had also used up nearly all the magic scrolls and tools they had brought with them. This was the first time they had encountered such a difficult quest where they could not see any hope of victory whatsoever. White Knight, who had been kiting the chieftain mutant all this time, frowned deeply as well. In truth, he too had long since noticed that these mutants were becoming increasingly stronger. Especially the chieftain mutant he was kiting. Whether it was in terms of reaction speed, defense or attack power, these monsters were receiving gradual minor improvements. However, he was also helpless about the situation. He had already made plenty of preparations for the quest this time. He had never thought that they would still end up failing. Just as everyone was falling into the pits of despair, a massive figure appeared in the sky once more, the roar it released making everyone from Owl Tremblights over. "We're truly finished this time." All their hearts sank into utter despair when they saw the silver dragon flying towards Thema. Tier 4 silver dragon was far more powerful than these mutants they were struggling against. They already possessed no chance of victory against these mutants. Now that a silver dragon was joining the fray, they did not even have the heart to try to resist. "Hey, look at the silver dragon's claw. There seems to be a person standing there," Frozen Dream exclaimed as she stared at the distant silver dragon, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The silver dragon was beyond terrifying. It was truly hard to imagine there would be someone capable of standing on the dragon's claw. Hearing Frozen Dream's words, everyone promptly focused their gazes on the dragon's claws. "I sent that the player from before? I'm not dreaming, right? The silver dragon that was trying to kill him before has actually fallen under his control? Is he even human?" Everyone was thunderstruck when they saw Feng standing on the silver dragon's claw. Once upon a time, they had been prideful over the fact that they were in possession of either a bronze or mysterious iron mount even before reaching level 40. After looking at Feng, however, they were just a bit short of dying from embarrassment as the silver dragon rapidly approached them. Its powerful aura left everyone breathless, despite several hundred yards still separating them. Shortly after, Feng jumped down from the silver dragon's claw and landed before everyone. None of the members of Owl could find it in themselves to speak to Feng. They only observed him quietly with eyes full of fear. Just the thought of the silver dragon hovering above Feng made them shudder. A single snort from the silver dragon would be more than enough to wipe them out completely. One could say that their fates were currently in Feng's hands. "Fellow friend, how may I help you?" At this moment, Even White Knight had an incomparably tense expression as he looked at Feng, setting aside the silver dragon hovering above Feng. Just the swordsman himself gave White Knight a feeling of an unreachable existence. Even though White Knight clearly couldn't feel any danger coming from Feng, the aura the latter radiated was actually somewhat superior to even a lord-ranked monsters of the same level in front of an expert of such caliber. Even his prideful self had to tread with great caution. Chapter 877. Brutal Massacre. Feng sent a glance at White Knight and the others, who were currently still locked in combat from the current state of their battle. They were performing much better than he initially expected at this moment. Feng had to admit that Owl was indeed an adventurer team on par with the Midnight Tea Party. There was quite a number of capable experts among them. If Zero Wing's main force were the ones fighting here today, they would have long since fallen to these mutants. In particular, White Knight, who was pinning down the chieftain mutant, had already achieved perfection in terms of skill utilization. Feng estimated that every one of White Knight's skills had a completion rate of at least 90%. Despite fighting in such a cramped and dangerous environment, White Knight still managed to achieve such results. Moreover, his control and utilization of his surrounding environment were similarly at a breathtaking level. Feng did not think that even he himself could perform any better than White Knight in this aspect. In addition, White Knight's predictions of the Chieftain Mutant's movements were extremely accurate. Although the level 50 Chieftain Mutant was not as strong as a level 50 Grand Lord, it was not that far off, either. Even with the effects of the extreme frost field and suppression barrier, a player at White Knight's level would still face extreme difficulty evading the Chieftain's attacks, not to mention doing so in such a cramped environment and without exposing any of his allies to the Chieftain's attacks. If White Knight could not predict the Chieftain Mutant's movements 1 or 2 seconds ahead, it would be utterly impossible for him to guide the Chieftain's attacks accurately. Unfortunately, although White Knight and the other members of Owl were amazing, it was obvious that the mutants had the advantage in this battle. As more time passed, the combat power of the mutants would increase as well. It was only a matter of time before White Knight and the others were wiped out. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to look for trouble, Feng said as he took another glance at the overall situation of the battle. Seeing the anxious and slightly hostile expressions White Knight and the others were wearing, he could not help but laugh as he said, "Moreover, even if I came to look for trouble, I could simply just stand to one side and watch. In any case, these monsters will kill you guys eventually." When everyone heard Feng's words, they wanted to rebuke him. In the end, however, their words got stuck in their throats. This reaction wasn't just due to the strength Feng had displayed. It was also because Feng's words were not wrong. "May I know if fellow friend would be willing to help us out? After the battle you can have all the loot of these monsters. We won't take anything." White Knight took the initiative to ask after giving the situation some thought. "Big Brother White, these monsters are so powerful. The loot they drop will definitely be very amazing. Moreover, we've only managed to reach this point after sacrificing so much. Yet, now, we're giving all the benefits to someone else." Frozen Dream immediately panicked upon hearing White Knight's proposal to Feng. Although they were indeed in a precarious situation, she did not think that Feng would have a way to deal with these many mutants. Both sides needed to work together in order to have a chance to eliminate these mutants. Rather than just giving up all the loot, they should negotiate with Feng. At the very least, they should ask to get the quest item. The other members of Owl similarly grew anxious. However, they also knew that White Knight was doing this for them. While in this area, there were only 2 methods for them to leave. Either they killed all of the mutants, or they were killed by the mutants. Judging by the current momentum of the battle, it was only a matter of time before they died, and they would suffer significant losses if they died. Aside from losing a level, they would also drop a piece of equipment. It would take them a long time to recuperate from such a loss, all right? Feng nodded as he looked at White Knight retreating while fighting the chieftain mutant. In reality, even if White Knight did not make such a proposal, he would still help them exterminate these mutants in order to form a connection with the future legendary adventurer team. He could get White Knight to owe him a favor by doing so. White Knight was a man who stood by his word. As long as he promised something, he would definitely do it. Back then, the Ranger had owed the Super Guild King's Return a favor. In the end, he had started a war with King's Return's rival, the Super Guild Pantheon, without hesitation, aiding King's Return in securing a war fortress. A war fortress was different from a player-established city or town, which had a fixed location. A war fortress could move, only it was very costly to shift around. However, it was the perfect tool to attack cities and devastate lands. At the same time, a war fortress could also serve as a small-scale city. It could move to the latest leveling maps to greatly reduce the travel time of players. The value of a war fortress was far above even that of a legendary item. For this reason, Pantheon had hated Owl down to the very bone. The Super Guild had even mobilized its army to assault Owl's main headquarters. Although Owl ended up winning in the end, the adventurer team had suffered tremendous losses meanwhile. Although White Knight had not said that he would owe Feng a favor, the ranger would definitely remember the favor Feng would do him today. Just this point alone was enough for Feng. Many thanks. Upon hearing Feng agree to his proposal, White Knight breathed out a sigh of relief. His teammates might not be convinced of Feng's strength, but if Feng did not possess sufficient strength, how could he possibly have managed to treat the silver dragon as a mount? Following which, White Knight had Frozen Dream write out a contract. After both sides signed the contract, they added Feng to the team and appointed him the team leader. What's there to thank him for? Haven't we given him all the benefits already? Frozen Dream silently pouted, feeling extremely displeased as she looked at Feng, who was wearing a black cloak and had his identity hidden. She refused to believe that Feng could truly do anything about these mutants. In the end, he would just be utilizing the strength of the silver dragon. However, this was the silver dragon's strength, not Feng's own strength. After signing the contract, Feng also informed the silver dragon to take action in the next moment. The silver dragon let out a deafening roar, and a gigantic, silver magic array covering a radius of 500 yards appeared immediately, catching everyone within it. As soon as the magic array appeared, the mutants began emitting white smoke from their bodies. Not only did their defense abruptly decrease by a large margin, but even their attack power had weakened significantly. Such a powerful spell. At this moment, everyone fully experienced just how powerful this silver magic array was originally. Their attacks only dealt around -200 to -300 damage to the common mutants. Now, however, their damages doubled. On the other hand, the damage the common mutants were dealing to their MTs had decreased significantly, instantly going from around -5,000 damage per hit to around -2,000 damage per hit. This sudden development greatly lessened the burden on the MTs and healers. Unfortunately, even with such a powerful spell assisting them, it was still not enough to bridge the gap between the two sides. The HPs of the mutants were simply too high. Just the common mutants already possessed 1,500,000 HP. Not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. The monsters had more than enough HP to exhaust them to death. Let's use you all to test my new strength, then. A hint of excitement flashed in Feng's eyes as he looked at the clumped-up mutants. In the next moment, Feng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind a common mutant chop. -6, 417 Thundering Flash. -3,405, -8,717, -7,004, -10, 214 Thunderflame Explosion. -12, 137 The common mutant's HP rapidly flowed away like running water. Even Feng's normal attacks dealt around -2,200 to -2,300 damage. When the members of Owl saw Feng's damage, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. The swordsman's damage was 2 to 3 times higher than even the extremely well-geared White Knights. In the next moment, Feng adjusted his positioning slightly and followed up with Dragon Breath. A beam of white light instantly engulfed close to 40 common mutants, damage of over -20,000 points appearing above the mutants' heads. Some even received critical damage of over -40,000 points. Over a dozen of the mutants struck also fell into a fainted state on the spot. Just who is this person? Frozen Dream was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. However, what no one knew was that Feng was currently under the effects of the power of darkness as well as the dragon's dominator. Even the high HP and defense of the mutants could do little against his attacks. Moreover, Feng was not afraid of attracting the aggro of the mutants at all. With his speed and mysterious footwork, none of the mutants could close in on him at all. In fact, Feng was even utilizing his high damage to gradually lure and concentrate the common mutants into a group. When he had gathered nearly 60 mutants, he abruptly pointed his sword towards the sky. Skywheel Sword. Countless golden divine swords rained down from the sky, trapping all the mutants within a radius of 20 yards and dealing damage of over -5,000 points to every one of them. Immediately after, Feng cast Firestorm. Scorching flames instantly engulfed the common mutants. Everyone immediately saw damages ranging from -30,000 to more than -50,000 rising through the flames. Moreover, this phenomenon repeated itself once every second for 6 seconds. Feng was still not done with his attacks. He retrieved a silvery gray Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it, rapidly chanting the incantation recorded within the scroll. Suddenly, numerous silver whirlwinds appeared amid the group of mutants, continuously garroting them, dealing over -20,000 damage each second for 4 seconds. Tier 2 spell, Storm Garrote. Due to the Silver Whirlwind's powerful suction, these mutants couldn't escape the garroting at all. Their HPs continuously decreasing. This sight rendered everyone speechless. Every one of these mutants was a boss-level monster. Yet, now, Feng was actually fighting them as if they were weak, low-level monsters. None of them knew what to say about Feng's performance. However, the HP and defense of these mutants were simply too high. Although this method might work against normal elites and special elites, it was totally ineffective against these monsters that had over 1,000,000 HP. Just as everyone was thinking of a way to help Feng scatter the group of mutants, Feng took out another Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. This time, it was the Tier 2 spell Blizzard. Not only did the spell freeze these mutants for 8 seconds, but it also dealt over -40,000 damage to each of them after using one scroll. Feng would take out another Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it was another AoE attack magic scroll. After he went through a total of 8 Tier 2 magic scrolls in a row, the common mutants, which originally had 1,500,000 HP, had less than half their HPs remaining. Crap. Does this guy run a magic scroll photocopying shop or something? Feng's actions left everyone flabbergasted. They could be considered a top-class adventurer team. Throughout their time playing God's Domain, they had accumulated a significant stockpile of items. They also possessed quite a few Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, even for them, Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls were still extremely rare items. Until now, their entire team had managed to collect only 5 of such scrolls, which they had used up on previous quests. Now, however, Feng alone had taken out 8 of such magic scrolls. Just as everyone thought Feng had already run out of scrolls, the latter pulled out yet another Tier 2 magic scroll. Everyone was now at a complete loss for words. This was definitely the first time they had seen such an extravagant way of grinding monsters on the market. A single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll currently sold for around 200 gold. One could buy a level 40 dark gold weapon already with that kind of money. Despite that, Feng was actually using these scrolls as if they were ordinary skills. What no one knew was that Feng really did not lack in Tier 2 magic scrolls. He had obtained plenty just from the various field bosses he had raided with Zero Wing's main force. There were also the magic scrolls his guild obtained from Hell Mode and Hard Mode team dungeons. Moreover, as he ventured to new high-level maps, he would often come across bronze or mysterious iron treasure chests. In addition, after capturing Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing had acquired many magic scrolls from the town's treasury. Just the number of Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls in Zero Wing's possession right now came close to 100 pieces. Even the stockpiles of super guilds were not as well stocked as Zero Wing's. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, Feng had prepared close to 60 Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls. More than enough for him to massacre the common mutants. When Feng used the 24th scroll, the common mutants finally could not hold out any longer. They abruptly fell before him one after another. The abundant amount of EXP they provided allowed Feng to level up once to level 41. Chapter 878. Foolish Humans. Frozen Dream and the other OWL members were speechless as they stared at the dozens of dead common mutants. A single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll cost at least 200 gold. Yet Feng had just used 24 of them. He had essentially blown through enough money to purchase an epic weapon. Meanwhile, not only had the abundant EXP allowed Feng to level up once, but the rest of the team also leveled up once or twice. Every OWL member was now at level 40, with some being only a short distance away from level 41. These monsters give a ton of EXP. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. I'm fully recovered after leveling up. Joy began to fill these players' eyes. Both the healers and the magical classes, who had been running out of mana, had fully replenished mana bars. Their confidence in dealing with the remaining level 50 elite and chieftain mutants had been restored as well. Previously, these players had lost hope of emerging victorious as they knew that they would not outlast these monsters. There were simply too many common mutants. Everyone on the team would have died long before they finished them all off. It's no wonder why he was so calm. He really does have a way to deal with these monsters by himself. Frozen Dream could not help but shift her gaze towards the cloaked Feng. When she thought back to her previous words, a light blush colored her pale white cheeks as embarrassment overtook her. If not for Feng's aid, they would have died here. None of those who had spoken out against Feng's participation said a word. They only admired the cloaked swordsman at this point. Only the 14 elites and 1 chieftain remained. Their team had finally reclaimed the advantage of numbers. Although the remaining monsters were far more difficult to deal with, they shouldn't have any issues taking down the remaining adversaries with a powerful damage dealer like Feng on their side. Just as the thought of ridding themselves of the mutants entered everyone's minds, the remaining mutants transformed into a black liquid and gathered at a single point in the air. The black mass's aura grew stronger as the liquid gathered. The team's caution intensified as they watched the ball of black liquid squirm in midair. Be careful. He has absorbed a lot of power from my body. The silver dragon suddenly sighed as the silver dragon finished its warning. The black liquid transformed into a black dragon and fell, shattering the ground with its weight. The dragon the black liquid had formed was much smaller than the silver dragon. It was only roughly 20 meters tall. However, that was still more than tall enough to tower over players. The dragon loomed like a 7-story tall building. With a swipe of its powerful claws, it could rip through players like paper. Mutated dragon, mutant dragon, tier 2. Level 50. HP 80, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. After reading the mutated dragon statistics, Feng frowned, a grim expression overtaking his face. Although the mutant's level had not changed, only transforming from a tier 1 chieftain to a tier 2 lord, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The problem was no longer limited to a gap between their tiers. Rather, the problem was their positions on the food chain. The tier 3 upper-rank frostbone dragon Feng had previously killed had not been a true dragon despite its appearance. The mutated dragon before them, however, was a bona fide dragon. It was even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Even though it was only at the tier 2 standard and the same level, it could easily defeat the tier 3 frostbone dragon. Furthermore, this dragon was a mutant, which gave it a vast potential to grow in various aspects. Feng was no longer able to determine the mutated dragon's true power. However, he could say one thing with certainty. The mutated dragon was exceedingly strong. If they allowed the mutated dragon to grow, it would cause a calamity across God's domain that was several times more severe than the Abyss Passage's opening. Not only could the mutated dragon grow indefinitely, but it also wasn't restricted to certain regions. It could go anywhere it wished, unlike Abyss Passages, which only affected the country where it spawned and its neighbors. In fact, Feng wasn't the only tense player in the group. The Owl members were also anxious. Even an expert like White Knight felt a tremendous pressure from the mutated dragon. It felt as if they were sailing across the open ocean in a small boat, the threat of capsizing looming before them. Their lives could end at any given moment. Foolish humans. I really have to thank you. If not for your help in ridding me of all of that excess power, I wouldn't be able to display my true power. Revealing a human-like sneer, the mutated dragon laughed coldly as it said, I also have you to thank, foolish dragon. If not for your help, these humans wouldn't have succeeded. As a show of gratitude, I'll devour you all to nurture my power. I won't let you have your way. The silver dragon bellowed suddenly. A silver magic array enveloped over half of the valley. Numerous silver chains emerged from the magic array and bound the mutated dragon. Uve lost your mind. You are actually willing to sacrifice your lifespan to cast this spell. The mutated dragon was flustered as it felt the silver chains drain its strength, yet no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't even scratch them. So what if you've used this spell? How much of your lifespan can you afford to expend? Once you're exhausted, I will regain my freedom. You cannot stop me. Human, I will leave the rest to you, the silver dragon said weakly. Casting this spell had obviously taken a massive toll. Suddenly, a system notification reached Feng's ear system. You have to kill the mutated dragon within 2 hours. If you cannot complete this task, the silver dragon will exhaust its lifespan and die at the same time. A timer appeared next to Feng's system interface. 1 hour. 59 minutes. 57 seconds. Ha ha ha. As expected of a foolish dragon. Even in the face of death, you place your hopes in these little ants. Do you really believe that, even after siphoning my strength, these ants can defeat me? The black mutated dragon laughed maniacally. Fine, let me show you, foolish humans, how terrifying dragons truly are. Saying so, the mutated dragon dashed towards the group of players. Be careful. Melees, focus on dodging. Do not try to block the mutant's attacks. All ranged players, target its joints. White Knight issued his commands immediately. The mutated dragon was, by far, the strongest monster they had ever faced since joining God's domain. Mutated dragon, mutant dragon, tier 2. Level 50. HP 40, 000, 000/40, 000, 000. They might not have had any hope of victory before, but the silver chains now suppressed the mutated dragon. Both its attributes and mobility had been significantly restricted. Moreover, they had recovered to their peak states and risen to level 40, improving their basic attributes. All hope was not lost very quickly. 3 level 40 MTs moved to stand between the mutated dragon and the rest of the team, each one possessing over 18,000 HP. Seeing the mutated dragon swing one of its massive, clawed 4 feet at them, all 3 MTs took evasive measures and activated their life-saving skills simultaneously, reducing the damage they took by half as the mutated dragon attacked. The distant White Knight used Triple Piercer, the skill with the greatest impact among all his Tier 1 skills. His skill completion rate had even reached 97%, the original 3 arrows merging into one. The newly combined arrow tore through the air as it penetrated the mutated dragon's wrist boom. -2, 315. Although White Knight's attack struck the joint, it did not affect the dragon's forefoot at all. The claws blurred as they struck a Guardian Knight that had not dodged in time. The Guardian Knight's HP instantly fell by 10,000. If he had not activated his life-saving skill, he would have become mincemeat the moment the dragon's claws reached him. This is after it has been weakened? The players gasped when they saw the mutated dragon's defense and damage. With such high damage, defense, and speed, they had no hope of contending with the mutated dragon as they were right now. As the owl members began to despair, a black figure appeared before the mutated dragon. This figure was none other than Feng. Seeing this, disgust flashed in the mutated dragon's eyes. It slapped at Feng with its forefoot as if it were swatting a fly. Before anyone could react, the dragon's forefoot struck the ground, forming a crater with a radius of over 10 meters. Chapter 879. Overwhelming a dragon with force. The players from Owl were stunned when they saw the mutated dragon's strength. They had often seen attacks form craters after hitting the ground. However, this was the first time they had seen an attack form such a massive pit. Moreover, this had been a normal attack, not a skill. Why was he so impatient? Frozen Dream frowned at the crater beneath the mutated dragon's front foot from the damage their Guardian Knight had received. She understood that they could not stand up against the mutated dragon in a head-on clash. They could only rely on the melees to kite the dragon while the ranged players dealt damage and whittled down its HP. Only by doing so would they have any hope of emerging victorious. Yet Feng had stubbornly rushed up to the dragon, dying with a single swat. Now their team had lost a powerful ally, reducing their chances of defeating the dragon even further. However, as the mutated dragon lifted its claws, these players discovered a figure beneath the giant forefoot. How? The team was astonished. The mutated dragon's strength was obvious. Even level 50, Tier 2 MTs wouldn't withstand such destructive power, yet a swordsman like Feng had survived. How could they not be shocked? Such high strength. If not for the dragon's domination suppression and the additional 500 attributes I received, I would have been forced to waste a life-saving skill. Feng inwardly celebrated his survival. For each dragon that was within 1,000 yards, Dragon's Dominator would increase all of his basic attributes by 500 points. Currently, 2 dragons were within range. The Silver Dragon and the Mutated Dragon. The Mutated Dragon was, in fact, a member of the dragon race with 2 dragons present. Each of Feng's basic attributes had gained 1,000 points. However, Feng did not only enjoy this buff. As the Heavenly Dragon's breath increased his attributes by a percentage, his strength, agility, and endurance had increased by another 50%, and his intelligence by 35%. Moreover, as he still had the effects of Power of Darkness, Feng's current attributes had long since exceeded that of a level 50, Tier 2 metric tons. Blocking the weakened mutated dragon's attack wasn't an issue. However, it was somewhat strenuous. Although Feng had blocked the mutated dragon's attack with his swords, he had lost 2,187 HP. Of course, 2,000 damage wasn't considerable to Feng after all. Feng currently had a maximum of 83,460 HP. Such low damage was practically negligible. Not to mention, there were multiple healers on standby who could restore him to full health at any moment. Is he a human or a ghost? Owl's members were thoroughly stupefied. They had already been impressed by Feng's basic attributes. Even their leader, White Knight, was no match for him. However, they had been able to see the swordsman's boundaries during the last fight. He had not been completely out of their reach. Watching him now, however, they realized that they were a part of 2 different worlds. While these players were still frozen with shock over Feng's absurdly high attributes, the mutated dragon noticed that the swordsman was still alive. Immediately, it slammed its claws down on Feng once more. Boom. The already large crater expanded further this time. However, the mutated dragon's forefoot had not hit Feng. After dodging the attack, Feng swung the abyssal blade at the dragon's claw and executed Chop 34. 157. Upon receiving the critical damage of over -30,000 points, the mutated dragon's foot trembled slightly. There was even a shallow cut across its adamantite-like scale stem. My attacks are only dealing around 1,000 damage, yet he can deal over 30,000 damage with a single hit. Is he really a player? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Feng's damage White Knight, who had attacked the dragon continuously, froze momentarily. His eyes glued to the cut left on the mutant's joint. While it was impressive that Feng's attack had managed to deal over -30,000 damage, the implication of leaving a cut across the dragon's scales was far more significant. Direct damage would, at most, reduce the mutated dragon's HP. However, inflicting external injuries would weaken the mutated dragon's combat power. His longbow was an epic weapon, yet his attacks couldn't even scratch the mutated dragon. There was one thing he was very certain of: the ability to injure a monster's body was unrelated to a player's attributes. It was mainly due to the quality and sharpness of the player's weapon. Is he using fragmented legendary weapons? White Knight's shock increased as he glanced at Feng's two swords. He had gone through hell and back to obtain his current longbow. He had never once harbored any thought of obtaining a fragmented legendary weapon. With this revelation, White Knight considered befriending Feng. He had played God's Domain with the intention of getting to know various experts. He wanted to challenge his limits and surpass them. However, what White Knight did not know was that Feng's weapons were not fragmented legendary rank. They were only on par with epic weapons. However, due to the magic devices he had equipped, their sharpness and destructive power had improved significantly, which allowed them to wound the mutated dragon. I'll serve as the MT. The rest of you, attack from afar. Feng commanded through the team chat after attracting the mutated dragon's aggro originally. The members of OWL had their issues with Feng leading their team. Now, however, they followed his commands without argument. The healers began to focus on Feng, whereas the melee players retreated to maximum range, attacking the mutated dragon with the ranged players. Although the melee players' ranged damage couldn't compare to their ranged companions, overall, they dealt a considerable amount with a powerful MT like Feng. The healers had gained some peace of mind. They didn't need to worry about Feng being instant killed. The ranged damage dealers could also attack without holding back. Even if the power of darkness ended right now, Feng was confident he could dodge the mutated dragon's attacks. However, he would have far fewer chances of counterattacking in any case. Feng's goal in attacking the mutated dragon was not to decrease its HP, but to injure its joints. Although a single attack's effects were not noticeable, after 100 attacks, the effects were obvious. Once the mutant's joints were heavily wounded, both its reaction speed and attack speed fell drastically. This made evading the dragon's attacks and launching counterattacks even easier for Feng. Eventually, the mutated dragon became utterly helpless against Feng. It could only watch as the little human before it avoided every one of its attacks. In the end, even losing the buffs from Power of Darkness, Feng was still able to dodge the mutated dragon's attacks effortlessly. Meanwhile, although the other players' damages were not considerable, their total damage exceeded the mutated dragon's recovery speed. From time to time, Feng also dealt a heavy blow. As a result, the dragon's HP continuously decreased. Time passed quickly. The mutated dragon's HP had finally fallen to 20%. Humans, your luck ends here. The mutated dragon bellowed, its roar echoing throughout the valley. The mutated dragon, which had been 20 meters tall, started to grow, reaching 30 meters instantly. Not only did it receive an enhancement to its strength and speed, but its range had also increased, making it far more difficult for Feng to evade its attacks. In the next moment, the mutated dragon swiped its tail at Feng, the swipe's force instantly generating a storm. However, before the storm could devour Feng, the dragon's tail arrived before him. Moreover, the dragon's attack range with its tail was quite wide, and Feng did not have enough time to dodge defensive blade. Pang! The attack threw Feng. Even the players attacking from over a dozen meters behind him died instantly. Unfortunately, the mutated dragon was not done. It began to swing its tail like a whip, covering the area with afterimages. 1 swipe. 2 swipes. 3 swipes. By the time the mutated dragon's attack ended, Feng's defensive blade had been exhausted of block counts. Meanwhile, there were less than 40 players still standing. If the mutated dragon launched that tail attack 1 or 2 more times, it would wipe out their team. The mutated dragon's terrifying chain attack had also devastated the surrounding forest, leaving very little behind. The dragon race's explosive power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I haven't used all of my cards yet. Feng released a sigh of relief, following which, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Chapter 880. Slaying a Dragon. Boss, the dragon's defense and reaction speed have improved quite a bit. With our remaining numbers, I'm afraid that we can't survive another round of chain attacks, a green-robed, level 40 male summoner anxiously reported. Once the mutated dragon went berserk, a single round of whipping its tail had annihilated all of his summoned creatures. Even their attacks were becoming less effective previously. They had been able to, more or less, hit the dragon, each of their attacks dealing around -1,000 damage. Now, however, the mutant blocked over half of their attacks with its tail. Even when their attack struck the dragon, they only dealt around -600 damage after factoring in the members they had lost and the healers. Their overall damage could not overcome the mutated dragon's regeneration. It was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. This is the final push. Throw everything you have at it. White Knight had been watching the battle from the rear. Excluding Feng's hidden statistics, he had run through various simulations in his mind based on his team's statistics and calculated their probability of taking down the mutated dragon. However, no matter how many simulations he ran through, they were no match for the mutated dragon. The difference between them was simply too massive. He had never expected the mutated dragon to be so terrifying after going berserk. Ordinary bosses generally gained around a 30% increase to their combat power after going berserk. However, the mutated dragon's overall combat power had increased by 50% at the very least. White Knight even suspected that the mutated dragon had doubled its strength after going berserk. Even after Feng had joined, they had barely stood against the dragon. Now that the dragon's strength had grown, they had no hope of victory. Hearing White Knight's orders, every player began to use their most powerful moves against the mutated dragon. Some even activated berserk skills. Although not every OWL member possessed a berserk skill, the remaining 40 or so members were all experts with the highest strength among the team. Over a dozen had learned berserk skills immediately. These dozen or so players' attributes soared. White Knight and Frozen Dream experienced the greatest improvements, their main attributes increasing by 100%. Buy me some time. Frozen Dream shouted. Immediately, she began to chant an incantation, the surrounding mana gathering rapidly around her. Okay. Everyone, aim for the dragon's joints. White Knight shouted. Their survival now depended on this very moment. Either the mutated dragon would wipe them out while it was still berserk, or they would finish off the mutated dragon's 8 million HP while they were berserk. Spells and arrows flew at the mutant. Seeing this, the dragon swiped its claws. Peng, peng, peng. The dragon's massive forefoot blocked over half of the attacks easily. Only extremely accurate attacks like those from White Knight had struck the dragon. 348-1, 448-1, 279-1, 354. Although numerous attacks had landed, only White Knight's attacks broke past the 3,000 threshold. Everyone else only dealt around -1,000 damage. Their overall damage barely made a dent in the dragon's remaining HP before White Knight and the others could launch another volley of attacks. The mutated dragon rose its tail once more. Watch out for its tail attacks. Fall back. White Knight instructed and began to retreat while attacking the mutated dragon's massive tail. However, the tail's attack speed and range were too much for them. Even Feng had not been able to dodge the attack in time and had been forced to rely on a life-saving skill. Although everyone had retreated quite a distance from the mutated dragon, they were still within range of the shockwave that would follow the tail swipe. The resulting shockwaves alone were enough to end White Knight and his companions' boom. A sonic boom ripped through the air as the dragon's tail swiped at OWL's players, the tail's attack range reaching over half of the team. Suddenly, however, a streak of blue light hacked at the swinging tail boom. The mutated dragon's attack halted abruptly. At the same time, a figure sank to the ground, a large crater forming around the player. He blocked it. White Knight's jaw dropped as he stared at the figure in disbelief. Although he had not seen it clearly, he had caught a glimpse of Feng swinging his sword at the mutated dragon's tail. The instant his sword collided with the tail, however, Feng vanished. The mutant's tail already contained far more power than its 4 feet. The dragon had also gone berserk, yet Feng had blocked the attack. Shortly after, Feng climbed out of the pit. Although he appeared somewhat miserable, his HP bar revealed that he had only suffered negligible damage. The improved heavenly dragon's power really is amazing. With this, I can take the mutated dragon's attacks without any problems. Feng flexed his muscles a little. Due to the impact, he was sore everywhere. Overall, however, his combat power had not been affected over much. Not only had Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP by 500%, but the skill also increased his strength by 150%, agility by 50%, and defense by 300%. Currently, he had over 260,000 HP. With his enhanced defense, He had only received around -3,000 damage after receiving the direct hit. Even without the healer's assistance, he could easily withstand several hundred such attacks. He didn't need to fear the berserk mutated dragon at all, following which, Feng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the mutated dragon. He then used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons / Flame Burst. In the next moment, the twin swords Feng wielded and those of his doppelganger transformed into dazzling miniature sun-scorching, white rays of light, then slammed brutally into the back of the mutated dragon's neck, one after another. 62, 487-43, 718-127, 496-43, 587. 30 consecutive scorching blades bit into the mutated dragon's neck, all 30 strikes hitting the same location. In addition, a dozen abyssal blade phantoms continuously assaulted the mutant, each dealing up to -6,000 damage. The mutated dragon released an agonized cry as it slammed into the ground. The mutated dragon's HP had instantly fallen from 8 million to 5,640,000 immediately after. Feng used Firestorm and Dragon Breath. The mutated dragon's HP fell below the 5 million threshold. This is insane. The witnessing players were nearly speechless as they stared at the fallen dragon. White Knight was just as shocked. He could not figure out how many cards Feng had kept hidden. Feng alone was savagely beating a boss that his entire team had been helpless against. At this time, Frozen Dream finally completed her chanting as she waved her staff. A deep blue magic array suddenly appeared above the mutated dragon. A gigantic ice spear then emerged from the array and descended on the mutant Tier 1 curse, Frozen Earth. When the ice spear struck, not only did it inflict over -7,000 damage, but it also encased the dragon's 4 limbs in a layer of frost, restricting it. Despite the mutated dragon breaking free from the layer of ice, the ice reformed instantly. Moreover, each time the dragon struggled free, it wasted a lot of time to do so. As a result, the mutated dragon's reactions were somewhat delayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng launched one attack after another with an absolute MT. Like Feng pinning down the mutated dragon, the other team members began to launch a fierce assault. As a result, the mutated dragon's HP fell rapidly. 4,500,000. 4,000,000. 3,000,000. 1,000,000. When the mutated dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and used the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the mutated dragon. Over a dozen consecutive slashes bloomed over the mutated dragon's heart. The mutated dragon's HP hit rock bottom instantly, falling to the ground with a loud boom. Over a dozen shining items dropped around its humongous body. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Feng's body as he reached level 42. Chapter 881. 3-star Promotion Order. As the golden glow engulfed Feng's body, the rest of the team experienced the glow as well. Some even experienced the phenomenon twice, their levels launching from 40 to 42. The bountiful EXP that the mutated dragon had provided stunned them all. Even at their level, the mutated dragon had awarded them enough EXP to level up at least once. They had just saved several days of effort success. We won! Everyone cheered as they looked at the motionless mutated dragon. The mutant had been far stronger than any monster they had faced before. They shouldn't have survived it at their level, yet they had defeated it. Although they had relied on Feng's strength, they were excited. Some of their excitement was also due to the system notification they received after the dragon had died. System: congratulations! You have received the Dragon Slayer title. Wielder of this title will gain a 10% increase to their humanity reputation. Although this title did not affect their combat power, many players dreamed of the buff it provided. In God's domain, humanity reputation was crucial. Aside from the fact that one needed a certain amount of reputation to purchase land and housing, higher reputation allowed players to enjoy discounts when repairing or purchasing items in NPC cities. After reaching the highest achievable reputation, one could even enjoy a 40% discount. Although players were discovering more methods of earning coins, players still needed more. Aside from purchasing consumables and some luxury items, such as delicious food, most of a player's money went to repair fees. Moreover, as players equipped higher quality and leveled equipment, the repair fees increased. With a 40% discount in cities, a player could save a large sum of money. Moreover, as players gained more levels, raising one's reputation in a single city would not be enough. Many high-resource leveling spots were quite far from starting cities. Traveling back and forth was inconvenient. If a player wanted to level up quickly, they needed to have high reputation in multiple cities. However, reputation was not easy to obtain. Even until now, Players still had headaches over gaining reputation in their respective cities. Now that these players had the Dragon Slayer title, they wouldn't have to put in as much effort. It was especially true for independent players, however. The team was more interested in the mutated dragon's loot. The mutated dragon had dropped over 10 items. Needless to say, such a powerful monster's loot would be astounding. It would not surprise any of them if it even dropped an epic item. Watching Feng collect the items, one after another, they nearly drooled. However, White Knight had promised Feng that he could claim all of the drops. Hence, they could only watch enviously. Look. Is that an epic weapon? Crap. Look at that magic scroll. It can concentrate mana naturally. It should be a tier 3 scroll at the very least, right? That design is huge. Although these players realized that the items belonged to Feng, they still wanted to know what they were. As Feng picked up the scattered coins and items, he noticed a purple gold, diamond-shaped token. A single word had been engraved on this token: promotion. As expected of a dragon, its loot is awesome. Feng tried to calm his excited heart as he looked at the token. If not for White Knight and the others' presence, he would have laughed like a maniac. This promotion order was no ordinary promotion order. It was a shop promotion order. Moreover, it wasn't a 2-star shop promotion order, but a 3-star shop promotion order in God's domain. Even 2-star shop promotion orders were extremely difficult to obtain throughout Star Moon Kingdom and its neighboring kingdoms. No other trading firm, aside from the Candlelight Trading Firm, possessed a 2-star shop. Only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop. Moreover, the Super First-Rate Guild had only obtained it a few days ago. Current players had no hopes of getting their hands on a 3-star shop. To obtain one, players would need to kill a relatively high-leveled, high-tiered field boss, open a high-ranked treasure chest, or complete the challenge quest. Obtaining a 3-star shop promotion order from a field boss was unrealistic, as only level 50 or higher tier 4 field bosses had a chance of dropping themes for treasure chests. The promotion order would only appear in dark gold treasure chests found in level 50 or above maps. As for the challenge quest, its difficulty approached that of a legendary quest. The money required just to accept the quest would send cold shivers down the spine of any large guild in God's domain. Take the 2-star shop in the Black Dragon Empire for example. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had accepted the challenge quest to promote that shop. However, the Super First-Rate Guild had challenged the quest 3 times before it succeeded, and each challenge had cost 6,000 gold. Ordinary guilds could not afford that right now. Only Super First-Rate Guilds and Super Guilds might have enough to take on the challenge quest. Although promoting a shop to 3-star status was exceedingly difficult, any guild that could afford the fee would make an attempt. After all, there was a qualitative difference between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. The greatest difference was that, when a shop reached 3-star status, its 1-star shops could be promoted to 2-star status. This one aspect was more than enough to throw the various large guilds into a frenzy. Aside from this, a 3-star shop offered far more functions than a 2-star shop. After reaching 2-star status, a shop would gain access to the special workshops. At 3-star status, a shop would gain access to the basic meditation room. As the name suggested, the meditation room was a space that allowed players to process their thoughts. Moreover, due to the dense mana inside the meditation room, players could maintain a clear state of mind, allowing them to better exert their abilities. The special workshop, on the other hand, only altered the environment to adjust one's mood. Of course, the meditation room also offered every function a special workshop possessed, allowing a player to alter the room's environment. This was the main reason why the various lifestyle masters in the past had surged towards high-star ranking shops. A positive work environment was crucial to lifestyle players. However, there were 2 downsides to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. The first was the cost. To maintain the mana density inside the room, one needed to spend a lot of magic crystals. Maintaining the mana density for a day cost a total of 300 magic crystals. The price of a single magic crystal had already reached 25 silver. A total of 300 crystals was the equivalent of 75 gold coins. Hence, meditation rooms were only used to produce high-valued items. The second drawback was its scarcity. At 3-star status, a shop could only offer 3 basic meditation rooms. For an establishment like the Candlelight Trading Firm, that was far from enough to satisfy its advanced lifestyle players. Forget it. It's better to not have one at all. Melancholic can worry about it later. Feng chuckled. He then stored the promotion order. Currently, he was eager to return to White River City and promote the Candlelight Trading Firm there to 3-star status. Among the many items that had dropped, there were also 2 tier 3 magic scrolls, 4 bottles of exotic potions, and 3 forging designs. The rest were weapons and equipment. Among these items, the most valuable, outside of the promotion order, were the two epic items. One was a scale-covered shield, engraved with divine runes, while the other was an aqua robe.